much further over this week, is he?
I thought it'd be something silly like that, no.
Bloody short boundary that is.
Yeah.
And they got put the strong side as well.
Well, it'll be euphoric after Saturday, won't they?
Yeah. The toss, by the way.
Has he made any changes from the Sussex debacle?
Openers are same two. Well, outside now.
That was
North East, Tribe, Ingram, Carlson, Kelvin, Cook, Tim, Gray, Harris, Gordon and Morris. And they are Lift, Bean, Wharton, Bairstow, Tattersall, Hill, Thompson, Bess, Fisher, Code and Moriarty.
So, neither of the two alleged emergency bowler signings feature. I don't think they're either available, are they?
I don't know, I haven't.
Well, I think the one was only available for a few games.
Oh yeah, the one went, yeah, but I know what's...
And the other one, he's likely to be playing against us on Sunday, isn't it, I think?
Oh, right.
Because he's played in their one-day team.
Oh, well, I don't like all these local things.
No.
Classical.
No.
And you know, overseas player, you buy in, they've been on with us all season, I'm not interested.
I know at times you've got to.
Very good morning to our match umpires David Mills and Naeem Ashraf. Very good morning also to the Glamorgan team who are taking the field under captain Sam Northeast.
The number of players in the Glamorgan 11 who have come through the ranks compared to the number of players in the Gloucester 11. I think there would be, based on what I heard in a bit of the commentary in watched it all on Saturday, that there's a lot more in the Gloucester team than there is. So what have we got in our team? We've got Carlson, Callaway, Tribe. You count
Morris. And Morris.
Oh, he's playing again, is he?
Yeah.
Well, that's very high for and you could possibly chuck in Harris as well.
Well, Harris is in, yeah,
so everything's okay our end.
Very good morning and welcome to Sapphire Gardens for this County Championship Division 2 game between Glamorgan and Yorkshire, where the news is that Glamorgan have won the toss and asked Yorkshire to bat first. There are two changes in the Glamorgan side, with Tim van der Hoogten and Mason Crane returning in place of Billy Root and Ned Leonard. I'm Nick Webb. Jonathan Deutsch is representing the various Yorkshire stations this week. And your team news, Jonathan?
Yeah, just one change from the team that thrashed Leicestershire last week, and that is that they've gone with an extra bowler, an extra spinner. In fact, Dan Moriarty is back in the side. He didn't play in last week's win, but he's back in to replace batsman Will Luxton.
So it's a fine morning, but a little chilly, as you might expect at this time of year. Van der Hoogten is back in the Glamorgan ranks, and he'll be bowling to Adam Lythe, as I'll try and get the microphone away from a rather talkative spectator in a moment. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and that's through outside off stump and through to Chris Cook, and no shot played. So Yorkshire coming here in fine fettle, Jonathan, on the back of an innings win and second in the table.
Yep, climbing. They did play very well last week, and kind of, if you've got the opposition 15 for 7 on the first morning, you've gone a long way in a short time towards winning a match, haven't you? And yeah, they had a tremendous first 24.2 overs in bowling out Leicestershire and set things up.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Lythe plays no shot through to Cook once more.
So they've beaten Gloucestershire at Scarborough, Derbyshire at Chesterfield, back at Scarborough beating Sussex, the draw on that benign hybrid pitch with the Kookaburra at Headingley against Middlesex, and then the win again last week. So yeah, 4 out of the last 5, Nick, is good form, but you're going to need to play well when you've been put in on a day like this, I think. The sun is shining, but it's quite moist out there.
Van der Hoogten is into bowl through outside off stump. Looks to be a bit of movement away from the bat though, and Chris Cook sprawling takes it down in front of first slip.
It's an interesting decision by Sam Northeast. I mean, understandable that at this time of year you win the toss and stick the opposition in, but there are two areas at either end, sort of symmetrical from either end of the pitch, that are shaved across, which smacks of let's have something for the spinners to land the ball in, and then lots of greenness around. And we both remarked to ourselves, didn't we, how moist it was out there when we went out for the toss just half an hour or so ago.
Van der Hoogten bowls, again no shot needed, and again Lyth playing no shot.
So as a batting side, you're just going to need to, I think, try and do your best to get through this first session with limited loss of wickets, and I think that's probably a fair aim, and if you get anything to hit, do so, and then hope that conditions have dried out sufficiently and you have enough wickets in the tent this afternoon and the evening session to put a score on the board.
Van der Hoogten with 3 slips and a gully, and he's driven that one Lyth through the offside. That's a short boundary away to the pavilion side, and Lyth gets off the mark in fine style with a boundary, 4 without loss.
Yeah, cracking shot, wasn't it? Just over pitching Van der Hoogten on this occasion, and it is a short boundary. It certainly feels the short boundary over that side of the pitch, the pavilion side, or the changing room side.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised they're playing a first-class match that close to the pavilion at the moment, as Van der Hoogten is on his way. Once more bowls to Lyth, who for the 5th time in the over, shoulders arms, allows it to go through outside off stump. Yorkshire 4 without loss, having been put into bat.
It sort of feels like one of the shorter boundaries that you'll see on the county circuit. The boundary at Trent Bridge always comes to mind in that respect, since they cut things off with the stand. We're going to see James Harris then open the bowling from the Cathedral end. And Finlay Bean to take his first ball, and it's been a slightly more up and down season for Finlay than it was when he really announced himself on the circuit last year, but he still has runs in him and he thinks he's been striking the ball well, but the scores haven't been commensurate with his confidence going into matches. Hopefully he'll come out of this from Yorkshire's point of view with a bit of confidence, but he's going to need to be watchful, which is one of his strengths. Here comes Harris then, right arm over, and Bean, top of the bounce, plays that out square on the offside first up. Glorious morning here. I walked up from the hotel this morning, sort of underestimated the weight of my baggage in doing so. It must be about 1.5 miles, I reckon, by the time you get here.
Yeah, you're coming right across the middle of town, haven't you?
Yeah. Yes. Nice. Well, it spooked me last night. I got here, I went to Worcester Races on the way down yesterday, and got here sort of dusk because the traffic was pretty grim, and then you start to get the heebie-jeebies about the signage around the town centre as Harris is in again. That's wide of Bean's off stump, no run, and I'm thinking, should I go down this street, should I not? So I did a U-turn in the middle of one of the streets in the centre of town, because I knew where the hotel was, but sat-nav felt like it was taking me down somewhere I shouldn't be going. Anyway, I don't know, I'll probably get a fine of some sort, no doubt, at some point in the future in the post. In comes Harris, and Bean turns that to leg, no run. And then I thought, well, do I really need to be driving through town in traffic this morning? No, let's just have a walk. Nice day.
Yeah, there was a lot of traffic across the centre of town this morning. It took me probably about twice as long as it did arriving in here for the last home championship match, but I guess since then schools have gone back, and with that a lot of people going back to work. Yeah, 3 slips in place as Harris comes in again, throws one up wide of Bean's off stump, but he's not tempted to play at this. I think we're set for 3 good days, aren't we? And then Friday looks like it could be a bit unsettled if we get that far. Yes, there may be an element of the pitch being prepared as a result wicket, with a bit of spin possible. but Glamorgan still opting to bowl first, despite the possibility of it turning on the last day.
In comes Harris and being solidly behind it. Yeah, so it's slightly at odds with the pitch preparation. And Johnny Tattersall was sort of saying on his little piece with me that the intelligence was that they prepared it to turn later on. So that would say to me that it's a clear indication to Sam North East or whoever makes these decisions, maybe a collective thing, that they feel like they can cash in this morning, irrespective of whether it'll turn or not later on. And that may be the case. We'll see. As in comes Harris again. That flicked onto the leg side by Bean. So maiden to open for James Harris. 4 without loss after 2 overs. Yorkshire 15 clear of Middlesex coming into this, and obviously last week it was really about concentrating on trying to get the job done. They went into that match a point behind them, and I think there was an expectation that Middlesex would win that match against Gloucestershire. It was all a bit of a surprise and a bit of a bonus, really, I guess, when having finished in 3 days, most of the squad, and certainly I was keeping in touch with what was going on in that match, and I think to most people's surprise, Middlesex lost it.
As Van der Hoogten starts a new over, and Lyth tries to drive, doesn't really time it, plays it back to the bowler. If you have been trying to listen on the BBC website and app, and you've now joined us on the county streaming service, welcome along. It wasn't you pressing the wrong button, it was someone in Salford. We are trying to get it solved. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and another boundary on the offside for Adam Lyth. Well, you wonder whether Glamorgan will need to get a sweeper on that side, as he's driven it through cover. There is quite a substantial gap through cover to allow them to post 3 slips and a gully, but firmly dispatched by Lyth to that short boundary. Can't be much more than 50 metres away to our left as we look out from the media centre. 8 without loss. Van der Hoogten in to bowl, and Lyth forward defensively. Van der Hoogten sitting out last week's match, the substantial innings defeat down at Sussex, where the opposition ran up 491, which is a lead of 305 on first innings, and Glamorgan realistically were outplayed pretty much from start to finish. As it's again driven into the offside. Will this one reach the boundary? Yes, it will. Even Carlson's given up the chase. It's run away for 4. And Lyth is tucking into some early offerings. Van der Hoogten possibly slightly out of the groove, having sat out last week. And well, that seemed no more than a firm push really from the Yorkshire opener, but away it went for 4. 12 without loss.
Yeah, one of his general strengths, Adam Lyth, doesn't really go hard at the ball. Lets it come to him.
On his way towards us is Van der Hoogten from the River Taff end, and that was nearly another one. It's half-fielded by Carlson at cover, going down to his right and doing enough to deter them from taking a single. 12 without loss it remains, as siren somewhere wailing down Cathedral Road. So there's a point and a mid-off, the only fielders in front of square on the offside, as there's an appeal as Lyth played no shot. Didn't look hugely convincing, to be honest, the way they went up in instalments, and umpire not interested. Well, it did come in a bit, but not enough to convince the umpire, and it's 12 without loss after 3.
Yeah, a little bit of nip from Van der Hoogten. Not for 12 off his 2 so far, but as we were saying, it is short, so anything you throw out there that is just a little bit loose, likely to go, especially with nobody sweeping it, of course, at this stage of the contest. Bit of sawdust going out there now from one of the ground staff. Again, just an indicator that it is, as I suggested at the top, just a bit moist out there, plenty of dew around as we walked across the outfield for the toss. Here, meanwhile, is Harris, Cathedral end, and Bean right behind that, pushing to mid-on, and there is no run. You can get in touch on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. I'm also on @SportingLives1 on X. Morning all, says Martin Bloomfield. Ed Seaborn and his army of Gloucester Gladiators had a good week last week. Not only did they win the T20, but did Yorkshire a massive favour by beating Middlesex in the Championship. As Harris bowls and Bean blocks, leaving the White Rose County in a precipitous second place. This means Yorkshire's promotion prospects are now in their own hands, and a couple of good wins may well see First Division fixtures next season. No disrespect to Derbyshire, but Middlesex could well turn them over in the next 4 days, meaning they would still be hot on Yorkshire's heels, so no room for complacency. Looking forward to a rigorous contest between the Tafts and the Tykes, he says. Let's just have an uninterrupted amount of play, please, with the Rose overcoming the Daffodil. Well, that's Martin's hopes. As Harris is in again, that's wide of off stump, and Bean leaves. Yorkshire lad wishing the Yorkshire boys well, as is Bent Nielsen. Morning to you both. Adam Lythe feels like he might have seen something there and has walked down to point it out. Bean waits, Harris in again, and Finlay once more leaving one on the rise past off stump. There's a reasonable number in as well this morning. Coming to enjoy a bit of the Cardiff sunshine. Down to our left, and there's a few Yorkshire supporters right down the foot of this stand, and I think across as well at the River Taff end. Harris turns, makes his way in again, and Bean solidly behind it. Umpires, by the way, for this one, Naeem Ashraf, who is standing at this Cathedral end of the ground, and David Milnes, who is at square leg at the moment. Alec Swan is the match referee, for those who like that sort of information. And if you have just joined us in the last 13 minutes since play began, and the news is that the hosts won the toss and decided they wanted first use of the ball. Bean gets a good length delivery and turns that into the leg side. Harris, a lingering look at him. A second Harris maiden in succession then. 4 overs in, Yorkshire 12 without loss.
Yeah, James Harris just looking a little on the rusty side at Hove, as you might expect, having been out for a couple of months. Took one for 89, bowled reasonably tidily, as he always does, but without offering too much threat. There's an item popped up on my laptop for no discernible reason. NASA issues alert for stadium-sized asteroid approaching Earth tomorrow. Well, they'd better get the bonus points in while they can then. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and forward comes Lythe.
NASA Hussain.
Apologies if the commentary is slightly underpowered on the Welsh side for the next day or two, because Kenneth and myself have both been struggling with various throat issues.
You sounded a lot better already than you did when you walked in at 9:30ish this morning.
As Van der Hoogten is bowling, and that's through outside off stump. Lyth plays no shot.
I quite like the view up to our left there in the pavilion. Not really noticed that before, but some people sitting around tables. Looks like there might be a morning coffee going on, something like that. Good view of the pitch, good view of the action. Top floor.
Yes, that's a room that's used for various hospitality functions for the big matches, such as the T20 International played last Friday, as that sees Lyth play a rather strange one-handed slash at that one outside off stump. The ball came back, he made no contact, and it was through to Chris Cook, but that was rather in contrast to his earlier confident dispatching of the ball through the offside.
Yeah, came back in towards him, went past the inside edge. He replayed it as a leave, and that I think would have been the more sensible shot at this stage.
As Van der Hoogten bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through.
Morning, Ben Rothery, who says, as Joe Root has not been picked for England, will he be playing next week at Headingley for the final game of the season? Well, I couldn't give you a guaranteed yes or no on that one, Ben, but I suspect not, because the reason he's not playing for England is he's been rested, so that would be contrary to the reasons for not playing for England.
As on his way in is Van der Hoogten, bowls and through with no shot played by Lyth once more, who's leaving well at the moment. I wonder if he'll be joining Ollie Pope on the golf course. It wasn't a particularly good optic when it emerged that he'd be playing in some sort of Pro-Am charity thing this week, rather than representing Surrey at the top of Division 1.
Well, of course, Yorkshire had that a couple of years ago, similar with Joe.
As that's driven by Lyth to Carlson at wide mid-off. There is no run. 12 without loss. The 3 scoring shots so far, all Lyth boundaries, and we're through 5 overs here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, no significant evils in the surface just yet. Back with the Duke's ball, of course, don't forget this week, folks, not the Kookaburra. So again, further reason, I guess, why you can understand that despite preparing the pitch to turn later, you might still want to go with the moisture around and try and exploit that in this morning's session with the Duke's ball. But as I mentioned, the sun is shining, which is usually good news for batters if you can weather the early movement. And once that lacquer comes off the ball and you're able to get one side going, and who knows what might happen in the air as well. There's just been an inspection of the ball by the umpires after just the 5 overs. Not sure if that was requested by Glamorgan or if they were just having a look anyway. Either way, it's back in the hands of James Harris, who's turning to come in and start his 3rd over, bowling here to Finlay Bean. Wide of off stump, and Bean is going to get off the mark. A lovely shot backward of point. Just a bit too much width from James Harris, and that will pick up a bit of moisture on its way to the boundary, and that's, I suppose, one of the problems on a day like this. Just in this first hour, maybe more, while that's burning off, if the ball does disappear over the rope, then it might get a little bit wetter. And everybody who seems to be getting it in their hand are giving it a good inspection. 4 more then to the total, means 16 without loss.
A lot of polishing work going on.
Yeah, it's going to slow things down, isn't it? And that's 1, 2, 3, 4 players who've had the ball in their hands on its way back to James Harris. It's not reached him yet. Kieran Carlson giving it a good rub. And back with Harris then, so 3 slips a point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. Man in front of square leg and a long leg as Harris bowls to Bean, who's playing from the crease into the offside. Fielded there by Asa Tribe, no run. Borodar JD, says Andy J. Lockwood, on my way to Cardiff via Hull, King's Cross, Paddington and Cardiff, arriving Cardiff at 16:07, so listening in by the perfect commentary on BBC Sport.
All right, is he going to join us for the last hour of play then?
Well, I'm not sure about that. He says I'll be there till the 21st, so plenty of cricket ahead. Wide of off stump, this Harris delivery, and left well alone by Finlay Bean.
Yeah, it's probably about a half-hour trot up from the station.
Well, if I can do it with the baggage this morning, I'm sure Andy can. Although I'm not sure what he's carrying in the way of baggage. 96 overs, of course, to be played today. The last couple of times we've come here, back end of the season, I seem to recall matches have completed, or days play have completed significantly earlier than forecast because of light, I think, as that's punched into the offside by Bean to Carlson. No run, but today you wouldn't think being for those sort of problems.
Hopefully not. It is an issue here at times during the season because of the floodlights not being available, because of council regulations. Down at Hove last week we lost 21 overs, I think it was, one day because of the lack of floodlights being available.
Harris coming in again, straight. Bean works it to leg. Dot ball.
As for Yorkshire's rivals, well, leaders Sussex have made a good start with the ball at Bristol, where Gloucestershire are 5 for 2. Wicket apiece to their formidable opening attack of Ollie Robinson and Jadav Unadkat. And Middlesex yet to make early inroads at bottom side Derbyshire.
Harris in, that's punched down the ground by Finlay Bean, and he's going to be 4. Good effort with the chase by,
I think it's
Andy Gorvin.
I think it might be young Ben Morris, but he's disappeared behind the side screen now. Yeah, it is Ben Morris.
Good effort. He got his hand to it, but couldn't prevent it from 4 runs to Finlay Bean. So nice back cut, and then a lovely shot down the ground from him. He's on to 8. It's 20 without loss after 6 overs so far this morning at Sophia Gardens.
And Middlesex at Derbyshire 21 without loss. Middlesex starting the day 15 points behind Yorkshire. That's basically a win. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and Lyth was squared up by that one. Took it high on the bat. One hand coming off the mat as he looked to kill the ball. Make sure it didn't lob up towards Gully or anywhere else dangerous. The sides chasing the title in Division 1. Neither of them has taken early wickets. Leaders Surrey at home to Durham. Durham 16 for 0. As Van der Hoogten bowls and Lyth plays no shot. The batters yet to change ends, and we've had runs only and boundaries in these first 24 minutes of the game. 3 to Lyth off Van der Hoogten, 2 to Bean off Harris. And Somerset, who of course put themselves in the mix with that victory last week over Surrey in dramatic fashion at Taunton. Van der Hoogten into bowl, no shot played. It's come back a little bit, but not enough to threaten the stumps. Somerset are facing Lancashire at Old Trafford, and Lancashire are 19 without loss. So very much as you were then, very early in the games. As Van der Hoogten bowls, Lyth plays no shot. There's a lot of effort from Van der Hoogten at the moment, and Lyth is able to leave 3 or 4 in an over fairly confidently at the moment. So looks fairly certain that Kent will be coming down from Division 1. So Glamorgan can look forward to a visit to Canterbury next season, as that's through outside off stump. Does come back a little bit, but Lyth playing no shot through high and wide of off stump.
Not been there for about 3 years, I would think now. Played them at home in a one-dayer. Seem to recall Scarborough a couple of years back.
And somewhat to many people's surprise, Lancashire in 9th place in Division 1 going into this round, which may be the cause of a certain satisfaction among White-Rose listeners, as Lyth up on his toes, dotting it down into the gully, and there's no run, so you may pass them. The lanky boys going up as they come down.
Well, we'll see. But I mean, to be honest with you,
or would you rather be playing them to get the rivalry?
Yeah, I mean, there was a mention of that last week. Actually, Yorkshire supporters, torn because they like to play against them and win. Obviously, that's the key. That's the thing with rivalry, isn't it? I've always said this about them. Whatever your sport, I think it's good when both teams are good, but
yes,
you're just a bit better than them. No, it's not as much, nothing like as much fun, is it, when they're terrible? Here's James Harris bowling to Finlay Bean, who's working that one off the hip into the leg side, no run. And by that, by the way, folks, I'm not meaning that Lancashire are terrible this season. They've not been playing particularly well by the looks of it. But you know what I'm saying, when your rivals are terrible per se, in whatever sport it is, it's just not as much fun. I'm sure it's much more fun for Rangers to beat Celtic or vice versa when they're up the top of the table, which is most years, than it would be. And I would imagine there'd be Celtic fans who missed Rangers when they weren't in the same division for those few years because of that rivalry. Nicely played punch off the back foot.
What's the most intense rivalry among Yorkshire football clubs then? Is there one that stands out?
Those from Sheffield would say United and Wednesday, I suppose. I mean, growing up, because Leeds was successful, and Bradford back in those days were, lower division club that wouldn't have grasped the imagination quite as much, but then did so for a while. Harris is in, it's wide of off stump, and Bean leaves this one. I suppose you'd be looking as the only city derby when it takes place in the Football League. Yeah, Wednesday and United. Rotherham and Doncaster might have something to say about that. Here's Harris. Ooh, now they've been almost falling over as he plays that into the leg side. Just walking into it a little bit. Harris with his hands over his face after the delivery. Steps right across. Yeah, loses his footing really as he plays it. The ball just swinging back in a bit. So I guess he'd planted his foot just maybe a little too early. In comes Harris again. And Bean misses this one as an appeal. Didn't feel like it. We're sitting miles away, so I've not got any straight on view apart from glancing across at the stream screen next to me, but no, going down. when you see the replay. Ben Crossland pipes up with the biggest Yorkshire football rivalry town, meaning Huddersfield versus Beeston United. I suppose back in the day, maybe, you know, Huddersfield.
Not entirely
Halifax.
familiar with that one.
No. Huddersfield Leeds when they've been in the same division. Usually a fairly big one. Has been punches into the offside to complete that over. He is on to 8 then, or still on 8. 20 without loss after 8 overs. Morning to Mike Britton, who's watching both this and the Durham match. As a proud... what do you call yourself when you're from Durham? You can tell us, Mike. Durhamian? I don't know. Weirsider? Geordie? We're going to get this one stirred up now. You only have to get MO, don't you, once you go sit down there at Chesley Street and call him a Geordie. I'm not a Geordie. I'm a Mackham.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and that one is played defensively to mid-off by Lyth. Still the batter's yet to change ends. 20 without loss after half an hour.
He says he's a Dunelmian. You mean you go to the shop quite often?
Yeah, other purveyors of furnishings are available.
Yeah. You can't call yourself after curtains, Mike, surely.
Van der Hoogten on his way. And
Wrong one.
yeah, I'm sorry, switched you over. As that is rolling off the thigh pad or thereabouts down into the gully, and there is no run. For technical reasons, Jonathan, you're on D
Okay.
at the moment, on the grounds that B is a little bit dodgy,
Right.
and it'll be less noticeable if the effects disappear than if you disappear. 20 for no wicket. We're fully professional here some of the time. Van der Hoogten in bowls. No shot played. Well, he's tried round the wicket, he's tried over the wicket. He's not quite bowling close enough to off stump to tempt Adam Lyth into the corridor of uncertainty at the moment.
No. And he's leaving well.
Reminder, if you're just joining us, 3 changes in the Glamorgan side. Van der Hoogten, Crane and Morris come in. Douthwaite, Root and Leonard are out, as that's allowed to go through. Outside off stump once more. I'll put that phrase on tape.
Well, he's getting through a bit of energy here, isn't he, Tim Van der Hoogten, early doors, and not really asked much in the way of questions, unusually for him, because good record against the White Rose.
Well, he's got a fabulous record this season, really. Once he started late, but has taken 23 wickets in 5 championship matches. As that's nicely driven. Oh, that's gone straight through Kieran Carlson. That is hugely unusual, and it's cost Glamorgan at least a couple of runs. He's hauled it up just inside the boundary, but I think he probably owes Tim Van der Hoogten a word of apology there. That's ridiculously unusual for Kieran Carlson, as that one basically went through his legs.
Yeah, just about the last man on the field you'd expect to see that from.
So they have run runs for the first time, the first non-boundary runs of the morning, in other words. Kenneth Davis will replace me at the end of this over, and I'll pop back and I replaced Jonathan in whatever, half an hour's time, as that's allowed to go through outside. And no run, 22 without loss. Lyth has 14, Bean has 8. You're listening to BBC Sport Online with Jonathan Deutsch, to be joined by Kenneth Davis, who will see if his voice is any better working order than mine, and I hope so.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, James Harris going to continue at this cathedral end. Sun has just been blocked by a cloud for the moment, and gives us maybe a bit more appreciation for the colour of the pitch without the sun on it. So plenty green enough, with the exception of those two stripes breadthways on a length either end, pretty full length, as Harris is in for the first ball of his over, and Bean is able to leave one again.
Good morning. And yes, hope Nick gets some rest and recuperation in the next hour. And yeah, I've just not been able to shrug my bad throat off since coming back from holiday. So hopefully it is on the mend before Glamorgan are in one-day cup final action on the weekend.
Yeah, big game to look forward to. Here's Harris coming in past the umpire, and once again it's wide of Finley Bean's off stump, and having won the toss and decided to bowl first, you would think that there's going to be at least mild concern from Sam Northeast there at second slip that neither bowler has really asked a single serious question yet, and we're into the 10th over.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a recurring theme, and a few have just been left outside off stump.
Harris in again, and ball short of length, pulled by Bean. It's holding up on this slowish, dew-riddled outfield, and they're going to get two, with that being chased down by Ben Morris.
Yeah, Harris, as Nick mentioned, has had this quad problem, which has meant he's been out for a few months, so he was a bit ring rusty in the last game down at Hove. He's not at full pelt, although he's medium pace these days, James Harris. And questions over what will come of him next year, because he is out of contract, as are a few others.
And he comes again then. Bean just dropping one into the offside for Carlson to field. Son back out. Big session this really for Yorkshire in the context of their season. If they were to walk off 4 or 5 down at the lunch break, then clearly they'd have to be working very hard to get themselves back in the match, and of course gone in with a batter light this time compared to last week's win, bringing in an extra spinner. But if they bat well, they could set themselves up again here. Oh, now then, short ball pulled by Bean. Did it actually make connection with the bat? It felt like he was on it far too quickly. Either toe-ended it, or possibly back of the bat, or maybe just off the body. Hard to tell with it happening in a flash. Those of you who've got the stream, be able to make your own call.
Yeah, just smacked into the hip, I think, and ricocheted. He was looking to smack that into the onside.
So through it. So suggestion being that the pitch is playing on the slow side then. If he's through his shot so quickly, and that's a lovely shot down the ground this time, just waiting for that to come to him. Nothing more than a little punch, and Kieran Carlson with a sprawling dive watches the ball bobble over the rope. Double teapot from James Harris. 10 overs complete, and a handy start. That's all it is at the moment for the Tykes, but they're 14 apiece, these two opening batters, Adam Lyth and Finley Bean. It's 28 without loss.
Yeah, just an easy push, and it's sped away through mid-off for 4. A methodical start then by Lyth and Bean. Lyth, of course, opened here for England in the 2015 Ashes series. Memorable game that England won at Sapphire Gardens. And at the moment, both are looking quite strong and handily on 14 apiece, 28 for none. As Timmy van der Hoogten will continue his spell from the River Taff end, coming round the wicket, 3 slips to Lyth. Here he comes past the umpire, bowls, and that's a good length ball, and just left, Lyth would say, through to Chris Cook. Yeah, I was deliberating with Nick this morning whether Glamorgan would have had a bat, purely because bowling has been very difficult on this Sapphire Gardens pitch this year. Certainly in the last game against Leicestershire, that was the Kookaburra game, so you'd fancy a bit more swing with this Duke ball. Coming in is Van der Hoogten, and that's worked into the onside, but Crane is there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. I think generally, though, Jonathan, there's just been far too many draws, not only in this Division 2, Division 1 as well. Something has to be done. I know the nature of four-day cricket means that you will get exciting draws as well, but there have been far too many that have petered out. And in the end, it's a result-based business, and I think the authorities have to do something. As Tim van der Hoogten wheels round, comes in and bowls, and that's left on a length by Lyth through to Chris Cook. I mean, yet again, Glamorgan 1 win in 12, lost 3, 8 draws. Yeah, just far too many, I think.
Yeah, I mean, early season, well, Yorkshire suffering a couple of losses, of course, but couldn't get a win across the line for some time.
Here is Tim van der Hoogten in and bowls, and that's straight down leg taken by Chris Cook. The caveat, of course, is we've had an awful summer where so much rain has cost those championship fixtures. But I think if it is going to be the bread and butter, then something has to be done. There we are. A similar season for Glamorgan as last year, with Yorkshire looking to hone in on promotion to Division 1. Tim van der Hoogten in from the River Taff end and bowls. That's driven through the covers. Glorious shot by Lyth, not for the first time this morning, and that's spread away for 4.
Yeah, I think he's playing really well. There's just one shot that he had to go out from Van der Hoogten earlier on, which nipped inside the inside edge, and then he replayed it as a leave. But he's leaving really well, which is forcing the bowler into maybe just changing what he wants to do, and then he's picking up on these half volleys that he's received and put them all away.
Yes, waiting for the ball. This is the final one of the over. In is Van der Hoogten, and a little flash there from Lyth and missed. It's taken by Cook. That is the end of the over. Yorkshire looking strong. After 11, they are 32 without loss, with Lyth on 18 and being unbeaten on 14.
Yeah, just had a go at that one. I think really execution was fairly ordinary from Adam, and he probably knows that it was there to play and didn't just quite get it right, but no harm done. Van der Hoogten's obviously changed the angle and tried coming over the wicket to him and slanting it across him in the previous over. That didn't seem to work, so at the moment they're not looking red hot, this Glamorgan pair. And Yorkshire, they're giving the Yorkshire openers an easier time of it than I guess they would have expected, having been put into bat. So, debutant Ben Morris. There'll be a few nerves out there for him now, I'm sure. His first-class debut on his home patch against 2 openers averaging at the high end of the 50s as a partnership, and already having got off to a bit of a start. In he comes then, Morris, right arm over the wicket, full, and clipped off the legs by Finlay Bean. First up, already a sweeper has been sent back into the distance over there. Andy Govin square on the leg side, so the first single of the match comes in the 12th over, and after precisely 44 minutes of play.
Took 3 for in the one-day match against Essex in Chelmsford at the start of August. Good prospect, and it's good to see someone from the academy coming through.
And this will be a fairly challenging start for him, bowling at a player of the experience and quality of Adam Lyth. See if he can rise to that challenge. 2 slips in place now. One has been dispatched already. Ball short of length. Punched out into the covers and fielded there by Asa Tribe. Has a slightly chilly autumnal feel to things once that sun goes in. But then it sort of takes a backward step to summer, if you like, when the sun is out, because it is pretty warm still. Temperatures, I think, set to get up into the early 20s, 22, 23, something like that. On the next 2 or 3 days at various times. You'd expect that to come a little later in the day, I guess. So just having a bit of sawdust applied to the landing foot and the delivery stride as well, as Lyth gets the ball short of length and turns it into the leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, that has been a problem, a general problem for Glamorgan this year. Is you would say they've been light on a few quicks and dependent on Timmy van der Hoogten, and that's where that area needs to be addressed next year.
Ball short of length but down the leg side this time from Morris. First time I think we've seen that in the match so far. Through to the gloves of Chris Cook, no run. Once again, good morning to Andy, who's on his way down to Cardiff today via various railway stations around the nation. Now then, JD, and your colleague, he says. Sorry, I didn't catch his name. Well, this one's Kenneth, and then we've also got Nick Webb, of course, on the team. As Lyth is going to get 4 here through third man, ball wide of off stump, entitled to chase it, and particularly given that a third slip has come out, and he's got it through the gap between those two and Gully for 4. Lyth onto 22, 37 without loss. So back to Andy's message. He says, if my maths are correct, then if Yorkshire win this match and Middlesex lose, then Yorkshire are promoted, ? And with regard to football rivalries, Hull City and Leeds, or for that matter, any Yorkshire team. I've not bothered with the maths, Andy, because with bonus points around and all those things, you just never quite know for sure. So as the match develops, we might be onto that a little bit more. But you would think if Yorkshire win and Middlesex lose, then it would be difficult for Yorkshire not to get promoted. Let's put it that way. Oh, good delivery this time. The best one he's bowled so far. Young Morris slanted across Lyth, who thinks about playing and pulls the bat inside the line. Referee Ian, good morning to you. I have a feeling that this is a must-win game for the Tykes, as judging by recent times, next week's final game at Headingley is no doubt going to finish in its usual spoils shared. Then, of course, the weather may well have a part to play. Yes, very difficult to win matches at Headingley if you are Yorkshire. Only 1 win in the last 3 seasons there. And that contrived finish against Worcestershire in the final match of last season. So if they could get a win here, that would clearly boost their cause, as Lyth punches into the offside final ball of the over. And there's no run. And then Sylvia says, good morning from Baking Bradford. Can't often say that, Sylvia. Good to have the live stream back. Not that I was one of the moaners last week. I think it's great value for money, about the same price as a cup of coffee. Hope the lads can carry on the great work from last week. We were at Leicestershire last week, where they charged for the stream for the 4 days. And there was lots of grumbles and grumpiness about it from some quarters, although some people just accepted that, yeah, there's a cost involved in bringing the stream, and I'm happy to pay for it. I noticed, though, that following those concerns from viewers and spectators, they decided that they're not going to charge for the stream for their final home game of the season, which they were going to do originally.
Oh, right, okay. So they've listened to the masses.
So they will say.
So there's going to be a double change. Decent first over from Ben Morris, straying slightly down leg, but not too bad by any means. And Andy Gorvin is going to replace Timmy van der Hoogten from the River Taff end. medium pacer, heavily involved, especially in the one-day cup team. Here he comes for his first ball, coming in and bowls, and that's worked into the onside. There's no run as Carlson comes to field. Lyth on 22, Bean on 15. Glorious conditions in the capital. Some overhead cloud, but we will get a good place. Looking good for the whole week. Probably an Indian summer. As schools restart, the weather improves. That's how it usually is anyway. As Andy Gorvin comes in. Right arm over, bowls fullish that time, and it's left, and it's taken by keeper Chris Cook. And he juggles and passes on to captain Sam Northeast, who won the toss, if you're just joining us here on BBC Sport Online, and elected to bowl. But Yorkshire, well, they've had nothing. There was a slight appeal, which was going down leg side from James Harris, but apart from that, they've looked on good form. Gorvin in. Oh, that's jumped up at Bean. There's no demons out there so far.
No, Andy Gorvin had a really good day of things just last month down here against Yorkshire in the 50-over competition, of course, which Glamorgan are going on to contest the final at Trent Bridge on Sunday. 4 for 35 from his 8 overs that day, as Yorkshire were bowled out for 168 in response to Glamorgan's 230 for 9.
Gorvin coming in, and there's an appeal by Gorvin. They all are interested. We'll have to see from the replay on the stream if there was it was outside the line, or was there a bit of bat involved as well. It looks a good shout. Height may have been a factor.
Yeah, I think a bit of height and doubt that leg stump might have been the only thing it possibly could have hit.
Decent shout though from Gorvin as he comes in and bowls, and that's gone down leg side and it's taken by Cook, and there's no run. 39 for none. Yes, you'll have to apologise. I was listening in to the dulcet tones on that day. I was in the States, but a good win, which meant we saw Glamorgan progressing, and it will be interesting. Tough day, of course, tough ask against Somerset. Gorvin in bowls, and that's worked through mid-wicket. There'll be a couple here as it's hauled back in, and they move into the 40s to Yorkshire, and that is the end of Andy Gorvin's first over. Yorkshire 42 for none, with Lyth on 22, Bean 18. And even more so, I was going to say, given that Somerset went down to their West Country rivals on the weekend, Gloucestershire taking the T20 crown.
Yep.
It just shows Glamorgan should have beaten Gloucestershire in the group stages here in the southern group, beat them twice last year, that you give yourself more than half a chance if you get through from the group.
So here is Ben Morris continuing the cathedral end. It's Bean on strike, gets a short ball. Now then, was that a chance? There's hands on head from Kieran Carlson. Ben Kellaway was the fielder. Pull shot played by Bean. He's got a single from it. Maybe it bounced just short. There doesn't seem to be too much concern among the Glamorgan fielders, as if it was a genuine full-on catch. So Lyth back on strike. 43 without loss. Ooh, he's lost that one, and Cook's done well to get something on that. It will be, I think, a wide. We'll see what umpire Ashraf signal. Just a bye. It wasn't considered a wide. Just the one to the total. Lost complete control of that one, didn't he? He's lucky, isn't it, to be not wided for it if you look at where it's past the bat. And Lyth showing no interest in playing at it. So 44 without loss. Bean waits, short, pulled. He plays this shot well, but there is a sweeper out there. And that's going to be just a single.
It's just slow coming onto the bat though, isn't it? They're into their shot selection early, and it's just indicative of what we've seen at Sophia Gardens, Jonathan, by and large this season.
It feels like just about as slow a pitch as Yorkshire have played on. I can't remember seeing players having to wait so long for the ball to get to them. Full, and unfortunately for Lyde, he picks out the fielder at cover. So there's one or two loose deliveries from Ben Morris in his first class spell. Haven't fully capitalised on them just yet, but plenty of time for that. We're only in the 14th over of this match, but the concern from Yorkshire's point of view will be, is there enough in this pitch to be able to force a win? See how it continues to play. Morris goes full, Lythe works to mid-on.
Ben Morris, an Abergavenny product, right on the border, which is a hotbed of cricketing activity. Of course, they've developed a fair few over the years, and Glamorgan used to play there for many a year as an outground.
And he comes again then. Just short of length and wide of Lythe's off stump, and he's once again happy to leave. So 45 without loss after 14, just shy of an hour's play, and these two will be very grateful for some of the wide stuff that's been thrown up so far. It's just allowing the pitch to dry out, that moisture to come out of the ground, and they'll be hoping another hour's batting. If they could stick together, that would be a good start, having been put into bat here.
It's a decent crowd for championship standards, and the fact that we're in September on the first day. As Andy Gorvin starts his second over, right arm over from the River Taff end, and that's worked into the onside, fielded by Kieran Carlson. And there's no run. A few away supporters on your way in?
Yep, quite a few.
Yeah.
I mentioned, by the way, that match here last month when Harry Duke was out first ball of the Yorkshire innings without scoring, the second golden he's had on this ground. He got a golden duck on his debut in Championship cricket a few years ago. He's playing in the second team against Middlesex at the moment at Merchant Taylor's. Well done to him, 171 for the twos.
Gorvin in, and that's worked on. There is a man at fine leg, and just the one then. Two slips for Andy Gorvin, mid-off, mid-on. Carlson is at mid-wicket. There's a square leg, and there's a backward point, which is Kellaway, I think. As Glamorgan try desperately for a breakthrough. Gorvin coming in, and that's slashed, and that's through Kellaway for 4, wide, and there was enough width there, and it was given the treatment really that it deserved.
It was, yeah, just too wide, and it does play that shot well, Adam Lythe. If it gets right over the top of it, opens the face, and one or two, you know, you'll see that shot played, Ken, and your co-commentator will say, oh, it's a bit edgy, but actually, if you watch how he plays the shot, he does often get it out in the middle of the bat and just gets right across, but it just looks like a bit of a hopeful slash. It's more controlled than that, really.
Yeah, he was going to miss out there, and that's brought the 50 in, and that's just nudged down past Kellaway, just a couple this time. They were about coming back, but they easily pick up 2, so that 50 coming in the 15th over.
Yeah, yet another 50 opening partnership between these two. You know, on days like this when there's promotion prospects in the air and there is some pressure on with the opposition having won the toss and put you in. That's a really good start they've got the team off to.
Gorvin coming in, and that's wide-ish left on a length by Adam Lythe. and they haven't had to deal with much, these pair.
Now, if you're Sam North East, you want to be saying, surely you've got to, we've prepared this deck, you've got to bring it into play by bowling it at the stump, making them play as often as possible. That's when the discomfort comes, isn't it?
As Andy Gorvin comes in, bowls, and worked into the onside. Just again, I go back, I spoke with Nick Webb, just thought it was a decent batting track and thought they might have had a bat, Glamorgan. As it is, Yorkshire making hay in the sunshine at the moment. 52 for no wicket. That is the end of the over, with Lyth 28 and Finley Bean unbeaten on 21.
Yeah, there's definitely some grass on it. Had Yorkshire been bowling, you would really have been looking to Messrs Code and Fisher to exploit that. But they'll get their opportunity when Yorkshire are done, and they'll be hoping that they're done a long time from now. Elsewhere, Hampshire 53 for 2 against Worcestershire in Division 1. Warwickshire 33 for 3 against Essex at Edgbaston. As in comes Morris to bowl to Bean, who's punching back down the ground for Harris to come round and field. Also in Div 1, Durham 50 without loss in that match at the Oval against Surrey. And then in this division, Leicestershire 32 for 1 against Northamptonshire at Northampton. Gloucestershire 36 for 3 at home to Sussex. Derbyshire 35 for 1 at home to Middlesex. That's the scores elsewhere. As Morris was in right over the top of that, Bean cuts to point. No run. Do you get any pace in the pitches down here? Because it seems to be, the times I've visited, fairly benign in that respect.
I spoke to James Harris last week, and he said it has been more of a struggle this year. Definitely.
Morrison again, all Bean, this one thudding into the gloves or the midriff.
Even more so when you chuck the Kookaburra factor into play, which we've seen. We played a couple at the start. The last game here against Leicestershire, the Kookaburra ball was used. I mean, the debate, we had this debate on comms a few weeks ago. I'm not sure. You can see why the ECB want to adopt a Kookaburra ball for certain games.
Here's Morris again. Wide of off stump, and Bean probably might have missed out a little there. Could have picked his spot, hit it straight to cover. Is there any difference from one end of the square to the other? This is the furthest away towards the pavilion I've ever seen a match staged here. Normally it's a fair bit more central, or even possibly the other side.
They have played more the other side. Yeah, of course the one directly in front of us was the T20 wicket used on Friday night between England and Australia.
I did wonder when I was watching that if we'd end up playing on it. As that is a no ball, first one of the match. Signals umpire Naeem Ashraf.
Well, that was a cracking game on Friday. Everything that you would desire in a T20 game.
Yeah, I was commentating on it for another broadcaster from a studio up in Leeds, rather than being down here. It was a really good game. Bean, he waits, and in comes Morris again. A bit more zip about that delivery, back of length, but Bean right behind it. And at this stage, already starting to scratch your head and think, well, how are Glamorgan going to get through here? The two openers were, by their standards, certainly by Van der Hoogten's standards, because always seems to do well against the Yorkies, relatively ineffective. Morrison again, full, and the invitation was there for Bean to drive. He hits it straight to Harris, no run.
I wonder when we'll see the introduction of a certain Mason Crane, who comes in as one of 3 changes. Yeah, not much on offer at present.
In comes Morris again. Wide of Bean's off stump, and that is another shouldering of arm. So 54 without loss after 16 overs, with Lyth 28 and Bean 21, and Morris so far having bowled 3 overs for 11.
Back to the rivalry chat that we started in football terms. You will have none more so than Cardiff Swansea in these parts. No. I have to be very careful, Jonathan, because I'm from the Swansea area, but I've lived in Cardiff for about 20 years now. So I have to tread a fine line in that regard.
Well, I suppose the litmus test really is, you know, in the comfort of your own home, when the television's on and nobody's around, when a Cardiff goal goes in, are you disappointed or are you celebrating?
Well, the problem is they can sniff a West Wales accent from a mile, you see. That's the problem. Especially when I start conversing in Welsh. Yeah. And Andy Orvin comes in from the River Taff end. Glamorgan yet to get that breakthrough. That's worked down to fine leg, and there's a single taken, 54 for none, as Jonathan will hot-foot it from the commentary position. Hopefully Nick Webb has gargled everything on offer.
Caffeine mostly.
Caffeine.
I'm not using Jonathan's headphones because I don't want to breathe my germs onto that equipment.
Govin in, and that's forward offensive stroke from Bean. There's no run. Lunch, incidentally, taken at the earlier time, given that we're in September, of 12:30, and tea will be approximately with 32 overs to go in the day.
Which is meant to be at 3:10, but it probably won't be.
Still a minimum 79 overs to be bowled as Govin comes in, and that's slashed into the offside, but it's fielded by Kellaway at extra cover. There's no run, but it is difficult to see, Nick, where the breakthrough is going to come at this point for Glamorgan, with Yorkshire sailing to 55 without loss.
Yeah, there haven't been that many alarms for them in these early stages, have there?
2 slips for Govin, who charges in and bowls, and that's worked to square leg, and they'll take a quick single despite the arm of Mason Crane. Yeah, that's why we just had a little conflab. Would Glamorgan have possibly have had a bat? There is a bit of green tinge on the wicket, which is to the left of our vantage point. However, there's been no aid in the wicket so far.
No, I suppose it's a bit of a default at this time of year, isn't it, to bowl first. But it hasn't paid dividends, and Yorkshire sitting pretty.
Govin coming in past the umpire. Right arm over again, worked into the onside. It's fielded by Crane, and there's no run.
Yorkshire having ruled the roost in the first meeting of these two sides at Headingley, but ended in a draw round 4 of the season, where Finlay Bean hit 173 and Joe Root 156 as Yorkshire piled up 500 plus.
Govin in bowls, driven aggressively by Lyth, but it's fielded by Kellaway, and there's no run. That is the end of the over, and Glamorgan yet to get that breakthrough they ideally would love to get, and Yorkshire sitting pretty. 56 for none, with Lyth and Bean sharing a 50 partnership. Lyth 29, Bean on 22.
And Lyth on the verge of a milestone of 1,000 first-class runs for the season. Needs, if my maths are correct, another 4. So Bean it is to face up to Ben Morris from this Cathedral Road end. In bowls and played back to him by Bean. There is no run. BBC Sport Online welcome along wherever and however you're listening. Remember, there is the smart speaker option, which the BBC powers that be are very keen to remind you of on most smart speakers. You say, ask BBC Sounds to play Glamorgan v Yorkshire Day 1. Morris is in, bowls, another no ball from the youngster.
Yeah.
58 for no wicket.
Although there are a few technical issues earlier, so it might not be as simple as that, Nick. Hopefully it will be, obviously.
Yes. I think we only missed the first couple of minutes on BBC Sport Online, but many people, of course, following us via the county websites anyway. Here's Morris in to bowl to Bean, who defends back to him, and there is no run, despite that mammoth innings against Glamorgan and Headingley. Bean's average, it's still respectable, but 34 you'd expect with a knock of 173 in there. It might be a little bit higher. As he looks to finish the season strongly and help Yorkshire up into the top flight, which seems probable at the moment, as Bean is driving as far as Carlson at mid-on, and there is no run. Player Pompey suggests that Glamorgan have rather a long tail today, with no Dan Douthwaite. Tim van der Hoogten's batting at 7, but van der Hoogten actually has got a better average than Douthwaite this season. And Crane is also going reasonably well with the bat, average in the 30s. So it's not the shabbiest, with Van der Hoogten probably 7, Crane 8. Pull shot from Bean, he's got that one away on the leg side, but maybe not quite timed, down to backwards square leg for a single.
We've seen a few of those, Nick, which suggests it's slower, sluggish wickets that they've been quickly onto but have mistimed.
Yeah, if you are just joining us, the wicket is pretty much towards the pavilion side of the ground, as close as you'll get. Therefore, there is a physical sight screen at this near end, rather than just the sheets they usually use, as that's overpitched from Morris. Driven nicely from Lythe through the covers for the runs that bring up his 1,000 for the season. Applauded from the Yorkshire balcony. They are fully aware of that landmark, and well played, Adam Lythe. 1,000 first-class runs.
Yeah, a seasoned campaigner, Adam Lythe, and he wasn't going to miss out there. Just to push through the covers for 4.
So Morris finding out what first-class cricket is all about. Played the one-day cup game this season, taking 3 wickets at Essex and performing pretty creditably under pressure. But he's under pressure to get a wicket here as he bowls, and Lythe almost provides Morris with his first wickets. Driving again, it's flown away down to third man boundary for 4 more. Morris head in hands as it flew wide off the slips, and North East not able to get a hand on it. Went down to third man. 67 without loss are Yorkshire after 18 overs here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, there will be a few nerves jangling for Ben Morris, but I thought he bowled very well in that game at Chelmsford, and he looks as Adam Lythe receives the generous applause of the Sophia Gardens faithful. I thought he looked, he had something about him in that game, and well, we have to see them at this level, and we have to see the youngsters being developed through the Glamorgan Academy.
Absolutely, 20 years old. You have to play to get experience. There is no other way, and I think it is right that he is getting a chance at this stage of the season when there is little to play for in the red ball for Glamorgan, apart from the minor placings in Division 2.
Yeah, unfortunately so. It's been that kind of season. 1 win in 12, 126 points. Lost 3, 8 draws, which, I mean, there will always be draws, obviously. However, when you think of some of them, I'm thinking about, I'll come back to the point as Gorvin continues from the River Taff end. And there's a big shout, and that's the breakthrough that Glamorgan required. The finger goes up from the umpire, and Bean is trapped by Andy Gorvin for 23. And to the delight of Andy Gorvin and the Glamorgan players, that was desperately needed. And yes, a decent shout, probably hitting middle and leg, and the umpire in no doubt that Bean was trapped LBW.
Hit him fairly low down, playing pretty much back and across, and I don't think Finlay Bean can have too many complaints about the verdict of umpire David Milnes, who himself was predominantly a bowler in his playing days. 67 for 1 as Bean wanders back up the pavilion steps. At least it's not quite such a long track as it has been for some matches this season over towards the grandstand, where if you get out for naught, it must seem like well, 5k back to the pavilion and up the stairs.
So he trudges back. So new batter coming in.
Expectedly James Wharton.
Yeah, it is James Wharton coming in. So we were just mentioning that it was looking slightly easy for Yorkshire, or slightly comfortable, one should say. So a boost for Glamorgan as Bean departs for 23. New man at the helm is James Wharton, who'll join Adam live.
Yeah, you usually think, put a side in, you need 3 wickets in the first session to justify that decision, but Glamorgan have got a fair bit to do to do that. Edward Cooper on X Twitter suggesting, do they draw straws as to who rests and who opens the batting? Well, Dan Douthwaite and Billy Root rested for this one. No real surprise for Douthwaite, I think,
no.
when he has played pretty consistently this season, and will have a job to do in the One Day Cup side.
Yes, indeed. Be interesting to see.
I thought that Gorvin might have actually been rested for this one, and Leonard played instead, since he won't be featuring in the One Day Cup against his parent club, Somerset.
3 slips in for Andy Gorvin, who's just taken a wicket, coming in, and big stride down for James Wharton. And there's no run with Glamorgan, buoyed by that wicket. Interesting to see what side Somerset field. Do they keep faith with those that have got them there? I suppose not, after losing out on one domestic club competition last weekend.
Yeah, that might tip the balance in favour of them playing a stronger side.
Gorvin in, bowls, and that's a good delivery, and it's flirted by James Wharton outside off stump, and it's taken through by keeper Chris Cook.
Somerset missing out in the cider derby on Saturday night. Gloucestershire, a good value for their victory, really, because they had 2 very comprehensive wins on finals day, bowling the opposition out cheaply on each occasion.
Not that I wanted, I was a neutral, of course, in that game as Gorvin wheels round, coming in, right arm over. However, Gloucestershire would have been very unfancied for a lot of neutrals. So, given Somerset's strength, it just does show. I was telling Jonathan, if you get out of your southern or northern group, then that is half the battle.
Well, particularly the southern group that provided all 4 finals day competitors.
Glamorgan unfortunately had a mixed bag like last season as Gorvin comes in, and that just climbed on James Wharton. A few oohs and ahs. It just dribbled down to 3rd slip, and there's no run. 67 for 1. Glamorgan lost to Gloucestershire on the last ball in T20 competition here, where comfortably beaten away.
Yeah, it was quite an infuriating game, wasn't it? Glamorgan looked to have won it back despite not having many on the board, and then lost it again.
Gorvin coming in and bowls, and that's gone down leg, and that's taken by Chris Cook, but is given a wide. But athletically taken by Chris Cook, who all thought that the over was done, and they'll all have to go back because there will be one ball to conclude the over.
Yes, I mean, to be honest, I don't think Gorvin can argue too much. It might have been just inside the tram lines, but it was going at an angle and not hittable.
Here he is. Last ball of the over, and forward offensive from Wharton, and there's no run. So the end of a wicket taking over from Andy Gorvin. And the man to go was Finlay Bean, so a psychological boost for Glamorgan that was desperately needed, but Yorkshire still looking strong, 68 for 1 after 19 overs.
Yes, Yorkshire, reminder, second in the table with a 15-point advantage over Middlesex, so they need to get that to 24 or more. More than 24 rather, 25 in other words, if they're to seal promotion a game early. Within the last round of games, Yorkshire entertaining Northants and Middlesex with a very difficult game travelling to the leaders Sussex. So really Yorkshire, as things stand, odds-on favourite, as we're going to see spin for the first time, and it is the off spin of Ben Callaway that we'll see ahead of the leg spin of Mason Crane, who's back in the side. So two specialist spinners as well as the 4 seamers in this side. Callaway may be batting as high as number 5, having opened at Derby. Looks like North Eastern Tribe are going to open as Callaway is in round the wicket, bowls, and he's beaten the bat first up. As Lyth stepped back, tried to force on the offside and made no contact. So good start for Ben Callaway, making his way in Championship cricket as he's tossed that one up and defended by Lyth, and certainly impressed by his performance at Hove, where he got 3 wickets relatively cheaply and then kept on plugging away and eventually completed the 5 for. Slightly over pitch, driven through the offside by Lyth, single taken out to the cover sweeper. 69 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online, with Wharton the right-hander on to strike, and therefore Callaway will come over the wicket, a right arm, we presume, though we saw just a fraction of left arm as Wharton defends his first ball. In case Yorkshire listeners are wondering what on earth he's talking about, Callaway did take wickets bowling left arm spin as well as off spin during the One Day Cup. As that one's over pitched and driven through the offside for 4 by Wharton. Nice way to get off the mark. Well, it's admirable that Callaway is giving it some flight, but it's not so admirable when it turns into a full toss and Wharton is up and running. So Callaway did bowl just the 4 deliveries of left arm spin at John Simpson, the Sussex skipper, at Hove late one evening, just before they went off for light. Callaway in bowls, and Wharton will think about a single. Oh, eventually they get there. There's a shot at the stumps from Van der Hoogten at the non-striker's end. Lyth, whose call it was played backward of square, called Wharton through, and he started slowly and he didn't finish too quickly either. Well, Wharton,
well, that could have been an absolute shambles if they'd have lost a wicket there.
Rather messy running from the new man at the wicket.
Yes, back to Callaway. I think memory serves me correct. He took a lefty against Surrey at the Oval.
Yes, and in one of the games at Neath, he took wickets with both arms as well. Can't quite remember which one. At least one, maybe even both. 74 for 1 at the end of the Callaway over, which cost the 6 runs. A little consultation between Kieran Carlson and keeper Chris Cook. Carlson tends to direct operations a little bit in the field, with Northeast fielding at slip, the skipper.
Yeah, Carlson, of course, the T20 skipper. 3 slips in as they persevere with Andy Gorvin, who took the 1 wicket in the last over. Here he comes, and that's left outside off stump, taken by Chris Cook. I think we will see the spin of Mason Crane at some point being introduced. Whether that'll be in tandem with Ben Callaway.
Yeah, I would have thought they'd get Crane on before lunch if not much is happening for the seamers.
Pretty untoward at the moment. As Gorvin comes in from the River Taff end again. Carbon copy left outside off stump by James Wharton, and there's no run. 74 for 1.
If you want to email me, nickweb2017@gmail.com. nickweb2017 on Twitter, or Kenneth Davis at Twitter, who needs no numbers. Are there any other Kenneth Davises with
because
numbers?
I doubt if there are 1 or 2 Kenneths about.
Any other Kenneth Davises on Twitter, or is it just you?
I think it may be just me. We're few and far between, Nick.
Yes.
Goes without saying.
There's certainly...
Especially with 2 N's, of course.
There's certainly a few Nick Webbs on Twitter. Mutual follows with several of them, a little Nick Webb society.
It's unlike my best mucker, Gareth Bale, who quite often gets mistaken for another Gareth Bale.
Quite.
So, just the 1 wicket for Glamorgan as they strive for a couple before lunch, which will be taken in just over half an hour, as play starts at 10:30 in September, with Gorvin coming in right arm over. That's worked and trying to bisect mid-wicket and the man at mid-off, but it is fielded, mid-on rather, it is fielded.
Just like, well, they were correctly looking for a single as well, but both batters were a few metres down the wicket. I thought for a moment there's going to be another misunderstanding.
2 balls to go of Andy Gorvin's over. We're in the 21st. Gorvin charging in. Fullish that time, and they're asking the question. And it's evaded everything, I think. But a decent ball from Andy Gorvin. There was shouts from behind the stumps as well.
Yeah, I wonder what the noise was.
I think
it's off the thigh.
Yeah.
It's off the thigh rather than the edge, yeah.
Which quite often gets mistaken for a little tickle off the bat. But a decent ball from Andy Gorvin, who will have a lot to play, you would think, on Sunday at Trent Bridge, as Gorvin rounds off the over, and Wharton is right behind it. There's no run, and that brings an end to his over. Yorkshire 74 for 1 live on 38. Wharton, who's just joined him, on 5. There was a debate, or not a debate, on Twitter after you, I think it was your post initially, about squad news. If, and it's a big if Glamorgan win on Sunday, would the Glamorgan supporters be happy with that season?
I think it would paper over some cracks were they to win, because there are only three trophies to be won in county cricket, and if you win one of them, albeit the 3rd, most important, Callaway bowls and Lyth is forward, patiently defending on the leg side, no run. Yes, I think it would give a bit of a gleam to the season to have a trophy in the cabinet. There's Callaway bowls and driven by Lythe to cover Carlson Fields, no run, but at the moment it's 1-1, lost 3 in the championship compared to last season's 1-1, lost 1. Callaway bowls, Lythe stretches forward and defends, no run.
I mean, the caveat being it's new coach, first season at the helm, so you have to give him a bit of time.
The issue is that it is a side that may well be in transition in the next couple of seasons. As Callaway bowls down the wicket, comes Lythe and lofts him back over his head, and that one has gone all the way for 6 over long off. Well batted Adam Lythe, who moves on to 44 in the total, on to 80 for 1. As Jonathan Deutsch will come back alongside me as the ball is retrieved by James Harris and handed back to Ben Callaway with a little inspection. 80 for 1. Callaway into Lythe again. Is forward defending. Plays it out to cover. No run. Johnson back alongside me. And well, very much Yorkshire's morning so far, and Adam Lythe enjoying going past 4 figures as he's back on his stumps defending to end the over. Lythe 44, Wharton 5, 80 for 1, and Lythe will be no doubt delighted to have passed that 1,000 landmark.
Yeah, for the 5th time in his career, the 2nd in succession. And he's played well, just that. In fact, the ball after he got it, didn't he? He had a slash at one, which I'm not sure if second slip got a hand on it or not, but wasn't so far wide of slip.
Well, if only England selectors took note of county championship form, eh?
Well, he's had those moments in the past, hasn't he? But unfortunately, long term wasn't able to maintain selection to take that chance, and he still has a test century to his name as Gorvin's in and bowling there to Wharton, who's pushing at one just wide of off stump. No run, but I guess they'll be at this moment in time, with still just under half an hour to go before the lunch break, pretty happy to have suffered just the 1 loss. And they've been 23 off 57 3-4s. He was out there for an hour and a quarter, so it got a start. Here's Gorvin again, and Wharton solidly behind it. It's like David and Goliath, isn't it, watching James Wharton? 6 foot and plenty against Andy Gorvin.
Yes, he's
more like 4 foot and plenty.
He's quite slim as well as being on the shorter side, Andy Gorvin. He has to work hard.
Gorvin running towards us then from the River Taff end. Wharton just gets an outside contact on that, diverts it square on the offside, no run. Andy Walker says really enjoying the comms this morning. Interesting to see the long shadows across the grounds, very autumnal. Yorkshire have just got a bat and bat and bat today. Pitch looks benign so far, but I'm bullish about our overall chances, he says.
And so it should be, really, with a lead of 15 points over Middlesex.
In comes Gorvin again. Wharton elbow up, diverts that into the onside, no run.
And I think, well, a strong probability that if Yorkshire get a better result than Middlesex this round, it could well be that Yorkshire can extend that lead to 25 points and make it a bit of a party next week.
Yeah, there's been some talk in the press box that the suggestion is that if they finish with 10 or more points than Middlesex in this round, that will be sufficient to gain promotion, as
yes,
Wharton's right behind that.
Yeah, 15 at the moment. so you can only make up 24 obviously at the most. So if it's a 25-point gap between Yorkshire and Middlesex, if Yorkshire win and Middlesex draw, or Yorkshire draw and Middlesex lose, then it's looking good. Not that we want to lose you, Johnson, but from Division 2.
Govin in. Wharton runs it down backward of point, but not going to get through for 1 to complete that over. It's quite interesting there just for a moment. David Milnes at the river end, just having a chat with Adam Lyth in between deliveries, and it was almost like he was doing a forward press, and maybe having a chat with him about his technique while he was out there. A couple of other messages to get through. Jim asking if Yorkshire would have had a bat or had a bowl if they'd won the toss, and Johnny Tattersall suggested to me that they would have had a bowl first. Congrats to Adam Lyth, says Sylvia, wonderful servant to Yorkshire. And Graham Ward says, is it just me, JD, or does the glammy bowler Govin's back foot slide away in the delivery stride? Surely must affect his control and delivery. Good start by the Tykes regardless. Anyway, keep it up, boys. I'll keep an eye on that, actually. I haven't really consciously clocked it, but Van der Hoogten is back on, but this time a switch of ends.
Yorkshire second 11 are enjoying themselves.
Yeah, Harry Duke, I mentioned earlier, got 170 odd.
Closing in on 200. 191 not out. Actor is out for 106. Thompson 66 not out. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and that one's steered away by Lyth down towards third man. They should pick up a couple. Crane runs round from backward point to do the fielding, and they are safely home for 2. 82 for 1. Now you'll have to help me here. There's a J.O. Thompson in the second 11 in a very similar position in the batting order to the J.A. Thompson that is featuring in the first 11. Very confusing.
Yeah, new name on me, I've got to say, in recent weeks.
Vergadia made 66 yesterday. Saw him playing against Glamorgan in the One Day Cup as that's well, I was going to say dispatched through mid-wicket by Lyth, because he swiveled, smashed it away, but found the ball running relatively tamely to mid-wicket, so not quite timed. Yorkshire second 11 at 454 for 4 against Middlesex at the Merchant Taylor's School ground. Van der Hoogten round the wicket, and Lyth defends on the leg side.
Joe Oliver Thompson, 17 years of age, Sherburn High School and Scarborough College, wicket-keeper batter.
There we are. J. Thompson, but slightly different function to the all-rounder Jordan in today's first team, as Van der Hoogten bowls and Lyth drives, but hits it straight to cover, ace of tribe fields, and there's no run. As far as Glamorgan's second 11 are concerned, yesterday they bowled out Sussex for 265, and in reply Glamorgan are 100 for 3 with Tom Bevan on 50 not out. Henry Hurl is the other man at the wicket there. As Van der Hoogten bowls, no shot played by Lyth, through to Chris Cook. No run, as so often at this time of year there are various trialists and people who've appeared for other county second 11s, but probably most interestingly for Glamorgan in that second 11 lineup is Paul van Meekeren, the former Somerset and Gloucestershire bowler of the Netherlands. Only been playing for the Netherlands this summer in terms of senior cricket, as Van der Hoogten bowls. Lyth plays no shot. 82 for 1. It remains at the end of the over. Van der Hoogten 7 overs, 0 for 20 I mean, he hasn't played an awful lot of first-class cricket. He's been mainly a white ball bowler, Paul van Meekeren, but might be a useful addition to the Glamorgan attack in adding a little bit more pace, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, useful player. Commentator on a few matches he's played in the T20 World Cup, would it be, or the 50 over World Cup, or both, probably.
Probably both, yeah. Involved for the Netherlands this summer in the Windies.
I'm trying to keep an eye on Andy Govin's back foot here. James Wharton is going to be on strike at 82 for 1. In comes Govin. Yeah, a little bit of a slide about it, but I'm not sure control-wise. You could argue he didn't have control of that because he's conceding runs. Would have been 4, but it's just been pulled in about a foot shy of the rope there by Mason Crane, so they've got 3.
Just noticed how long that boundary is towards the grandstand, even though the rope is, what, about 25 metres in from the advertising hoardings. It's still a 80-metre boundary?
Yeah, well, he certainly thought it's a good 15... Feels like it's a good 15 metres or so more.
Yeah.
Maybe even more than that.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Than it is on the pavilion side.
That feels like very close to 50, maybe 55 on the pavilion side, and yeah, I would have thought at least 75 on the grandstand side.
Yeah, the ground staff will have the dims measured, won't they? Good delivery by Govin, and Lythe has fallen over it and gone for 46. 24 overs and 2 balls in. This time last week, Yorkshire had bowled Leicestershire all out in 24.2. They've just lost their second wicket at the same point of this week's match. And good delivery by Govin, and loss of control or not with his sliding back foot. He's got 2 for 16 in his 7th over.
Yep, bowls wicket to wicket, Andy Govin. Not with a vast amount of pace, but if you miss it, then he does bowl very straight and quite close in for wickets, so is liable to pick up those LBW decisions this season. Well, he came into the match with 16 wickets at 27, so he's now up to 18 wickets for the season as Lythe takes off his helmet and leaves it at the foot of the pavilion steps for some reason. Not sure I can quite understand that one.
They often do that, don't they, for, I don't know, leave it out in the sun, drying out purposes,
right.
whatever.
Yes, so there's that.
So gone for 46 in 71 deliveries.
The Yorkshire batter, number 12,
That included
Johnny Tattersall.
8 4s and 1 6, and they'll be very disappointed that just a quarter of an hour or so before the lunch break, having got a good start against his name and having passed 1,000 runs for the 5th time, he's not managed to get through to that first scheduled break of the competition. Now then, a change to what I think we all thought would be the order, because Johnny Tattersall's coming at 4 here, as opposed to Johnny Bairstow.
Protecting the new lad.
Could be, could be. I don't think Tats will have too much trouble in enjoying a go at number 4. Can't remember the last time he'll have gone in at this stage of the innings, but quite some time.
I suppose both sides playing with one fewer specialist batter than last week, with Will Luxton dropping out for Yorkshire and Billy Root for Glamorgan. So plenty of bowling options for both teams.
Yeah, the Yorkshire tail wagged with the bat last week, and it could come down to something like that, couldn't it? The bowlers who can bat those runs may still prove invaluable. 85 for 2 is still a useful start for Yorkshire, but they wouldn't want to lose any more before the break now, as Tattersall offers the bat at that one. First up from Govin, and there is no run.
Somerset and Surrey both starting to make headway with the ball in Division 1. Lancashire 85 for 4 against Somerset, despite a Keaton Jennings 50. A couple of wickets apiece for Aldrich and Overton, and Durham 74 for 2 against Surrey.
Govin shuffling in, wide of Tattersall's off stump. Just cries of catch it, but no bat on that.
I wonder what the percentage of actual chances with the shout catches at all forms of cricket. If the ball goes any length off the bat, or indeed doesn't go particularly near the bat at all in that circumstance.
Yeah, leg slip has just been moved across to 4th slip now. So they're trying to get Johnny out before he has a chance to settle, and he has got an edge on this one, but it's gone through gully. He's going to get at least 2. He's quick between the wickets, as is James Wharton, so it will be 3 to get Tattersall off the mark. 88 for 2. Last Yorkshire win on this ground was way back on the August of 1998 fixture. 3 wins against Glamorgan since then. 1 at Swansea, 1 at Scarborough, the most recent as long ago as 2012 at Headingley.
Yeah, conversely, Glamorgan haven't beaten Yorkshire here since 1987 when Rodney Ontong did the damage with the ball.
Gorvin in wide of Wharton's off stump, and he leaves to complete that over at 88 for 2. Just looking back at that 98 fixture, Nick, David Byas and Michael Vaughan opening the batting, Matthew Wood, Darren Lehman, Anthony McGrath, Richard Blakey, Gavin Hamilton, James Middlebrook, Gareth Clough, Ryan Sidebottom and Matthew Hoggard, the Yorkshire 11. Steve James, he made 31. Up at the top of the order for Glamorgan in the first innings. Matthew Maynard, of course, playing. Dean Koska, Ishi Darwood, S.P. Jones as well.
Wonder what happened to him. Simon Jones, of course.
Yeah.
88 for 2 here. Van der Hoogten in his second spell already, and Glamorgan are going to have to be careful about this. I suppose at least they are bowling first, but they really need Van der Hoogten fit and firing for Sunday, when he has been a key constituent of Glamorgan's progress to the final of the One Day Cup. Van der Hoogten in bowls, Tattersall defends. 2 right-handers at the wicket now, having started off with 2 left-handers. And Glamorgan actually found the groove in terms of the bowling attack, with Van der Hoogten and McIlroy keeping things tight early on, and Douthwaite and Gorvin profiting with wickets in the middle overs. Kellaway bowling nicely as well, as that is off an angled bat. I think we'll credit him with that rather than the edge from Tattersall. Runs down towards the 3rd man boundary, and they're through for a couple of runs. 90 for 2.
Yep, got 100 of course last week, did Johnny. Best I've seen him play, and that was a source of lots of those runs, really, just opening the face and running it down through the vacant 3rd man area.
So 3 slips still being posted for Van der Hoogten as he bowls the relatively new bat Tattersall, who's forward defending. Back to the bowler, and there is no run. Been 23, Lyth 46, the man out so far, both dismissed leg before by Andy Gorvin. 90 for 2. Yorkshire's morning, just about. I think 1 more wicket for Glamorgan would probably bring it back to even Stevens, but as things stand, the visitors can be pretty satisfied, having been put into bat as Van der Hoogten bowls through low outside off stump, taken by Cook. No shot offered by Tattersall.
Yeah, a good leave, I think you'd say. Fairly tight. But he'll be playing with plenty of confidence after the way he showed up last week.
Batting to come, Bairstow, Hill, Bass, Thompson, Fisher, Code and Moriarty. As Van der Hoogten's in bowls, turned off his legs by Tattersall, and there is singled down to fine leg. 91 for 2 in the Sapphire Gardens sunshine. There's Van der Hoogten with 23 wickets this season, which doesn't sound that impressive, but he didn't actually play until round 7. It was, yeah, round 7, because of an injury picked up on Netherlands duty, and he was rested last week, so essentially 23 wickets in 5 games before this one. Yet to get into the wickets column in his first 8 overs, as Wharton plays no shot through outside off stump. 91 for 2. 26 overs have been bowled, so Glamorgan might get 29 in by lunch, which isn't too bad. Should be level, I would have thought, on the over 8 if they don't hang around too much. Gorvin 2 for 19 in his 7 so far, the only successful bowler.
Yep, a few overs of tweak have obviously helped. Just been thrown in there just to see if there's any early turn, can do any early damage. Hasn't been the case just yet with spin, but plenty of time for that to take effect. As Gorvin's in, Tattersall a bit towards the outside edge of the bat, has played it to Mason Crane at point, no run. Jim Green says Gloucestershire decided to bat against Sussex and are 65 for 6 as, if, as seems likely, Sussex win this, they will be promoted. Does this mean they could take the eye off the ball in the last game of the season? Well, could do, Jim. I think you asked me the same question last week, but
I think there'll still be the joy of winning the division available.
Yeah, here's Gorvin, and with an open face, Tattersall opens it, pushes it out to Crane once again. I think it, with them being in top spot, if they do win promotion, you wouldn't want to throw your last game, would you? Just, I don't mean throw it in an illegal sense, if you like, cricketing illegal sense. I'm just talking about, just throw it away. You'd want to finish on a decent note, so probably prepare a road and make sure you don't lose it as much as anything. Tattersall punching one into the offside, has to run round at Gorvin, which is fine. All part of the service, and gets in despite the throw from Kieran Carlson. Yeah, I wouldn't, ultimately it's in Yorkshire's hands, Jim, whatever, so they've just got to make sure that they produce the goods, haven't they, and not worry about Sussex's promotion. They should have beaten Sussex down at Hove earlier in the season. I think everybody knows that. Missed an opportunity there. But they've been playing well recently, so just keep the faith as Wharton turns one round backward of square leg and picks up a single.
Was that the game that was ended because of bad light?
No, they lost it by 20.
All right.
I'll give you the facts, which were Sussex won by 21 runs. Yorkshire were loose with the ball in the first half hour of the match, having put Sussex into bat. Tattersall running one down nicely. He's going to get 4 here from that lovely lay on the bat again through third man. 11 to him, 97 for 2. So yeah, just sometimes there are spells in matches. I remember at the time saying, this is really loose half hour, and the opposition were 42 when Tom Clark was out, just the penultimate ball of the 7th over that morning, 27 minutes in, and they'd raced on to 42, and then you come down to a match where you lose by 21 runs. That wasn't the only reason, but obviously it was pretty significant passage of play. But then on the last day, Yorkshire should still have been capable of seeing it through, but collapsed to 161 all out and lost it. Last ball of the over is wide of off stump, and Tattersall leaves. 27 overs complete, 97 for 2. I better just disappear after one more over and do my 12:30 update. I'll get set up for it.
Indeed, Van der Hoogten to try to get his first wicket of the morning. This is in his 2nd spell. There's not very many sessions that Van der Hoogten would have finished wicketless, having had a couple of spells. as he runs away from us at the Cathedral Road end. A little bit of light cloud passing overhead as he bowls, and Wharton watches it very carefully and defends it back down the wicket. The ball just dribbles past the stumps, and Kieran Carlson jogs in from mid-on and does the fielding. Having a chat with Van der Hoogten on the way back. Carlson not quite under so much pressure as to field in the covers every week. As that's beaten the edge, has it taken the edge? Van der Hoogten thinks it has. They're all celebrating. Wharton, though, remains at the crease. Umpire Naeem Ashraf says no. It was taken by Cook. It was a good take going down leg side as the ball jagged back and probably just flicked the jersey, I think, of Wharton as it went over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, it did come back pretty sharply, didn't it? I think you're right. It looked like he got so close to the body that he probably just couldn't get his bat on it.
Good take from Chris Cook, and you can see why Glamorgan made the appeal. As forward comes Wharton and defends up to mid-off, and there is no run. It's just get the feeling that Glamorgan have found better lines with the seamers now than they did maybe in the first 40 minutes of play, when there was rather too much that Yorkshire could allow to go by outside off stump.
Yeah, I think you'd probably say extend that to the first hour of play, really. Yeah.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls, Wharton leaves through to Cook.
And sometimes as well, you know, that when the lacquer has come off the ball, it actually is preferable, isn't it? It's still hard, and the seamers feel like they've got a bit more control than when they can work on one side of it.
The many theories of the behaviour of the cricket ball.
Yep. Who knows, really?
I think if you get so many different versions, even from the professionals themselves.
Yeah.
We are back to the Duke's ball in this round of games. As forward comes Wharton, defends to cover, and there is no run. 97 for 2. Tassel has 11, Wharton has 9. Jonathan Doidge will be back in the afternoon session, which starts at 1:10 Look forward to having your company. It looks as though Glamorgan are going to squeeze in a 29th over of the session, so it's not bad with 2 wickets down. Van der Hoogten bowls, forward comes Wharton and defends. No run, 97 for 2 at the end of the over. As let's make sure we get Kenneth on air for the last over.
Yeah, so probably still just in Yorkshire's favours, and had that been caught, it would have tipped the balance probably in the home side's favour.
Maybe just about level if there were 3 wickets down. But on this sunny morning in Cardiff, where there's the rare sight of the topless spectator.
Gorvin in and bowls, and again that traps Tattersall, and almost
was that hit him
unceremoniously.
Yeah, he's looking as though that's hit centrally there.
Yeah,
down on his haunches, taking 5. Yeah, maybe flicked up off the top of the pad into a more painful area.
So he'll take a moment or two to readjust, so to speak.
It didn't seem as though it was a direct hit, but it's obviously painful, judging by the captain's reaction.
Just taking a few moments and taking guard now as Corvin goes back to his mark as we approach lunch here on the first day at Sophia Gardens. Corvin in, and Tattersall well in behind that, and there's no run. 97 for 2. Took a while for Glamorgan to get that breakthrough, but both coming to Andy Gorvin. And both of those LBW. Gorvin, right arm over, 3 slips in, and that flashes outside off stump, and Tattersall will say that it was an effective leave, as would every batter, of course.
Yeah, it did look as though he was attempting to play it. Maybe he just withdrew his bat at the last moment.
But Gorvin getting into a good line here from the River Taff end.
Yeah, it's a useful and lengthy spell, isn't it?
Finlay Bean and Lythe, the batters out this morning. Gorvin coming in, bowls, and that's worked through mid-wicket. No, it's a good stop, partially stopped. They will come through for a single. It was James Harris down quickly to his left, who started the day's proceedings from this near end, the Cathedral Road end, without much luck. Still on his comeback after injury, of course, James Harris.
Yeah, it was a long chunk of the season to miss, wasn't it? Rather longer than we thought it was going to be. He was hopeful of being involved in the possibly in the back end of Championship, or at least at the start of this block, but missed a further couple of matches.
Andy Gorvin in bowls, and that's worked down to mid-on, and there's no run. So this is the last ball then of the opening session, with Yorkshire nearing 100 for the loss of 2 wickets. Still glorious conditions here at Sapphire Gardens in the capital, as Gorvin wheels round, coming in past the umpire to Wharton, who plays that down, and they will collect a couple as the man at point races back. It is Mason Crane who throws back into the gloves of Chris Cook, and the applause signals the end of the first session on the first day's play here at Sapphire Gardens. Yorkshire reaching their ton 100 for the loss of 2 wickets to 2 to depart, as mentioned. Finlay Bean, LBW bowled Gorvin for 23. Adam Lythe, the ex-England opener, LBW Gorvin for 46. So Yorkshire will feel that they're still on top after the opening sessions. Glamorgan will be eyeing a few quick wickets when we return. Join us here on BBC Sport Online.
Softball, cricket, that means we ask that you don't use hard balls, and also please do not eat or drink on the outfield. Plenty of other attractions available for you as well. Food and drink available in the Pyramid Lounge Cafe at the back of the Thatcher's Pavilion, where the morning members get 10% discount in production of their card. There's also Urban Jungle next to Gate 2, selling drinks and snacks. We've a picnic area too on the lawn behind the Thatcher's Pavilion, which you're very welcome to use. There are free to use water refill stations throughout the ground, and if you're looking to stretch your legs somewhere else during the refill, the Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports is open now just beside Gate 2. There's a full range of Glamorgan clothing and cricket equipment for sale, including a limited edition Metro Bank One Day Cup final cap, something to wear at Trent Bridge on Sunday. And the Museum of Welsh Cricket is open on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. The latest scores around the country in the Vitality County Championship, starting with Division 1. Yorkshire put into bat by Surrey. They're 79 for 3 from 25 balls. At the Terza Bowl, Hampshire decided to bat against Worcestershire. Hampshire 101 for 2 from 27 overs. At Canterbury, Kent against Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire were put into bat. They're 121 without loss from 26 overs. At Old Trafford, Lancashire were put into bat by Somerset, Lancashire 8 to bat by Essex, Warwickshire 65 for 6 from 24 overs. In Division 2, Gloucestershire against Sussex at Bristol. Gloucestershire decided to bat. Leicestershire batting first, decided to bat against Middlesex. Derbyshire 88 for 2 from 28 overs. And in the second 11th championship at Blackstone near home, Sussex bowled out yesterday by Glamorgan for 265. Glamorgan in reply 118 for 3. Tom Bevan is 55 not out.
right by the side street. The cathedral road there. Green top on. Yeah, I can feel the rest of those steps there. I can feel it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay, got it.
We cheered them on Thursday as well.
A reminder that the last members' forum of the season takes place here during the luncheon hall tomorrow, Wednesday, and that all members are welcome to attend. I'm not sure if anyone's mentioned in the last few weeks that we reached the final of the Metro Bank One Day Cup at Trent Bridge. It's this Sunday, the 22nd of September, with Somerset. The game starts at 11 o'clock, and we're looking forward to seeing and hearing as many Glamorgan members and supporters as possible at Trent Bridge. If you haven't booked your match ticket yet, there's still time to do so at Nottinghamshire's website, trentbridge.co.uk. There's also contact details there for the Notts ticket office if you need to contact them directly. We've a few coach travel options available for you direct from supplier Glamorgan, Swansea and Celtic Manor via our travel partners MSG and the St Helens Buccaneers. More details are on our website, cricket.com and at thebuccaneers.co.uk. And the Buccaneers' final end of season presentation evening for the Glamorgan players is taking place at the Towers Hotel, Swansea, on Monday night, the 30th of September. Details also available on the Buccaneers website. If you would like to watch more Glamorgan home games, membership is the most cost-effective way to support your county. Our membership team has been working on a range of different memberships to suit everyone for the 2025 season, so that you can get to every game you want. So keep an eye on our website, glamorgancricket.com, from Thursday to see our offers for next season.
But I'll have to check in, put me back on. I'll be
Yep. Hello. Hello. Yes, thanks. Yorkshire 100 for 2 after being put in. The session belonging to the promotion-chasing visitors, who started strongly with a stand of 67 between Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean. Both were trapped LBW by Andy Gorvin, Bean for 23, Lyth 46 after passing 1,000 for the season. Both sides failed the extra spinner. Glamorgan are giving a debut to young seamer Ben Morris. We resume at 10 past with Yorkshire 100 for 2.
Here at Glamorgan Cricket, we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity together we are strong. We are dedicated to raising the game, so if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting the nearest steward in the strictest confidence, or by texting UNITE to 60650. Thank you very much. Yorkshire. Sapphire Gardens is one of Cardiff's best and busiest year-round venues for meetings and conferences, whatever the size. Our hospitality team will be delighted to go through our options with you. Full details on our website, glamorgancricket.com. Welcome back to our match umpires, Naeem Ashraf and David Jones. Also to the Glamorgan team, taking the field under captain Sam Northeast, and continuing the Yorkshire Innings, batters James Wharton and Johnny Tattersall.
Good afternoon and welcome back on BBC Sport Online, and also available via the Glamorgan and Yorkshire County websites. Jonathan Doidge, myself, Nick Webb, and Kenneth Davis. Jonathan being the considerably most fit of the trio of commentators, and Yorkshire having their noses in front on the field of play, Jonathan.
Well, I did go for a lap around the pitch at lunchtime with Graham Hardcastle. Yeah, noses in front in the early stages. I suppose first blood and all that, first session to Yorkshire. Disappointed, I think, or you would think, with the fact that Adam Lyth got out quite quarter of an hour before the end of it, having worked so hard, but it could have been significantly worse when you were stuck in on a dewy morning. So I think they'll take it and see if Glamorgan Bowling can challenge them here, because they did improve as that session went on. It's going to be Johnny Tattersall on strike for the first ball of this afternoon session, then a leaving one from Tim van der Hoogten wide, just wide of off stump.
Harry Duke's got his double 100 for Yorkshire twos.
Yeah, well done to Dukey.
476 for 4 against Middlesex at Northwood.
He was having a bit of a torrid time with the bat in the 50 over competition, and then went in at rugby. Decided to just take it to the bowlers and ended up playing really well. Here's TVDG once again. There's no quick way of saying Tim van der Hoogten, is there? Even if you, you stick the initials out there instead. Tattersall blocks.
Ultimate.
Get in touch on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com or at Sporting Lives 1.
NickWebb2017 at gmail.com, or the same on Twitter.
Here comes Van der Hoogten again, and Tattersall dropping that latest delivery out into the offside. And again a dot. Good morning from a slightly cooler Alicante, says Malcolm Palmer. Good quality stream, he suggests.
Sure, the Glamorgan staff will be delighted to hear that comment.
Hopefully the quality of audio is exceptional as well, Malcolm. Provided by your very own BBC. 3 slips in place in the early part of this afternoon session then, as Van der Hoogten's in again, and that's punched this time to point by Tattersall. No run. Mark up in Leeds says it's sunny up there, top coverage as usual, and the accessibility is always a positive. Hoping he can get the job done in this game, as the forecast next week is looking shaky. Delighted with last week's events, with the Somerset v Surrey finish the cherry on top of the cake. In terms of footballing rivalries, as a Leeds fan I'd say it's Bradford if anyone, due to locality and competitive rivalry from the 80s. And there's nobody we feel strongly about on this side of the Pennines. As Tattersall's played a lovely shot off his legs, a very strong area for Johnny, and that has raced away for 4. Outfield feels like it might have just dried out a bit then, and got a bit quicker the way that one skipped away in front of square. Mark finishes off on the football rivalries by saying, unfortunately the same doesn't apply to how other Yorkshire sides feel about us, and we're the big game for all of them. Yeah, usually the case, isn't it? And Joseph has also emailed in. Loving the coverage, as great as ever after the Leicestershire debacle, much appreciated. Whilst charging for coverage makes sense, I took up my membership from watching the free coverage on YouTube, and that's just one example of how much a multifaceted issue it is, he said. Dot ball to finish the over. I think it's important to retain free coverage, even with advertisements if necessary, in a world where free coverage is increasingly restricted as the season sadly winds down, at least with something still to play for. What's your favourite moment of it so far? Beating the enemy from the wrong side of the Pennines in the T20 was as superb as ever, but being at Scarborough to watch live and being put on 307 at the home of cricket was incredibly special. Thanks for your email, Joseph. Oof. Favourite moment of the season?
Oh, have to be a top 10 from the sound of it. Maybe the moment either this week or next week when Yorkshire get definitively 25 points ahead of Middlesex.
Maybe.
So James Harris into a second spell, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 14, as he bowls from the River Taff end, and that's driven away on the leg side for 4 runs by Wharton.
He didn't really know much about it, did he? He put his hands up to say where's it gone after he'd hit it, but it raced away.
He's looking to play a bit straighter, I think. Raced safely away through the square leg area between the fielder and the umpire there. It's just not sure whether he should try and nick a single in case that fielder was in the vicinity, but it beat him. It's gone for 4. 108 for 2. Harris bowls, and that'll be 4 more. Noodled down to third man. Wharton moves on to 19, and the total 112 for 2. And as at the start of the first session, Yorkshire scoring in boundaries at the start of the second.
Yep, Harris just needs to get back on it, or maybe just needs to get on it. Was he on it before? I'm not sure he was in his first spell, really.
So still 3 slips. Ingram northeast and Gorvin being third this week. As Harris on his way back towards us bowls, and that's a better delivery, but doesn't require a shot from Wharton as he shoulders arms and allows it to go through just outside off stump.
Moments, well, I really enjoyed the moment Will Luxton got his 100 at Rugby that day. First senior 100 for him the way. He brought it up with a couple of 6s. Showed a bit of audacity and a lot of ability. Not playing in this match now, of course, but he has travelled.
Harrison bowls. No shot played by Wharton through outside off. Over 8, by the way, is -1, so Glamorgan just a fraction behind on the morning session.
Championship moments, yeah, definitely the 307 to knock off that all-time first-class record opening partnership at Scarborough. When you think of the players who've played there, was an exceptional effort from Messrs Lythe and Bean.
Harris in the afternoon sunshine into bowl, and again one playing a little bit squarer maybe that Wharton intended, but it's safely to Crane just forward to the umpire, and there's no run.
George Hill's magic spell last week at Leicestershire's got to be up there. Not a lot happening, and then all of a sudden 6 for 30 odd in an 8-over burst.
That is quite the spell, isn't it? Harris in bowls, and Wharton forward carefully, playing it out to point this time, fielded by Tribe. No run. End of the over, a couple of boundaries off it, 112 for 2.
And obviously, I suppose they're fresher in the memory, but yeah, that knock last week when it was really needed by the skipper. So there are a few of them. I think Vishvar Fernando, when he had a great spell at Chesterfield. Also helps if your memory's any good, and as you know, folks, mine is not. Yeah, 5 for 30 in the first innings of that one. Van der Hoogten bowling here to Tattersall, a ball that shapes back in, and just look at where Chris Cook was diving to take that. Good take. And then Ben Code in the second innings there, yeah, he was. That was just artistry, that, wasn't it? 6 for 30 off 15. I know he got 5 for 15 last week. There would have been a bit more assistance, I would think, in the Grace Road pitch, taking nothing away from him, of course, but that was just getting Yorkshire started for the season down at Chesterfield. Van der Hoogten in again. Tattersall shoulders arms once more, and there is no run. Yeah, so there's been a few good ones. Plenty of encouragement out there from third slip in particular. Is it Andy Gorvin at third?
Yep.
Hoogten turns then, making his way away, and oof, good delivery again. That's a couple this over that have nipped back on Tattersall. They've just been a bit too short of length for him to be interested in having a proper play at them. Really does nip in markedly off the seam, and look again where Cook takes it. He's halfway across the next track by the time it gets to him.
Really is jagging around for Van der Hoogten at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, if he gets one right, it's going to be dangerous to play. Tattersall on 16. Will take one short of length though. That's another boundary to him. He's guided that one away backward off point, and despite the attentions of Mason Crane on the chase, the boundary rope is just a bit too close that side, isn't it? They'll be disappointed there, Van der Hoogten, because he's just starting to get it to do what he wants to do. And he's just gone a little bit too short. Any chance that Johnny Tattersall gets to use the pace of the ball, he'll take it. Really good touch player. 116 for 2. He's on to 20. And pushing forward to again a ball that clearly nips, because he plays that with the inside half of the bat by the time it gets to him. And then does the hand signal to let us all know that he really knew what was going on there. I knew that.
It's strange, these hand signals you get from batters, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it really to inform their partner, or is it just to suggest that?
You know, now that he's gone full here, Van der Hoogten, and Tattersall getting everything behind that. Might have been a bit of pad involved as well. 4 off the over, so a positive resumption as far as the White Rose is concerned, because they've added 16 in 3 overs. Martin Bloomfield says, if Lev's on commentary next week, I sense there may be some reference to local rivalry between owls and peacocks, showing my age. Hopefully the standard of cricket may spare us any such trivial interludes. Well, she is going to be around next week, as is DT, I believe. We may even get a visit from Kevin Sharp at some point. And also maybe Matt Henry.
As Harris bowls and Wharton comes forward and plays it firmly to Callaway at cover. No run. Oh, they'll all be making a bid for the microphone next week. Looking to join in on the likely Yorkshire glory celebrations of some form or other. Will it be first or second place? Harrison bowls through lowish outside off stump. Cook takes on the second bounce, and there is no run. Nick Webb 2017 on Twitter, or same on Gmail, nickwebb2017 at gmail.com. Kenneth Davis, for my BBC Wales colleague, on X Twitter. That's with 2 N's and 3 D's. 116 for 2. Plenty of blue sky, just a little high cloud, as that's beautifully driven by Wharton through the offside, racing away to the vast open expanses on the grandstand side of the ground. 4 runs, he moves into 20s. Wharton to 23, overtakes Tattersall. Yorkshire 120 for 2, and Glamorgan just not keeping it tight enough for long enough, really. A nice spell from Gorvin, and Van der Hoogten's been threatening in this spell. He's got a couple of balls to come back in and beat the bat on the inside. Harris on his way in. Bowls, and Wharton is up on his toes, defending to mid-off, where bizarrely it's missed by Carlson, but there's no chance of a run. So there are 3 slips, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket ish, and I presume there's a fine leg, but he's hidden from us. Oh no, he's in the shade just over the boundary at the moment, as Harris bowls and beats the edge there, as Wharton drove at that one, didn't get quite the line of it, through to Cook, no run.
Yeah, one of James Harris's better deliveries so far. Does manage to draw Wharton into playing a missing.
Harris looking to make the most of these couple of weeks at the end of the season, as no shot played on that occasion by Wharton, having been injured at the back end of June in the championship, and missed not only the one-day cup, but also 3 championship matches as well. The epic up at Cheltenham, and the first couple in this block.
Mark asking if there are any issues, if there are any issues with the BBC Sounds commentary stream. Says it's not available.
We checked the website earlier on.
Yeah, we went through all that process, didn't we, with our friends in Salford. Van der Hugten then to bowl here to the Yorkshire captain Jonathan Tattersall, who is 20 not out. And right behind this first delivery of the over, no run. I say Yorkshire captain Jonathan Tattersall, he is captaining in this match, and he has now done quite a number this season. He was responsible for the toss of the coin against Gloucestershire in the win at Scarborough back in June. And this will now be his 4th successive match since then, as Van der Hugten's latest delivery is wide of off stump and Tattersall leaves. Just trying to think of the order of matches now, Nick. It's, with the gaps that we have, you think you've got it all pegged, don't you? And then, so Shan Masood did come back and play, I am pretty certain, yeah, he did, in the Derbyshire match, match number 9. But what are we now in match 13? Yeah, so Johnny's captain in 5 of the last 6 championship matches now, including this one. Van der Hugten's in, and JT over the top of that, dropping into the offside, no run. So he's going to be more than well over a third, going over half the matches of the season by the time it comes to the end of it, if we don't see Shan Masood again next week. And who knows, we're not sure on that, but he is playing in this what sounds like a contrived white ball tournament in Pakistan, which wasn't the intention. He was supposed to have been back for last week's match against Leicestershire, and this and the remaining match against Northants. Van der Hugten in again. Feels like he's got a bit more vigour about it in this afternoon session so far. I'm not quite sure if I'm right or not, speed gun wise, but it feels like it's getting through to Chris Cook a little bit quicker. Good carry.
Yeah, he's got a little bit more movement than maybe he did in the first session, which was tidy, but not by his standards as probing as it might have been.
He turns again then, going in past umpire Naeem Ashraf, and Tattersall gets one top of the bounce and turns it in front of square on the leg side. There is no run. Johnny, what is he on now? Let me just check my records are up to date once again. He's on 561 runs for the season, up to 43.15, and this is very much nosebleed territory for him, really. Number 4 this year, because he's been down at 6 and 7 really, which was the case again last week. He's moved up a couple of places here from 6, and he punches that one into the offside, and again there's no run to complete the over. But if you are deciding to go a batter light to pack the team with an extra spinner, then if you're going to promote somebody, you might as well be the bloke who's full of confidence after his ton last week.
Yeah. The one change for Yorkshire, Dan Moriarty in for Will Luxton, so the left-arm spinner replacing the batter. And Glamorgan also going with one specialist batter, fewer than last week. Among their 3 changes, Billy Root and Dan Douthwaite sitting this one out, as well as Ned Leonard, the loanee from Somerset. And coming in, Tim van der Hugten, Mason Crane and Ben Morris. So it is Quite a different attack from the one that struggled at Hove, as Harris is in to bowl, and Wharton has played that one nicely through the leg side, but there is now a sweeper on that short pavilion side of the ground away to our left, and so it is just the single. Wharton to 24, 121 for 2. Tassel checked his guard again with umpire Milnes. Glamorgan now down to 2 slips, as you might expect. Mid-wicket's in quite close on the drive, but that one's turned through mid-wicket again. Virtually identical shot to the one played the ball before by Wharton. Tassel also collects a single, so relatively plain sailing for Yorkshire since the interval, resuming at 100 for 2. It's now 122 for 2. Not much sign of ball beating back too often at the moment, as Harris tries to change that in to bowl. Bounces off the thigh pad of Wharton, fielded by Gorvin from short mid-wicket. No run. As he practices the shot, looking to turn it away, but making no contact. If you're just joining us, the man out Lythe for 46 and first Bean for 23, both leg before to Andy Gorvin. It's quite likely to be back in the attack as the next change, as a leave from Wharton, just about safe. His wickets remain undisturbed, and therefore it's a good leave. 122 for 2. Glamorgan trying to keep themselves buoyed up in the field. A little bit of chat. Not a bad crowd. Most of them towards the pavilion side of the ground and at the River Taff end, enjoying the sunshine. Shade has now overtaken the area beneath us, as that's beautifully driven by Wharton through the offside. It's being chased down, and they'll come back for a fairly easy 3 runs as it's overhauled by Callaway just short of the boundary. Wharton moves to 27.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, that would have been 4 on the other side of the ground quite comfortably, but it is that few yards longer for the ball to slow up. Nice bit of sausage and mash, I thought, for lunch, though.
Fills the spot. Keeps us going. Hopefully a bit of cake in the tea interval, which is rather early these days, as Harris bowls a short pitch ball. First one we've seen really of the day that I can remember. Balloons over Tassel's head. No real problem caused, as Jonathan will be joined by Kenneth.
Be interested to get the Yorkshire lads' take on the pace of the pitch out there. It certainly looked particularly slow in the morning session. The shot in particular that comes to mind would be Finlay Bean's attempted pull, where he was already right through it before it hit him somewhere around the hip waistband area. But there were other ones besides that to be the most extreme example. Let's see if with a bit of drying, a bit of sunshine on it, might start to pick up a little more quickly. Van der Hoogten is in, and Wharton pushing forward at this, but then flicking it backward of square, has picked up a single. 126 for 2. He's on to 28 now. This partnership worth 41 since that Adam Lythe demise in the 25th over. They batted together for 10 overs and 5 balls to be precise, this pair, either side of the lunch break. TVDG making his way in again. Tattersall right behind that into the offside, no run. And we have the return of Kenneth.
Afternoon.
This time.
Afternoon, Jonathan.
Personal.
Afternoon, all. Yes. As Nick struggles away with voice issues. Important that he rests up before Trent Bridge on Sunday.
Yeah, God, I think he should go for a full medical before that, because if if the heart rate goes up, if he's got something to be excited about. Anything too serious happening. Short ball here from Van der Hoogten, and Tattersall again, as I said in previous 4 he's hit during this session already, he's one of the best users of pace of the ball I think you see really in the game at the moment. He's very, very good at taking it late and just helping it on its way. And if you remove third man against him, you cannot afford to do that. Drop it short and wide, because he'll have you all, all afternoon through that area. And that raced away off the middle of his bat. So 25 to him now, and the bowler goes full this time. The batter is up to the task of pushing it back to him. So useful 45 between the pair.
Yeah, not that Yorkshire was struggling when those 2 wickets fell by any stretch of the imagination, but it did give a bit of impetus for Glamorgan, but they've pulled it away once more since lunch and are scoring quickly.
I always find it difficult to know what a good score would be down here. It's varied over the years that I've been coming. Season number 6 now, as that's wide of off stump. Tattersall leaves.
Well, there have been a few big scores. Glamorgan scored over 500 a fortnight ago against Leicestershire, but failed to get over the finishing line in that one. So you can score if you're prepared to stick around, and we've seen very little variable bounce, no demons in the wicket, so there are runs to be had.
Yeah, it was a pretty high scoring game last year. Wicket taking was difficult on it, as Van der Hoogten's in, and Tattersall gets another short ball and drops it into the offside to complete over number 36 at 130 for 2. You sometimes see matches where there's a couple of low scores the first 2 innings, and then it seems to flatten out and they get bigger as the match goes on.
Yeah, and a few have ebbed and flowed at Sophia Gardens, but then in the second innings, as you alluded to, the batting becomes easier. And as we've mentioned, there's not much on offer this morning, as James Harris will continue his second spell from the River Taff end. He was previously at the Cathedral Road end. Back after injury, his second game back, James Harris. Starts his run-up, right arm over to Jamie Wharton, who guides that, but short cover comes around. I'm reticent to say the veteran James Harris, because he was such a youngster when he came on the scene, but he's been his second spell at Glamorgan after playing for Middlesex for a number of years. Went on loan as well down to Kent. And a neighbour of mine.
Really?
Coming in is James Harris bowls, and that is a good length delivery, but Wharton gets everything behind it.
Is it a sort of neighbour you'd knock on the door and say, look, I'm short of a drop of milk?
Well, I'm sure it is, but you don't see him obviously in winter. He goes into hibernation, or goes on a long holiday, obviously. Yeah, I do bump into him. 130 for 2 are Yorkshire, and are looking strong. Harris in, bowls, good length delivery, and that flies past the outside edge of James Wharton.
Yeah, he drew him across, didn't it?
Yeah,
those
good
who've
length
got the
delivery.
streaming on will be able to see a replay now. Well, actually, to be fair, there wasn't much jag about it, was there? He just, he almost as if he played after the ball had gone, really.
So Harris is bowling to 2 slips.
Just angled in, wasn't it, really?
Yeah. As he starts his run-up in and bowls, and that kept slightly low.
Hope the TV's going to go off after in another 51, 50.
Is it going to self-destruct?
Yeah.
You're going to have to do the old 10 pence in the meter. Turn it off and turn it back on.
Where are the buttons?
They're on the back. Oh.
The countdown's on. 33, 32.
Harris in and bowls, and good length delivery once more. It's worked into the onside. There's no run. 130 for 2. As Jonathan grapples with
Nick might have the handsets next door.
TV. Yeah, Nick will. Nick the technician.
Yeah, we're all struggling there. You go, it's gone off.
So this is the last ball of James Harris's over. In he comes and bowls, and that's prodded into the offside, fielded by Asa Tribe.
It was counting down, Nick.
And there's no run. A man of many talents is Nick Webb.
Okay, so there's a strange button at the back, which I would never have taken as the on-off switch.
So we're okay. We have screens. That was the end of the over. So yeah, 130 for 2.
Thanks, Nick. The brown overalls suit you. Brilliant. So, change of bowling at the Cathedral end of the ground, and it's going to be Ben Morris back on for his second spell. 4 overs for 22 was probably not how he'd gone to sleep last night, dreaming that his first spell in first-class cricket would go.
No, he probably just needs to settle down, but obvious nerves as in his first-class debut. A few wayward, didn't quite hone in on target.
So, number 18 on his back, white sweatband on his left wrist, and he's going to bowl right arm over the wicket past his umpire Naeem Ashraf. Now he's short and wide first up, and Talasol is right over the top of that and just strokes it out with a nicely executed cut shot to the sweeping Mason Crane over by the pavilion there. 1 run.
Plenty of batting to come as well, so Glamorgan clearly need another breakthrough.
Yeah, and Yorkshire just want to keep on keeping on and put something on the board here that will give them a chance, bat for as long as they can, really. Bat just once if they can, but that's a long way off just yet. Wharton gets another ball short of length and punches it towards the extra cover boundary. Crane round to field, and they get 2. A wander around the periphery at lunch. Nice little cricket hum going on. Otis Gibson was out there. Chat with some of the Yorkshire spectators. Ben Cliff was bowling. Will Luxton had the keeping mitt on. He was getting through a bit of practice, Ben. That one wide of off stump, and not 100% sure that he played it in that area, but he's got 4 through third man, James Wharton. That did feel a little bit more towards the outside edge of his bat. Let's have a look at it.
I think
again.
He tried to play through the onside initially.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to hit it down towards us, didn't it, really? Maybe wide of Kieran Carlson at mid-on. But he'll take it. He's on to 34 and 52 partnership. That was the lone person applauding down beneath our commentary position. Must be a Yorkshire supporter. Oh, now then he's straight here. Full toss on leg stump, and Warts has missed out there.
Made the efforts to come down all the way.
Yeah.
Otis Gibson, obviously a former Glamorgan man.
Yeah.
He came the season after a certain Viv Richards left in the 90s.
In comes Morris again. It's dropped into the offside by Wharton, who's keen on the single, and Tatasol joins him in that, and they get the 1. Well, if they missed each other then, I emceed an event at Headingley earlier this year involving the 4 4 Antiguan Knights, and Otis was there, and I think He was seen having a chat with Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander, who was one of the guests. Cracking night.
Yeah.
Wide of off stump, this
esteemed
delivery.
company.
Yeah, and left by Tattersall. 138 for 2 at the end of the 38th. Yeah, it's a great do. Curtly Ambrose, Richie Richardson, Andy Roberts and Viv.
Yeah, well, I recently did a piece with Edward Bevan about his top 5 favourite, in his opinion, the best overseas players to have played for Glamorgan. Unsurprisingly, Viv is top of the tree. However, Edward did say that it was a close-run thing between Viv and Waka Yunus in second place. As Harris continues from the River Taff end, and that was, well, it was safe in the end. Thought it was edged past second slip, but it would have died on second slip anyway, and raced down to the boundary. No third man for 4.
Yeah,
given as we see the replay, yeah, it was safe enough. Given Waka Yunus's prowess in that championship winning 97 season, won so many games for Glamorgan. Brilliant bowler, obviously, as Harris comes in. Bowls, and that's a bouncer through to Chris Cook. So often, of course, working in tandem with the Wasim Akram. Great Wasim Akram. Yeah, and the others on that list were Kasprovic, Matthew Elliott, the former, well, played for both sides, Australian opener, and Ravi Shastri, the legendary Indian all-rounder, as Harris wheels in, comes from the River Taff end, full, and that's driven aggressively, but fielded by Harris, and there's no run. I'm sure there's plenty in terms of a debate from a Yorkshire perspective in terms of overseas players as well. For years, of course, they didn't play. There were no overseas players playing for Yorkshire. Was Sachin Tendulkar? He was one of the earlier ones, I remember.
Yep.
That played. Harris in, bowls, and there's a big appeal from Harris, and it is not out. Stayed low that time.
Yeah, the first one of the match, 39th over, and we got the first grubber.
Yeah. He was trapped in the popping area. Well, it was a good shout. Must have just been missing leg.
Yeah, it probably just off-putting for David Mills, the angle it was at. It hit him in front of leg, didn't it? But it was probably going to be missing. It didn't keep quite as low as I think we'd first thought. It wouldn't have gone over the top of the stumps, though. No. It was probably 4/5 of the way up, something like that, 3/4.
So some uneven bounce. I haven't seen many of those. As Harris comes in, bowls, and right behind it is Wharton that time. Richie Richardson would have been another one.
Yeah, Richie Richardson, yeah. Obviously numerous other ones since then, because the spells have seemingly got shorter. Michael Bevan, another one. But I think it's pretty unequivocal, really, that Yorkshire's greatest overseas player, Darren Lehman, his record was outstanding, and the way that the players who played with him talk about him, as well.
Harris in for the last ball, and that's that left outside off stump, goes through to keeper Chris Cook, and there's no run. End of the over. Yorkshire looking commanding at the moment after lunch. They've moved on to 142, and the partnership is 57 between Tattersall, who's on 26, and Wharton, who's on 39.
Yeah, James Wharton, he's ridden a little bit of luck here, hasn't he? He's got that on his side today, and probably a good day to cash in. He got to 40 and played how can we describe it, an interesting shot last week at Leicestershire when he got himself in. You've got to try and make the most of it, haven't you, when you've got that little touch of luck. I'm not saying he's not given a clear-cut chance, but he's just had a couple of streaky shots since they came back after lunch. But he's still there on 30 and 39, 57 partnership as in comes Morris, and that's turned into the leg side by Tattersall. No run.
Because the age of foreign imports has changed completely given the advent of T20 and franchise cricket. So players, there isn't as much of an affinity between certain individuals now as there once were because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. As Tattersall guides another one backward of point here from a short ball. He's not going to get boundary this time. Mason Crane will cut that off for 1.
Just think about the players that have played here. Herschel Gibbs, Khawaja has been here. Labuschagne, absolutely sublime player, but because he's on a much shorter contract, the players aren't here for a whole season.
No, you have got the benefit of him having come back a few times, though, so that does help with that affinity feeling, doesn't it? That's probably about the best you can hope for in the modern era, as that's a Yorker attempt this time from Morris, and well dug out by Wharton. But yeah, I mean, you know, there's been some, you know, good overseas players in my last few seasons doing the commentaries with Yorkshire. You think of people who've done well in the franchises, and I'm thinking T20 cricket here, the Nicholas Porans of this world, Lockie Ferguson, but it's hard to sort of really grasp that with that attachment as a supporter. I think when they're only playing a half dozen games a year and then they disappear off somewhere else and do the same for somebody else. Wharton playing a short ball by dropping his hands on it into the offside. Yeah, so it's, you know, I don't think it's realistic to hope for the same again for very few players anyway who would come over and only play, let's say, championship cricket for you throughout an entire season. This one just short of length, wide of off stump, and Wharton leaves.
No, it's short-term contracts now, isn't it? And it's either or. I mean, just coming to me now, Dale Steyn played here for a period. Ganguly played here in the noughties.
Dale Steyn, what a bowler.
Yeah.
One of the greats. In comes Morris again, shuffling forward. He's just dragged that one the leg side of straight. Don't think Wharton got anything on it. No. Naeem Ashraf confirms that is 4 byes. Chris Cook unable to reel that in, and he's been pretty sprightly behind the stumps today with a few good stops to balls that have jagged quite sharply, but that one was misdirected in the first place, and at that pace not a lot that Cook could do, unfortunately. 147 for 2, and that is the end of 40 overs of this Yorkshire innings, having been put into bat when Sam North East won the toss this morning.
On franchise cricket, how popular or unpopular is it in Yorkshire parts?
I suppose that's down to individual taste, isn't it? Really, but I think that it's always been clear that the championship is almost the be-all and end-all, really, for Yorkshire membership, Yorkshire supporters. That comes before the other two competitions.
Harris in, bowls, and that's left outside off stump.
It'd be hard for it to be anything else, wouldn't it? When you've won 30-odd championships, you know, it's become such a backbone of your history as a club that to just turn your back on that and say no, it's all about the white ball, probably unrealistic. But ideally, you want to be attacking on all fronts, and I think that has been a difficult thing for them to do, and there's just a feeling of inconsistency about both white ball sides.
Harris bowls, and that's just straight down leg. There's two ways of looking at it from a Cardiff franchise point of view. I mean, it's been very popular, I think, even more so since they have done the double headers. The fact that there are 2 games the women and men play on the same day, they've been very popular. The affinity with the team is a problem for supporters because of a lack of Glamorgan players involved. Harris coming in, bowls, and that's flown by the off stump and goes through to Chris Cook. I mean, Mason Crane was the only one this year. Dan Douthwaite has been on the books in the past. And I'm not sure, would people warm to it more if it was a regional concept rather than a franchise concept? So I'm not sure if Glamorgan were with Somerset and Gloucestershire, for example, in one team. Harris coming in and bowls, and that's played through the covers and should go all the way. Yes, it will, for 4.
Yeah, nicely played again. Lovely languid push, square on the offside by Johnny. 150 up, so hence our applaudee is getting going again, wherever that person is, down below the box. Partnership now worth 66. Yeah, I don't know really.
It's difficult for geographically. It's difficult because Yorkshire would be what with Durham, and he wouldn't put them with Lancashire.
Could do, could be. I can hear people now saying, "Oh,
I know, no, exactly." So in geographical parts, it is far more difficult. Harris in bowls.
Well, clearly you just leave Lancashire out on their own. And no, I don't. If you're going to play franchise cricket, then by whatever means it is, you know, franchise cricket. However you divide it up.
And so, to be fair, I mean, we've seen Johnny Bairstow fielding for Welsh Fire here, and you know, seeing someone of his ilk draws in the crowds as Harris comes in, bowls, and that's chopped down into the offside, fielded at backward point, and there's no run. 151 for 2. Yorkshire going along nicely here with Tattersall and Wharton putting on 66 so far, and Glamorgan not posing many problems since lunch.
No. Morris going to continue. Referee and asking what the comparison between skippers is, as in Shan Masood, the club captain, and Johnny Tattersall, captain for this and recent matches in the absence of Shan. I'm sure we've done a lot better with Tats at the helm. Well, the results have certainly come while Johnny has been captain. In comes Morris. Oh, bit of edge on that into James Wharton's pad as he fell over it slightly. Yeah, and he's just given us a signal that was nipping in or swinging in on him. They certainly have done better with Johnny at the helm in terms of the actual results. Whether you put all that down to the captaincy or not is for your own opinion, I guess. But they've certainly played better later on in the season, and Johnny may have also benefited as captain in that respect, in that there's just been a development of the side. As Wharton punches that one out into the covers, and they get back for 2. But whoever would have been captain, I would have said earlier in the season, they were struggling as a collective bowling attack to take 20 wickets. Although, fair to point out as well, in response to that they did take 20 at Sussex and lost a game that they should have won. That was the irony of that performance, the first time they'd done it all season. So, ooh, good Yorker attempt again here. That's a couple he's fired in, and James Wharton's going to have to be watchful. He's got a long way to jab down, and he did so successfully on that occasion.
You know, the helicopters trying to find hovering overhead in this part of the capital, right by the River Taff behind us, well, in front of us rather, as we are on the Cathedral Road end of the ground.
Morris then. And he comes again, on for 33, another delivery with a bit of zip about it. And once more, Wharton indicated to Tattersall what had happened there. So, 2 off the over so far. Still 54 overs and 2 balls remaining on this opening day. A day on which the hosts won the toss, and skipper Sam Northeast decided he wanted his team to have a first go at Yorkshire with the ball. I'll also bring you a quick look at the scores elsewhere in a mo. Morris is in, that's cracked away through the covers off the back foot there. Lovely shot by Wharton, short boundary on that side of the ground, and that 4 takes his score on to 45. Yorkshire on to 157 for 2. Derbyshire 132 for 5, having decided to bat first on winning the toss at home to Middlesex, who are obviously pushing away at Yorkshire, and the White Rose boys will have an eye on what's going on there. Gloucestershire 101 for 8 against Sussex. That's already looking at perilous position for them on the afternoon session of day 1. Then comes Morris again, that one flicked to leg to complete the over at 157 for 2. Leicestershire 139 for 6 against Northants at Northampton, so they're struggling. Warwickshire already shot out for 78, and Essex 18 for 1. Up at Edgbaston, Division 1 game of course, Hampshire 152 for 3 against Worcestershire. What else have we got for you? Durham 134 for 5, now having started well against Surrey at the Oval, but now losing wickets. Could have done with that actually to give me a lift from the hotel this morning.
Yes,
Change of bowling at the river.
but you're in the team hotel, I gather.
Yeah, usually the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, the boys are all up for their breakfast early this morning, and I think I'm not quite sure what the coach driver John had said to them, but they were promptly up off their seats around about 10 past 8 off the breakfast table to make their way to the coach. I left them all to it.
Gorvin, the wicket taker, who's taken a brace, will take over the reins from the River Taff end. Chopped down, and there's no third man, but Callaway is after it, and they'll pick up 3. Yes, with luggage in tow, as you were, probably a bit further than you would have thought. You're coming down St Mary's Street there, right towards the castle.
Yep.
Before...
I had to nip to Boots as well and wait for it to open.
Right.
So I had to turn right and do about a couple of 100 yards along there.
So you're getting your steps in.
Getting some steps in, and then I cooked through the park. It's a nice walk, isn't it? Through that park. Lovely.
Yeah, especially on a day like this. Yeah. Butte Park beyond us, and Cooper's Field behind Cardiff Castle, for those familiar. Gorvin in, and that's forward offensive. Callaway is at backward point.
Lovely park, lots of dog walking action going on, as well as a few runners.
Oh yes, there's a few runners.
A few people having a coffee at the little cafe near the bridge.
Yep.
And as we can see from here, really, at the River Taff end, mostly still greenery on trees. I think we came later than this in the season one year, and the leaves were already beginning to fall.
Yeah. Cook, I think, just getting some running repairs as the 12th man comes on. 160 for 2. Gorvin coming in and bowls. Oh, well, that must have missed by a whisker. Looking at Gorvin's reaction, it was either very lucky or a brilliant leave. We'll have to have a look at the replay on our stream here. But a few oohs and ahs from bowler and wicketkeeper. It was Wharton who must have adjudged that perfectly.
He'll say so.
He will, as Gorvin comes round, coming in and bowls, and it's a strong forward offensive shot from James Wharton that time.
Yeah, he's passed 900 first-class runs during this knock.
Yeah, we saw Lythe earlier this morning passing 1,000, and probably would have been very disappointed not to have gone on. He did the hard yard, so to speak, got into the 40s, fell LBW to Gorvin for 46, and it is that man bowling in, coming in and bowls. Good length delivery, and has played towards James Harris at mid-wicket. There's no run. He was looking good for his 46, and probably the way he has been in form would have fancied his chances of getting a big score. As it is, it's James Wharton into the 40s on 45. Largely been untroubled as he faces Gorvin, and again it's worked into the onside, but there's no run as it's fielded at mid-on, the end of the over. So Yorkshire again, at the moment anyway, in a commanding position with wickets aplenty in the bag.
Yeah,
I'm surprised they haven't turned to Crane yet, I have to say. We saw a few overs, only a couple from Ben Kellaway from this Cathedral Road end, and I thought for a while he would have worked in tandem with Mason Crane before lunch.
Yeah, Van der Hoeten's already got through 13 overs in the day, 11 for Harris.
No Dan Douthwaite, who is rested with an eye on proceedings on Sunday. The 3 changes were Van der Hoechten, Crane and Morris for Douthwaite, Root and Leonard.
So 160 for 2 as Morris approaches and bowls to Tattersall, who gets it towards the inside of the bat. Kieran Carlson with a diving half stop keeps them to 1. Carlson with an unusual misfield earlier in the day, went straight through his hands. At, extra cover mid-off sort of position. So Tattersall now on to 35, 76. Valuable partnership, and the highest of the match so far as Wharton drives one down the ground, and a diving stop there just back past Morris, who's into his 8th over for 39 now. Just reminding myself when I say that I'll have to pop up off for an update for 2:30. In fact, I think I'll probably be off then, won't I? Because Nick will be due back on before it.
Voice pending.
Morris in the Sophia Gardens sunshine, all wide and wild outside off stump. Tattersall leaves. Takes a bit of something for the umpires to signal wides in red ball cricket these days. There's been a couple that thought might have gone through Naeem Ashraf's mind, but he hasn't been moved to signal just yet. Here comes Morris again. First day in first-class cricket for him, and that ball is short of length. Tattersall just running it down to gully.
Yeah, it's a big day for Ben Morris. Obviously there would have been nerves jangling, especially bowling to the quality that he has been and is presently. So unsurprisingly, perhaps there have been a few wayward going down leg.
Here he comes again. There to drive and pushed really rather than driven by Tattersall. Wide of mid-off, picks up a single. Yeah, I think first thing with all or most players, you know, most or all players, whichever way around that is that they want to feel part of it, don't they? They want to feel that they are, that it's not imposter syndrome, that they're respected at this level, and you've got to earn a bit of that. Feel like you can perform at this level when you get your opportunity. Here he is again, just run wide of off stump, and Wharton leaves, and certainly no lack of effort on his part at all, but he is going at 5 and over, and to be fair, his captain is, you know, continuing to give him an opportunity.
Yes, he is, yeah.
He's backing him, if you like.
Yeah, trying to G him up. There hasn't been a change so far from the Cathedral Road end. Decent crowd in on this first day of action. Just the one game left for both sides, of course. Glamorgan will entertain Gloucestershire, and it is Northants, which could be crucial, of course, for Championship Division 1 aspirations, rather, as Gorvin comes in, and that's wide and is left by Tattersall. Rugby Union season starts in earnest on the weekend for the Welsh regions. Not many in your past Rugby League country.
There's still plenty of Rugby Union played, but yeah, it Rugby League is pretty popular as well.
Gorvin ambles in and bowls, and it's a defensive shot. And Callaway Fields, no run.
Yeah, club Rugby League would be, better supported pound for pound, I guess. There will be more Rugby Union clubs. I'm pretty certain of that. Yeah, I've done lots of commentary on Rugby League over the years, but not being able to get to that many games this season. I've only done one commentary and visited the matches about 3 or 4 times.
Gorvin, and that's wide. It's a flash outside off stump by Tattersall, and it's taken by Chris Cook. Well, Leeds, Sheffield, Castleford.
Of course, we not so long since we lost a Welsh great who settled up in the Leeds area after his time in the game there.
Coming in is Gorvin, bowls, and Tattersall gets everything behind that.
Lewis Jones.
Yes, well, he was an absolute legend, and I say that, I mean, legend sometimes is overused in sporting terms, but here's a man who played for the Great Britain Rugby League sides, the Lions in Rugby Union, and yes, fantastic players. Gorvin comes in, right arm over the wicket. Yeah, it's not as much of a hotbed here as it once was, given Rugby Union has been professional since '95. Since then, of course, there was the drip effect of players that left to go north to earn money when Rugby Union was amateur. The biggest, of course, was Jonathan Davis, and they all seem to follow in that sort of early 90s period, with Gorvin coming in. And in fact, when Wales played in the 91 World Cup, that is the end of the over, by the way, 163 for 2. I mean, Wales's better players were playing league. If you think about all those players, Jonathan Davis, Moriarty.
Yes, John Devereux,
Adrian Hadley,
David
Young was there. Bishop, Di Bishop had already gone. Kevin Ellis,
yeah.
So there was
heck of a good side.
team.
I was at Huddersfield. I think it was the 2000 Rugby League World Cup. Lee Breers was playing for Wales.
Oh yeah,
and he had an absolute stormer of a game. And after an hour, Wales were leading Australia improbably before ended up conceding about 3 or 4 late tries.
I think that was under the coaching of Clive Griffiths.
Yeah, it would have been, yeah.
Yeah.
All our yesterdays, as it is going to be. Mason Crane for the first time then from this Cathedral Road end. And he's going to be bowling here to James Wharton, so some spin of the leg variety. He's going in right arm over the wicket first up and lands it around about that shaved area, but a little bit too wide down the leg side for his loosener, and picked off for a single out to the sweeper by James Wharton. So they've gone with sort of leg gully, really, a little bit deeper than that, maybe 45 behind square. A sweeper. Got a man out on the offside, just back at a point, walking in. Crane's in again. A little bit of turn as Tattersall steps back and cuts out to the sweeper on the pavilion side. Kieran Carlson's coming out straight. Extra cover within 20 yards or so of the bat. Van der Hoogten's a little deeper at mid-off than James Harris is at mid-on. northeast at a straight mid-wicket. Oh, he's dragged this one down, and that is going to get dispatched by James Wharton. 4. Umpires are checking with each other. 4 runs. Wharton will take his score to 50. James Wharton, and he's managing to capitalise here to a greater extent on his opportunity than he did last week. 23 years of age, and a 6th first-class half-century to go with that 188 that he scored against Derbyshire at Chesterfield earlier in the season. It's taken him how long?
84.
84 deliveries. It's on the screen, isn't it? 84 deliveries. Thanks, Nick. Missing out on the obvious. And includes including that one, it's 8 fours. Part of that 51. So well executed pull to a pretty ordinary delivery. This one wide of off stump and gets right over the top and strokes it out square on the offside for a single. I'll finish this one off, I suppose, gents, and then disappear.
Yeah, it's about time I came back and coughed pathetically into the microphone for another spell. What a brave man. I fancy getting yourself out of bed to come and commentate, as that one is driven through extra cover. It's a full toss, and Tattersall will take his score on to 41 with a nicely stroked boundary. Crane going for 11 in his first over. It's 174 for 2 after 46 overs. Time for me to go. Worst things to be doing for a living. 174 for 2. Wharton 52. Tattersall 41, and all pretty much plain sailing for the Yorkshiremen this afternoon, having resumed after lunch on 100 for 2. 74 runs added, and well, not much in the way of chances, half chances or anything, Kenneth.
Not much at all. These two looking very strong at the moment since lunch, as Gorvin continues his spell from the River Taff end. Oh, that's squeezed through everything, raced past the gloves of Chris Cook and sped down to well, what was fine leg, but there's no one there, and it's another 4 runs. Just squeezed through everything, missed everything. Oh, there was cut.
Inside edge.
Inside edge, the old Chinese cut down to the boundary. So slightly fortuitous from James Wharton. They all count. Just as we're saying, they weren't offering anything in terms of chances. So Gorvin, double wicket taker, comes in, and that's defended, prodded down to mid-on. There's no run, but by and large, Nick, you're right, there's not much been in terms of chances. It's been hard work. They've toiled out there, have Glamorgan.
Yeah, haven't quite found the bowling partnerships, have they, to both put pressure on the batters at the same time.
Yeah, and it's looking a decent track as well, as Gorvin comes in, bowls, strong forward offensive from James Wharton. There's no run, fielded by Asa Tribe.
Tom Bevan going well for the seconds. Glamorgan seconds. He's 76 not out. Glamorgan 154 for 3. Reply to Sussex's 265, and that is at Hove, but not the main ground. They've got an academy ground as well.
Wheeling round, coming into bowl is Gorvin, and again big stride in by Wharton, and again it's fielded by Asa Tribe. Is it David Harrison to the right of us down there on the in the shadow of the main stand, just peering?
Usually is. It's big enough to be him. Tall, imposing figure is David Harrison, the former seam bowler.
Another seam bowler coming in is Gorvin, worked into the onside, but it's fielded by James Harris at mid-wicket.
Yorkshire second 11 had a bit of a collapse. 582 all out.
Oh, right.
They collapsed after reaching the 550 mark. But Harry Duke finished with 255.
Gorvin is in and bowls. He's been the better of the Glamorgan bowlers in terms of line and length, and has been rewarded with those 2 LBW decisions. Apart from that, as you say, Nick, they haven't conjured anything up in terms of partnerships. Timmy van der Hoogten had a spell early on without much reward. And it is going to be the spin of Crane to continue.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten's second spell was probably more threatening than his first. Seemed to get the ball to zip around a little bit. So Yorkshire seconds, 255 for Harry Duke, 106 for Actor, 94 for Thompson as Crane bowls, and Tassel plays it to mid-on. Harrisfield's no run. 66 to Vigadia, and then Walalawita, the spinner, took 5 for 185 for Middlesex and 57 overs. Crane bowls, and Tattersall plays that defensively. No run. So the second 11 championship drawing to a close. As Crane bowls shortish, and oh, is that caught a wicket? Oh, he's got him. Well, that looked like a filthy long hop from Mason Crane, and Tattersall has gone for 41. It's 178 for 3 as we await the replay to see exactly how Tattersall managed to get himself out to that. Well, that was bizarre. He's looking away through mid-wicket. Well, all of a sudden Chris Cook was up appealing. Well, it's hit something on the way through, and Chris Cook has just about managed to cling on to it somewhere around his stomach. It was extraordinary dismissal.
It must have been a bottom edge, and then it just flew into the gloves of Chris Cook. Yeah, a bizarre dismissal, and that's why a few smiles ensued afterwards from the Glamorgan players. I think many knew what had happened. So in bizarre fashion, Tattersall falls and has to trudge up the pavilion stairs, and another Yorkshire player falls in the 40s.
Yeah, so Johnny T likely to be replaced by Johnny B, Mr. Bairstow that is, whose name is on the board, and out comes the heavily bearded, thick-set figure of Johnny Bairstow. First point of the match goes to Glamorgan, albeit is Yorkshire's advantage overall. It comes in the 48th over, and therefore we're almost halfway through the day's play. Bairstow doing a few high kicks on the way out to the middle to get himself limbered up. Have to give credit to Chris Cook for catching that one, really, albeit well, he had to have a couple of grabs at it, but did really well to grab onto it at all.
Well, you were anticipating having to look for the binoculars because it looked as if it was going to be launched into the main stand, because it was way down the leg side. Somehow it got the foothold of the bat and flew into the gloves of Chris Cook, but the breakthrough that they desperately needed.
Yeah, a bit of sharpish turn, to be fair to Mason Crane, even though it was short-pitched and should have been put away. So Crane bringing a couple of fielders a little bit closer, but he has got a man in the deep around about 2/3 the way back at deep backward square. And here we are. Johnny Bairstow, his 4th match for Yorkshire in the Championship this summer. High of 160 and batting average of 58. Crane is in to bowl to Bairstow, full length down leg side, and tried to sweep it. Didn't make contact. Ball trickled towards fine leg off the pad, and there is no run. So Crane 1 for 11 after 10 balls. Brighter cricket when you've got a leg spinner bowling. Flights it up. Bairstow carves it away into the offside. Will just get a single out to Gorvin, sweeping on the pavilion cover boundary.
Will be familiar, of course, with Sapphire Gardens, given his affiliation with Welsh Fire.
Indeed, I'm sure the 100 audience would have liked to have seen a bit more of him, but he's won a few games for Welsh Fire in his time. As that's tucked away by Wharton down to backward square, they look at possibility of a second, but the throw is on its way, so they decide against. 180 for 3 are Yorkshire. Bairstow 1, Wharton 57. Men to come: Hill, Thompson, Bass, Fisher, Code, Moriarty. A little longer tail for Yorkshire than maybe in some games, but certainly a good bit of batting left in the shed at the moment.
Yeah, plenty of batting yet to come in from a Yorkshire perspective. So Glamorgan have to keep piling on the pressure here and hope that one leads to a couple.
Bang bang.
As Gorvin will continue from the River Taff end. Here he comes, right arm over the wicket, in, and Wharton gets right behind that once more. So who, obviously, from this team that are absent? Douthwaite will come in on the weekend. What else?
Yeah, McIlroy.
McIlroy, yeah.
Well, depends to some extent on whether they opt for the players who are absent during the 100, i.e. Crane and Cook.
Yeah. Gorvin in and bowls, and that's left outside off stump, taken by Cook, who's standing up to Andy Gorvin.
In terms of Crane, obviously, though he is a very good wicket-taking bowler, they have had a bit of a formula going across the One-Day Cup in terms of the four-seamers plus Callaway and Carlson as the spare. So I think there's possibility Crane might not get back in for Sunday.
Gorvin, which would be interesting. That's played and fielded by Gorvin, and we can't second guess what Somerset are going to do, obviously, because they're in a not a similar position, but players were off with their franchise sides during the core of that competition.
Well, a lot more. They had 10 or 11 players absent, so it is pretty much a different team that featured during the group stages of the One-Day Cup.
Gorvin coming in, bowls right up at the block hole, but it's worked towards mid-on and there's no run. But they'll be desperate for some tangible silverware, won't they? Yeah,
you suspect that if was when they were mulling over the defeat in the T20 Blast final might mean it's more likely that they field the first choice players in the One-Day Cup final, but we might not know that until Saturday, I guess, when the squads are released.
Gorvin coming in and bowls just straying down leg, and that's worked out towards square, and there's a run taken. It was one apiece in T20 competition action between the sides. Well, the victory here when all manner of records tumbled.
Yes. Remarkable conclusion to the T20 as far as Glamorgan were concerned. It wasn't the conclusion for Somerset as they went through, despite a spectacular win for Glamorgan here.
Gorvin back to his mark, and Bairstow just taking guard and taking stock. Just surveying the field as Gorvin comes in to Johnny Bairstow, and that's worked but fielded at mid-wicket by James Harris. End of the over. Yorkshire 181 for 3 now, having lost Tattersall, and Bairstow, who's on 1, has just joined James Wharton, who's unbeaten on 58.
Yeah, Bairstow didn't feature in the earlier championship match between these two sides. He did play against Glamorgan at Headingley last year, as I checked by the previous meeting anyway, as I checked by flicking back through my pictures, but Yorkshire had a top order of Masood, Root and Brook back in round 5 as Crane bowls, and
it's a similar long hop down leg side.
It's a single down to backward square. Well, yeah, worked once.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if he gets that amount of turn, even the short pitch ball can be dangerous. Wharton moves on to 59, 182 for 3. So remains advantage Yorkshire. Glamorgan need at least a couple more in this session to get back into it. As Bairstow has a little fiddle round, getting something that he didn't like off the pitch and dropping it a few metres away. Bairstow wearing 21, faces up to Crane, who floats it up, and Bairstow drives fiercely into the offside. Fielded by Gorvin at cover, and Bairstow's second run comes in the same manner as his first, a firmly timed off drive to the cover boundary sweeper.
Not a bad crowd.
Crane in, bowls. Oh, that's a full toss, and it's hit back to the bowler. There's no run. No, it's not a bad turnout today in the sunshine, and let's hope it continues for the rest of the week. Glamorgan do have a home game next week as well, Thursday to Sunday. Crane in, bowls. That's a better delivery that finds Wharton defensively on the back foot. No run. It's a shame, really, that they get, given that there's only 7 home championship games, that 2 of them fall in the back end of September. As Crane bowls, floated up and not timed at all by Wharton. Is outside off stump and scuffed off for the bottom part of the bat back to the bowler.
Oh, yeah, I've seen a few that haven't been timed or slow onto the bat.
Crane bowling his loopy leg spin. It's a little bit quicker, and Wharton is forward defensively. Well, he may have overdone it, certainly, but you can't fault Mason Crane for any lack of variety in his first couple of overs. 3 overs, 1 for 15. He's tried to give the ball a little bit of air to allow the pitch to do the work, and trying to tempt the batters as assistant coaches Toby Bailey and David Harrison making their way around the grounds.
Yeah, so there'll be a few calls to make in terms of team selection. That will probably be the big one, one would suspect, Nick.
Yeah, and do you play Chris Cook, who didn't play in the 100 or the One Day Cup?
Coming in is Gorvin, flashed, and that's taken the point by Kellaway, just stuck. And that, well, Bairstow trudges off. You just can't believe it. It was firmly struck, but it's stuck in the hands of Ben Kellaway, and that is a crucial wicket for Glamorgan. 4 down, and Bairstow is back in the shed.
Yep, firmly hit drive. Maybe wasn't quite wide enough to play that shot, and Kellaway did really well to hang on to it. Shin, ankle high. There's a good low catch, and Johnny Bairstow goes for just a couple of runs, 183 for 4, as Glamorgan starting to make a little bit of progress now after a barren spell. Yorkshire still fairly well set, but maybe one or two of the home crowd will have a few regrets at Bairstow going quite so early. They might like to have seen a little bit of a cameo from the England man, but not to be. 183 for 4. George Hill is due to be the next batter.
Well, he struck it well. He got everything behind it, but it was airborne and flew to Ben Kellaway, who, as Nick said, hung on and did well. So they've seen the back of Johnny Bairstow. And just a mini resurgence then by Glamorgan.
Yeah, you'd still probably just about be in Yorkshire's position rather than Glamorgan's, but a bit of momentum with Glamorgan after those 2 wickets in the space of 3 or 4 overs.
And 3 for Andy Gorvin.
Yep, that takes him to the 19 wickets for the season. Bowling average coming down towards the mid-20s. I think he's been one of the successes of Glamorgan's season, having been a little bit of a fringe player last year, in and out, but this year has
he's played
appeared more often than not.
And a big part in the one-day cup.
Yeah.
Notably in this game, when was it? In August?
It's a long time ago now. You expect me to remember August?
I was saying I was on the other side of the pond listening at that time.
Yeah, I was on the other side of the channel. I was listening to your descriptions of the Glamorgan Somerset T20 game in France.
So, Andy Gorvin, who has 3 for, coming into new batter, George Hill, who gets everything behind that. It's fielded by Gorvin himself. 183 for 4.
He's had a pretty good, solid season, George Hill. 460 runs at an average of nearly 33, and also 24 wickets at an average of under 22. And as an all-rounder, if your bowling average is 10 less than your batting average, then you're doing well.
Coming in is Andy Gorvin. And, struck well by Hill for no run. It's whether, I suppose, Glamorgan's coaching team will deem, well, Cook's batting and experience desirable on Sunday.
Yeah, Smale has been keeping wicket well, Smale, and batting at the top of the order with, well, mixed success, but obviously good to have a young man having that exposure, and certainly hasn't let himself down with the gloves. He's
done well with the gloves, Nick. Another success, probably you'd say, during the course of the season, his emergence as Gorvin starts his run-up, coming in, right arm over, good length delivery, but again Hill is right behind it, prods it back to cover. James Harris is there, and there's no run. I mean, it's just whether they can take this next step and become a regular feature. As you alluded to, it's going to be a few seasons of transition. Can your Kellaways, can your Smales et al. Take the next step forward?
Yeah, I think there's little doubt as to Ben Callaway's likely progress.
Gorvin in, that's wide of the mark and left, and flies through to Chris Cook. Unfortunately, we just need 5 or 6 Ben Callaways, really, just coming off the production line. Yeah,
the Glamorgan production line, as everyone knows, has been firing really in fits and starts for about the last 15 years or so. They haven't produced as many homegrown players as they would have wanted, but you can't expect Glamorgan to have a golden era every decade.
No, 3 slips for Gorvin, who comes in, and that's left once more. And that is the end of Andy Gorvin's over. His 14th, with Yorkshire 183 for 4. Wharton still there on 59. Hill has yet to score.
Yeah, Glamorgan winning trophies in the 90s and then again in the early 2000s. Since then, a final in 2013 in the YB40 as it then was, and the one-day cup win in 2021, which they aim to repeat next Sunday. Kenneth and I will be there in the company of former Glamorgan batter Mike Powell, and you can listen to our commentary online if you wish a Welsh perspective on things.
Is it your lift coming, Nick?
It's quite low, that one. It's sort of khaki-ish.
Yeah.
Is that a military one?
Like
helicopter overhead as Crane is in to bowl to Wharton, who's driving towards Harris at mid-on, and there is no run. Wharton 59 as the helicopter disappears, heading north-eastish, unless it's going to be landing at the hospital. Played off the back foot by Wharton through the offside. Gorvin continues to sweep, and there is a single. Wharton 60, 184 for 4. Looks as though it's coming down somewhere in the
Heath vicinity.
Yeah, the University Hospital of Wales at the Heath. Wales' largest hospital. Oh, now it's circling now. As Crane is into bowl, forward stretches Hill and defends. Looked as though it was preparing to come into land, but
I think it's coming back.
it's coming back towards us. It's having another run. Is it going to land on the outfield or at Llandaff Fields next to us? I haven't seen a helicopter landing on the pitch during my commentary career. It is driven by Hill up to Harris at mid-on. Perhaps its sat-nav isn't working. Going round in circles. Unless it's following a malefactor of some sort. Driven again by Hill, again to Harris at mid-on, and again there is no run. Can be used to follow stolen vehicles in emergencies, of course. 184 for 4. Crane bowls, and Hill plays once more to Harris at mid-on for the 3rd time in the over. So Crane conceding just the single off that over. Got a nice bit of line and length there. Prevented any attacking shots from the new man. 184 for 4. Wickets in this afternoon session. Tattersall caught Cook, bowled Crane off a little bottom edge as he tried to pull a short ball, and then Bairstow driving Gorvin low to point for just 2.
Yeah, tea will be taken earlier, of course. The game starting, championship game starting earlier in September at 10:30. So they try to take it with what, a minimum of 32 left. All depends, of course, as Gorvin continues his spell from the River Taff end, bowling, just straying down leg. That time helps on its way, but it goes square and there's no run.
12 to come. It'd be more like 25 past, half past, I suspect.
Yeah. So take another wicket in that time. Change the complexion of the situation. As Gorvin starts his run up, coming in, Cook standing up, bowls fullish, and it's played down to mid-on. There's no run. Still glorious conditions here. Blue skies all above in the Welsh capital, and it's looking good for the rest of the week as well. An Indian summer here in South Wales.
Fingers crossed for Nottingham on Sunday.
Yeah. They have got a reserve day, have they?
Yes. Yes.
If needed.
Bit of a kick and scramble to get accommodation.
Gorvin coming in. That's what flicked the glove, I think, down to fine leg, and they'll come through for a single as Crane fields. And
hang on. It's been cancelled.
Oh.
That run. The umpire ruling that a shot was not played.
Right,
and
okay.
Must have been off the leg rather than the glove. Just ballooned away.
Yeah.
But you can't get leg byes if you're not either playing a shot or taking evasive action. You can't kick it away.
As Nick gulps another strepsil. Gorvin in, and that's left that time by Wharton outside off stump. Cook standing up. There are 2 slips, Sam Northeast and Colin Ingram. Kellaway is at point where he caught Johnny Bairstow. Mid-off, mid-on, cover. There's a man at mid-wicket, and there's a man squarish as well. Gorvin coming in, and bowls good length delivery forward offensive from Wharton, and there's no run. Another helicopter above. That's a different one to the previous one. That's not a khaki coloured helicopter.
A light limeness green.
Yeah.
Brat Summer green.
All out in force in Cardiff.
Your daughter's of an age to appreciate Brat Summer, Charlie XCX?
Well, yes.
Maybe not the more extreme elements of Brat Summer.
Yes, they're back in school, thankfully. Gorvin coming in, bowls, and oh, that must have been close. It was playing a miss from Wharton, and he just drew him into a false shot, did Andy Gorvin. It'd be interesting to see the replay, how close that was. It was full from Gorvin. Oh God, must have missed by a whisker.
That's, I think, gone over the top, has it? Just a little bit too much bounce. He didn't know much about it, Wharton.
No, not at all, and Gorvin wonders how that missed everything. So, miss it did. 1-8-4-4-4. And I will make way for Jonathan.
Thank you, Kenneth. Shot of Grant Bradburn, the coach, on the dressing room balcony a moment ago, as Crane starts an over and Hill is on the defensive. No run. Bradburn was in conversation with the dressing room maestro Roger Skirm, a man of many years' service here at Sapphire Gardens, and he was one of the party that rang the bell at the start of the England-Australia T20 here on Friday night. As well, there's a big appeal for LBW. Crane likes it. Umpire Ashraf does not, and Hill remains at the crease.
Dressing room maestro. I've never heard that expression used before to describe a dressing room maestro.
I think he's been there too long to be classed as a mere attendant. General fixer of all things. As Crane bowls, and Hill is finally off the mark, clipping it through mid-wicket for a one. They'll have to hurry back for the second. Tribe with the throw, but Wharton is back to the non-striker's end, and Crane couldn't gather. Anyway, Glamorgan thankful that the weather stayed fine on Friday night, and there was a decent high-scoring contest won by England, who have something of a stranglehold over Australia on this ground. Full toss from Crane, whacked through the leg side. Happy Christmas, 4 runs. Hill to 6, 190 for 4. Bit of a gimme.
Yeah, just what you want, really, isn't it? When you've just gone in, get a bit of confidence flowing with a few easy runs on the board.
Yeah, it's certainly been a mixed bag from Crane so far. A few beautifully flighted deliveries, forcing caution. A short ball spun a mile and induced the wicket of Johnny Tattersall. 190 for 4. Next ball driven to mid-on, and well-timed signal really from George Hill there. Realised he hadn't hit it that firmly towards James Harris, and was able to call Wharton through for the single. 191 for 4. Crane on his way. Bowls, and that one went down leg side, didn't really try and play it there. James Wharton. He is 60 not out. It's 191 for 4. I don't know what it's like in Headingley, but certainly in this part of the world, when you have a full England match that goes well, they all breathe a big sigh of relief and count the money, which is, although Glamorgan don't stage test matches, the England white ball stuff is very, very important to the club's finances.
Yeah, just the same, I suppose, everywhere really. You want to, if you've got a test match, you want it to last the full 5 days. You know, nice finish just after tea on day 5, something like that is the ideal, isn't it? But these days, of course, they don't seem to last 4. If you get to day 4, or you get well into day 4, then that feels like a bit of a result these days. Talking of which results, Derbyshire 143 for 8, having collapsed in the middle order to the seamers, Toby Rowland Jones in particular. Here's one of those at Sophia Gardens as well, Andy Gorvin into Hill, who's leaving that first delivery of the over. So that's not that the lads will, of course, say anything other than they've got half an eye on it, because they've got to concentrate on what they're doing here.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure they'll have a look at the end of the day or at the tea interval.
Yeah, if they win this game, at this stage, it doesn't really matter what happens in that result. That match, I should say, what the result is. Who's to say? Derbyshire can't bowl Middlesex out anyway, but clearly not going the host's way, having chosen to bat first there, as Hill leaves another one wide of off stump.
Yeah, Toby Rowland Jones 5 for 34. He's quite the performer in the back end of the second half of his 30s now. Must be about 36.
Probably. Had a chat with him actually when they were up the other week. First time I've done that. Came over well. Gloucestershire have been shot out for 109, Sussex 14 without loss in the 6th of that one. Gorvin in and Hill blocking.
Yeah, certainly neither of Yorkshire's rivals showing any signs of slipping up as things stand at the moment. So could well be full throttle into the final week of the season.
Gorvin turning again and making his way in, and Hill right in behind this one. There'll be a bit of disappointment. The 191 for 4 is certainly not a bad effort, having been put into bat, but there'll be just a bit of disappointment, I think, that 3 of the 4 players who've gone so far have more than got a start, haven't they, really? Finlay Bean 23 off 57, Adam Lyth 46 off 71, Johnny Tattersall 41 off 69. None of them have gone on, and only James Wharton so far is doing that, as Hill looks like he clips one into his body. And to play that from the crease, so James Wharton, I suppose, given that he's got past the 50 mark, there's just a bit more leaning on him now. You are fully ensconced out there, JW. Can you come up with a big one for us when we need it today? Will be the sort of feeling of things, I would imagine. And George, obviously fresh from some runs a couple of weeks ago, 160 odd not out. He's driving to extra cover here, and there is no run to complete that over at 191 for 4. But George, effectively the last recognised batter, if you will, and I'm sure Don Best supporters will be arguing with that. Matthew Fisher fans after his 88 last week as well. The Ben Code fan club will be up in arms now, saying, what about Cody Doige? I think you all know what I'm saying.
Fun games at Edgbaston. 15 wickets have fallen. Warwickshire 78 all out, Essex 51 for 5.
Pitch inspectors on their way up on the train now.
Steward's inquiry. Well, with a match referee as Crane bowls, full pitch driven into the offside. Van der Hoogten trying to make a scrambling stop at wide-ish mid-off. They've come back for a second as the ball just squirmed away for him. But a couple of runs. Wharton to 62, 193 for 4. As far as the top sides in Division 1 are concerned, Crane bowls and Wharton drives to short cover, no run. Leaders Surrey finding a bit of resistance from Durham, who are 190 for 5. In contrast, second placed Somerset bowled Lancashire out for 140. Somerset 29 for 1 in reply. Crane bowls. Wharton prodding forward, defends to Carlson at short cover, no run. So it seems probable that we will see Lancashire in the second division next season, to the agony of their passionate support, as Carlson intercepts another drive into the offside from Wharton. And they may well wave to Yorkshire on the way past. Although the waving is likely to be considerably more jubilant from the Yorkshire side of the Pennines, as Crane is into bowl. There's a shout from Chris Cook, hopeful rather than expectant, I think, as Wharton managed to get his bat out the way of one that was going down leg side. Maybe flick the pat on the way through. Crane into Wharton, that's shorter, steered through the offside for a single. Gorvin continues to do duties in front of the pavilion, a pavilion side that's rather more thickly populated than sometimes is, because well, you've got a fair chance of seeing the cricket from there this week. It's a shorter boundary, and therefore people can watch more from square on. There are times where you feel like handing out binoculars to members of the crowd on that pavilion side, as it's as though James Harris is going to come back into the attack from replacing Andy Gorvin. Has got a very credible 3 for 36 next to his name.
I suspect that the sunshine might also have something to do with it, because quite a few people moved around there, because this Cathedral Road end is in shadow.
Yeah, they quite often go right down to the far end, the River Taff end, but that area to our right is fairly thinly populated because it's further away.
Here's Harris, short ball and gone. James Wharton has succumbed to the very first delivery received in the spell, and Tim van der Hoogten takes the catch 5 yards or so in from the fine leg boundary rope. A fifth one has gone, another one who's got in and hasn't gone on really. James Wharton, 63, knows he's left some out there, I think. But credit him with playing well and getting to 63 in the first place. He got a little bit of luck earlier on, but he's played some lovely shots as well. But now he needs to get right underneath that, and bearing in mind it is a short boundary. He's basically just helped it on its way around the corner into the hands of the fielder.
Yeah, I think Yorkshire, well, you're disappointed with any dismissals, but maybe the 3 this afternoon, they will think to some extent that they were all avoidable ones. The 2 that Gorvin got, you know, they missed a ball that they were trying to defend and out LBW, but with Tarasel bottom edging a pull of a short ball from Crane, Bairstow driving slightly loosely to point, and now Wharton not quite hooking it hard enough down to fine leg. There's all an element of responsibility to the batter in those. Glamorgan won't care how they come. James Harris has got his 25th wicket of the first class season, and well, they're back within a chance of bowling Yorkshire out for not too modest but relatively modest score now, with 5 down. Anything over 300, under 300, you would have thought Glamorgan would settle for, having inserted the opposition.
New Yorkshire batter number 47, Don Bess.
Don Bess then. Wouldn't be the first time that Yorkshire have needed some runs from him, and it's looking that way again. Let's not forget, of course, points make prizes and all that, and they are 56 runs short of just 1 batting point. They were in a pretty perilous position last week against Leicestershire and got themselves out of it, but yeah, lightning striking twice and all that. It's not looking that way at the moment, and yeah, another, well, decent score without being one that takes games away from opponents. So 194 for 5. comfortable catch for Van der Houten. It was pretty much on the spot, just had to walk in a couple of strides. And so, 2 slips in place for Bess, Ringfield, with the exception of the 2 men set back, backward of square on the leg side, both right on the boundary rope. Bess played well last week for 33 in Yorkshire's innings. He was one of those who started the beginning of that tail wag. Turns this one into the leg side, and there is no run. Batted with Tadasol for some time. Conditions were tricky. You'd say they're better here, and that's what the disappointment will be, I guess. Having played so patiently during that morning session, losing just the 2 wickets, should be getting easier, and they've lost 3 more. Bess is receiving a full length delivery and turning that one to mid-on. No run.
Morgan seconds enjoying a decent day at Hove so far. 225 for 3, just 40 runs in arrears. Tom Bevan is 109 not out. Henry Hurl is 61 not out. Both staff players looking to put a bit of pressure on for first 11 places.
Harris to Bess again, right in behind a ball shaping slightly in towards him. Still 7 overs and 2 balls to go before the tea break, so we're going to be going to tea pretty much when we should have been coming back from it.
It's always the way, isn't it?
Plenty of chopper activity around. Plenty of aircraft passing across Headingley when you're up there. Not really noticed it down here before. Is it the helicopter club's annual afternoon out, something like that, as Harris is in and Bess turns that into the leg side, no run.
Yeah, well, you do get, as we mentioned earlier, the occasional one heading for the University Hospital of Wales for emergency treatment, but that one doesn't seem to be going anywhere near that way. RAF base down at St Athan, down on the coast, past Barry.
Final ball of the over, nicely pulled by Bess. He should get 4, yeah, Van der Houten stopped it, but he had his feet over the line, and that has been signalled by David Milnes, so he managed to get over the top of his pull shot, and has benefited to the tune of 4, and Yorkshire 198 for 5. After 57 overs. Yeah,
Van der Houten put in the slide, but disappointed with himself really that he couldn't keep the ball in field and stay in field himself. Northwood Middlesex seconds 43 for 1 in reply to Yorkshire's 5-8-2, in which Harry Duke scored 255 and Actor got 106. Mason Crane in to start a new over. Hill watching it carefully onto the bat and defending. In comes Crane again. Past Ashraf, down leg side. There's an appeal for a catch as he pushed at that, but I think it was off the pad. Chris Cook certainly testing his vocal powers this afternoon. Just conscious the ball had flicked something on the way through. It wasn't the bat. Crane bowls. It's driven back past him by George Hill. 4 runs. Dom Bess was the closest to stopping that, but he managed to get his bat out of the way at the non-striker's end. A very firmly hit on drive from George Hill. Found the boundary at long on. James Harris goes back to retrieve it. 202 for 5. 200 up. 48 away from the first batting point. Glamorgan 1 wicket away from the second bowling point. Crane now 0 for 30. As he pushes forward, there's half an appeal for LBW. They didn't really carry through with it. 202 for 5. Crane with a big grin on his face as he wanders back, enjoying his work, although it has been a touch on the expensive side. He did get the breakthrough wicket of Tattersall. Floated again, driven firmly by Hill. Will he pick up 4 runs? The ball squirms away from the fielder. Has that touched the ropes? I don't think it did.
Don't think it did.
Just about managing to keep it in field as they had to peer around the corner of our screen here. The ball squirmed away quite a few metres away from the diving Gorvin as he initially half blocked it, but fortunately for him it didn't quite roll onto the ropes. They've taken 3, which you wouldn't think would be possible on that short side of the ground. 205 for 5. Crane to Bess. Edges it past slip, but safely will get runs down towards third man. Kellaway is the chaser, and 2 runs for Dom Bess, so an expensive over that, 9 runs off it from Mason Crane. Yorkshire 207 for 5, Hill 14, Bess has 6. Kenneth has carried out the most vital role of his half hour off mic, getting the cake and making sure the Gannets in the written press section don't get it all. Thank you, Kenneth. 207 for 5.
Yeah, he's very quickly earning my award for the third voice of the year on the back of that.
Well, we had Atif bought us chocolates last week. Couldn't believe it.
Here, meanwhile, is James Harris bowling to George Hill, who is blocking one into the offside, and there is no run.
Atif Nawaz was on duty for Glamorgan against Sussex. Nice big tub of chockies. Might get put away for Christmas though, since we're just working our way through the end of the birthday chocolates.
It's just one long party down here, isn't it? As Hill is behind another Harris delivery, and there's no. Who cares about where the league position is?
Oh, yeah. I celebrated my birthday by driving 4.5 hours on the motorway between Brighton and Cardiff. What more can you want from a birthday? But I was home to go out to dinner with my better half, so it was nice, which wasn't expected. Had Glamorgan gone the distance.
Very got a dedication for you. I can throw one of those in as well, as Harris is in and bowling, and Hill flicking one full out to mid-on, no run. On my 2022 birthday, I began the day with a 4 o'clock alarm in Dublin. Got to the airport, flew back to Leeds Bradford, got in the car, got a taxi back home, got the radio kit ready, and was at the ground for something ridiculous like 9 AM at Headingley.
Gosh.
For that particular day's play. First day of a 4-day game. In comes Harris, and that is cut away by Hill, backward of the diving point. They're going to get 3 for this because they haven't managed to get the ball in their hands just yet. In fact, they're pushing on George, thinking about a 4th, but I think there was a little bit more urgency then in the field, and they stuck on 3.
Tell you what, that corner of the ground, if
could run 5 down there.
If our lot were playing in it, they'd be running 7. There'd be a chain of 4 back to the middle, I think, from that corner.
Nick Webb prop forward, chasing. Maybe these days are a lot fitter than they used to be.
Oh, yes.
In comes Harris, and Bess solidly behind it, and there is no run.
Were you following the horses over in Ireland then? On that
I had
day?
been, yes.
Yeah.
I had been at the Punchestown Festival for a couple of days, yeah. Working, I hasten to add. It was the best prop that you've ever seen playing in red for Wales. Well, whatever colour for Wales. Harris, elbows pumping as he comes in again, and Bess right behind it once more. That will complete that 59th over at 210 for 5. Still 5 to go before tea. Who's your favourite anyway?
Oof.
The best
from the days I was growing up, I guess the 70s team, I guess you'd go with Graham Price, the Pontypool tight head, who had a bit of the modern prop about him as well, managed to score a memorable length of the field try against France. Well, somehow he arrived at the right end of the field as other people missed the ball. Got there eventually and scored. Modern days, you have to enjoy the likes of Adam Jones.
Yeah.
Gethin Jenkins, very mobile prop around the field, would fancy himself as flanker as well. There was a formidable front row in the early teens with likes of Richard Hibbard in between them, and Duncan Jones and Adam Jones pairing up as well, the Harebears. As that's pulled away, the first ball of the Crane over, and George Hill will pick up 4 runs down that long corner of the ground away to our right at a straightish mid-wicket. Must have timed that one very sweetly indeed, because he found the boundary some 75 metres away.
Yeah, poor delivery, wasn't it? Short leg stump, and just waited rock back. I probably answered the wrong question when I said who's the best, because who knows really. Who was your favourite was probably the right question to ask.
Well, full toss outside off stump is hammered back almost through Crane. It's gone to boundary for 4. George Hill moves to 25, total 218 for 5, and that was hit back at Crane from not a great distance by the time Hill had come down the wicket. You felt like it was going to be one of those cartoon Bugs Bunny type escapades where you see a hole through someone's chest and
then they shatter into small pieces. Yeah, he did hit it hard, didn't he, as well? Right on it there, George. 25 quickly.
Yeah, well, Mason Crane's got the breakthrough, but he's been a bit erratic. 1 for 43 in his 8th over. Maybe it'll be his last for the time being, as that is carefully watched from Hill. Much better delivery.
Just going to sneak a little try of the Victoria sponge, but no, better wait.
It's all right, no one's getting it away from you in that corner of the box. 218 for 5. We've got 4 overs after this until the interval is steered into the offsides. No run for Hill on this occasion. Mason Crane missed last week's match down at Sussex, a late withdrawal. Just feeling a bit of tightness in the pelvic area apparently before the game. Didn't feel quite right. As there's a big appeal that sounded as though there was a bit of inside edge there. Crane liked that one, as Hill was hit on the playing forward on the front foot.
Wrong one.
Yes, it's the one that goes the other way, but given that it was the googly, it was probably sliding down leg, I think. Crane in, bowls. Hill looking to turn it on the leg side, is hit on the pad. No run. 218 for 5, as we have 4 overs until the interval. George Hill starting to go nicely, but then so have several of his predecessors without managing to kick on. 4 out of the 5 so far getting a start. Been 23, Lythe 46, Tattersall 41, Wharton 63, the only exception being YJB. Johnny Bairstow out for just 2.
So Bess waiting on James Harris, who's in and bowling. Short, pulled, but not particularly well. He's gloved it really. Into no man's land, backward of square leg, and picks up 1.
Shouts of catch it. That probably Went about 10 metres in the air down towards Fine Leg, who's 50 metres away.
Yeah, it would have needed another cartoon character like Inspector Gadget to stick an arm out there, wouldn't it? And come up with a catch. Don Bess averaging 53 in the championship this year, but from a 106-run return. Harris to Hill. He's just having a little push at one wide of off stump. George, well, he's had his issues with the bat this year. He's shy of 500 runs at the moment, which is unusual in his career so far. He's averaging just under 35. Of course, that was boosted by that 169 not out against Middlesex at Headingley a couple of weeks ago, when he did look like he was getting his mojo back with the bat. In comes Harris. Oh, that one keeping it a little bit low, and George had to be watchful.
Yeah, averages can be deceptive. I averaged 47 in a league season a couple of years back. It was actually 47 for once out, and my highest score was 15. Lots of little not outs.
Red inkers, yeah. Yeah, they can. Here comes Harris once again. Pile of sawdust not needed this afternoon. Short ball held round the corner by Hill. Bounces awkwardly in front of Andy Gorvin, who's out there square on the leg side, but he manages to stop it. 1 run. And Matt Milnes, for example, is second in the Yorkshire averages at this stage. 65 runs at 65.
That's the way to go. Don't get out. Where would he typically bat in the order?
Here is Harris, and that is punched out by Bess onto the offside. No, I'll tell you where he did bat when he got 51 against. That would have been at Bristol against Gloucester in the second match. Where are we? Well, anyway,
you have to reboot your computer there, Jonathan.
Sort of 8-9 usually in front of maybe Ben Code. Probably 9. But come back, yeah. He's been playing a little bit of second team cricket again lately, which is good to see. Harry Duke, by the way, made well over 200, didn't he?
Yeah, 255 in the end.
Yeah. Superb effort from him, and Harris's final delivery is blocked by Bess once again, and it's 220 for 5 here after 61 overs, just 3 to go to tea.
Interesting that for the final ball of that over, Glamorgan had posted Ace Tribe as a shortish backward square leg for the flick off the hip of some variety. As Kieran Carlson and some northeast in conversation, together with Mason Crane, who is going to have another over by the look of it, despite being dispatched around the CF postcodes in his last over. Try and buy another one before the tea interval. Could be 2 from Crane. Certainly be 2 from the Cathedral Road end, as Crane is in to bowl. Hammered back at him. He's got half a hand to it, taking most of the pace off it, and Hill goes through for a single as the ball trickles to Van der Hoogten at mid-off. Leaders Sussex 34 for 1 in reply to Gloucester's 109 all out. Gloucestershire are the visitors here next week, by the way, in Glamorgan's final game. Crane in bowls to Bess, who cuts it away on the offside. A chase for Gorvin, and one which he is not going to win. Around the backward point boundary as Coach Bradburn tosses the ball back to the fielder.
Yeah, he's good square of the wicket on the offside, Don Bess, whether it be front or back foot. You'll have to see him play a square drive as well.
225 for 5. Down leg side. Bess makes no contact. Chris Cook Takes the bails off just for the hell of it. Middlesex in third in Division 2 have Derbyshire 173 for 9 on top there, with 5 wickets from Toro Joe. Another very firmly hit shot on the offside from Bess, but this time it is intercepted by Gorvin on the boundary, and just a single is taken. 226 for 5. Well, when the last wicket fell on 194, Glamorgan just about back on terms, and suspect 194 for 5 at the time, but a little partnership of 32 developing as that will move on to 36 as Hill sweeps it away firmly down towards fine leg. Tribe can do nothing about it.
Yeah, just straying again, 2 leg stumpish Mason Crane. It's just that control that sometimes lacks, isn't it? And that's a beautifully executed sweep shot by George.
Yeah, he's had a week off, maybe got out of the rhythm a little bit. Mason Crane, Glamorgan's leading wicket taker, but as you'd expect from a leg spinner, really a bit more expensive than most. 230 for 5. Crane bowls. Oh, that's another full toss, and again it's put away by Hill. Cashing in, taking full advantage. He moves on to 35. 234 for 5. Crane is now going at 6 and a bit runs and over. I think maybe it's time for someone else to have the final over before tea at this end.
Yeah, well, I think I'm right in saying at 4 overs it was 16 off him, because I think I just remember making that mental. He's going at 4 and over in the head, and here we are now, 9 overs for 57. He's going at more than 1 a ball. So, yeah, proving expensive. He's obviously picked up the wicket of the Yorkshire captain, but Yorkshire now, fairly rapidly really, since that last wicket fell, they've added a further 40 runs in just 5 overs and 5 balls, and they're closing in on the first batting point, which at that time of loss felt like it was a fair way away. River tough, and then it is James Harris. 2 slips continuing in place, and he's bowling here to Don Bess, who gets a short ball first up down the leg side. Nicely taken by Cook, who's been pretty good, I think, behind the stumps today. Couldn't get his hands on 4 byes earlier when Ben Morris fired one way down the leg side. But can't do too much about it if your arms are not 6 feet long sometimes and you keep him wicket.
Yeah, should be wides. If Cook misses them, they usually should be wides.
Well, I did ask that question at the time, funnily enough, as Harris is in, and Bess nicely run down in the gap between the cordon and point, who is chasing Kellaway, and they pick up 2. 236 for 5, and Bess on to 14.
Division 1 leaders Surrey are up against Durham at the Oval. Durham 204 for 6. Surrey with both Currans playing. Good heavens. Sam Curran released to play in the Championship. Whatever next?
Well, they need to win it, don't they? In comes Harris. Bess right in behind this one. No run. Andy Lockwood says Prinon Dar, JD, KW and KD. Going okay so far for the Tykes, thankfully. Regarding Yorkshire Rugby League, which we mentioned earlier, don't forget the mighty Fev Rovers, and not stalking you, but what hotel are you staying in? He wants a pint.
Oof.
Don't think I'll mention that on air.
Best not. He might be mobbed by the
Usually,
entire Yorkshire population of Cardiff.
Usually to be found eating early evening meal in the pub at the back of the ground, actually. Which might be the case this evening. As in comes Harris to bowl to Bess with 2 fielders now in the leg side, and Bess letting one hit. A short ball hit him on the shoulder. Interesting. Drops his hands completely on that. I don't know if he lost it on or not, or just thought I'll take the hit.
Well, it's strange because it wasn't that far away from dropping back onto his stumps. As it bounced up off his shoulder, spun away just about down the leg side, but having taken his eye off it, had it been heading for the stumps, he wouldn't have been in a position to try and boot it away.
Harris into Bess, who's working one round the corner, and they're going short of Don Bess here, which is interesting. The two fielders, Sam Northeast himself as skipper, has brought himself in at a short mid-wicket with a fielder to his left and a leg gully.
Yeah, it's not the first time they've tried this here. If there aren't too many edges coming, go to the two short mid-wickets, and Harris has been employed to drop them short down the leg side more than once.
Here he is again, short once again, and Bess this time is over the top of that, and turning it in front of square leg side for a single. He's on to 15, it's 2:37 for 5 at the end of the over. He has had been a couple of matches where he has been peppered and looked vulnerable to the short ball, but it's not a tactic that everybody goes to whenever he walks out to bat. Afternoon to you, Lily, who congratulates Adam Lyth on his 1,000 and says a good 63 by James Wharton. And Mighty Mariners, in answer to your question, my cake will be nice, thank you, yes, but I haven't had it yet. It's waiting alongside for 6 more deliveries to be bowled before I can tuck in.
Chris Drew emailed earlier saying good to see Johnny Bairstow back on his home ground, referring of course to Bairstow's employment with Welsh Fire here. 2:37 for 5, last over before tea, which will not be delivered by Mason Crane after the last one was not his finest of the season. So Ben Callaway will have an over of something, right arm by the look of it. The ambidextrous spinner.
Andrew Sharp, by the way, on the overseas players front, I think Kenneth was talking about this with me earlier, says Jacques Rudolph.
Callaway bowls, turned away on the leg side by Bass, but probably off the pad, no run. Rudolph was certainly solid for a couple of years. Opening the batting, was nice to have a specialist opener. Haven't been too many of them since.
Yep, good efforts with Yorkshire as well. Still think Darren Lehman will be out front on most lists in that respect.
As Callaway bowls, driven through the offside. Oh, he's found a gap. Dominic Bess as it races away through the covers for 4. The sweeper was rather squarer around about cover point. Bess moves to 19, 2:41 for 5. Advantage back to Yorkshire as the partnership approaches the half-century mark. Steve West on Twitter, sorry to hear your Trent Bridge final visit has had to be cancelled due to medical reasons. TV for the day, he says. Remember to have our commentary on, Steve, on the BBC Sport website as well, if you want a thoroughly Welsh biased view. Callaway bowls and Bess goes for the little paddle sweep. We'll pick up a couple of runs down to fine legs, so the change of spinners has not brought a change in Yorkshire's front foot approach. 6 off 3 balls so far. Afternoon to Simon Brackey. Looking at the weather forecast for the weekend, it's the pity the final's on Sunday, not Saturday. As Bess drives to mid-off, since not looking good in the Nottingham area for Sunday. Well, it's a long way away. I'm not sure how accurate any of the forecasts are at 5-6 days off. Fingers crossed. As Callaway bowls and Bess defends. Otherwise, Kenneth, myself and Mike Powell will be looking for some short notice accommodation on Sunday night. Callaway bowls. Bess drives gently, deciding he's had enough excitement for the over. 243 for 5. Hill has 35, Bess has 21. The partnership is one short of the half-century. Lawrence, the PA announcer, telling us with some glee that it's time for tea. 243 for 543 runs for 3 wickets in the session. Yorkshire back just about on top.
Just about. You wouldn't want to go overboard on that front, would you?
Come on.
They'd certainly, from this position, want 2 or 3 batting points out of this, so they're going to have to play with a bit of care here. But they have been thrown up, you know, the last half hour there, 45 minutes, has definitely been theirs, hasn't it, since the last wicket fell. Some ordinary bowling at times, and they've managed to capitalise.
Play resumes at 3:50, and as does commentary. It's cake time.
The Glamorgan Club shop is open until 5, and they're selling a number of Glamorgan items fit to wear in Trowbridge on Sunday, including the new limited edition Metro Bank Cup final. That's Missouri Sports, open now just inside Gate 2. And the Museum of Welsh Cricket is open on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. Where would we be without volunteers at all levels of cricket? They're the heroes who keep us without getting enough recognition. Well, today is the day for some of these unsung heroes to spend some time in the spotlight, and they're congregating now on the outfield by the cricket centre. Glamorgan Cricket are delighted to welcome the award-winning Cricket Wales volunteers to supply our gardens today. They include Coach of the Year, Mike DeVore, Connecting Communities, Mike Barker, Inspired to Play, People Fugitives Women's Committee, the Metro Bank Champion of Girls Cricket, Emma Williams, Cricket Innovator, Will Davis, Growing Green, George Morris, Rising Star, Oliver Gibson, Game Changer, Larry Watkins, Jones, Manager, Nick Pepper, Tackling Fundament, Phil Rowe, Young Coach, Arman Ali, Unsung Hero, Lindsay Rogers, Outstanding Contribution to Cricket, Maggie Smith, and Lifetime Achiever, Ron Pearson. Congratulations to all of you, and thank you for the later schools around the country. At Canterbury, Nottinghamshire putting to bat by Kent are 242 for 2 from 58 overs. At Old Trafford, Lancashire putting to bat by Somerset reached 140 all out in their feet. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire were putting by Essex, Warwickshire 78, and in reply, wickets falling in Essex, and he's at 69 for 5. From 25 overs. Division 2 at Bristol, Gloucestershire were bowled out for 109 by Sussex. Sussex 33 for 1 from 13 overs. At Northampton, Leicestershire 203 all out against Northamptonshire. And meanwhile, in the second 11 championship at Blackstone, Sussex 265 all out. Glamorgan 237 for 3 in reply, Tom Devon 114 not out, Henry Hill 63 not out, they put on 166 for the third wicket. Remember the 3rd of November this year, the always popular fireworks display takes place once again here at Sapphire Gardens on Sunday evening, the 3rd of November. The gates opening at 5 o'clock, and tickets to buy are out now. The event is sold out over the past 2 years, and we're confident that it will be just as popular this season, so you should move fast to buy your tickets. Members get a 10% discount by entering a code which will be emailed to you, and you can get your tickets from the website glamorgan.com. We hope that many of you enjoyed the recent England versus Australia T20 match here, and now we're looking forward to staging more international cricket here at Sapphire Gardens next season. We have 2 big games here in 2025. England versus West Indies One-Day International on Sunday the 3rd of June, and the T20 International between England and South Africa on Wednesday the 10th of September. The details of all games, and you can buy tickets and enter the ballot, all on our website, glamorgan.com. Welcome back for the evening session to match umpires Dave Jones and Naim Ashraf, the Glamorgan team under captain Sam Northeast, and the Yorkshire batters George Hill and Don Bess.
And a very good afternoon, evening to BBC Sport Online listeners. Available via the website, the county websites, the BBC Sport app, and of course through your smart speakers. Ask BBC Sounds to play Yorkshire v Glamorgan Day 1. There we are, official public information message over. 2:43 for 5, Jonathan Deutsch.
Yeah, I wonder if we should have a separate message in Yorkshire, you know, up, get that there cricket online. Maybe not. Andy Govin is going to bowl the first over of this final session on day 1. George Hill on strike, a slip and a gully in place. And as well as a man just off the cut strip who's fielding this one now. That's to the onside of straight. First delivery turned that way by George, who got one or two freebies that he gleefully put away before the tea break. 35 to him. And a useful rebuild after the 5th wicket had fallen. Gorvin in again. Hill this time turning it a little squarer towards Mason Crane, who's fielding at mid-wicket, fairly close in. He'd only be about 4 strips away. 4 normal strip widths away anyway. There seems to be quite a lot of strips cut to the left of the actual playing area that we look at.
Yeah, I presume those are the practice nets.
Gorvin in again from the river end down the leg side. Cook whips off the bails as Hill was threatening to overbalance, but George replaces them, and he's happy that he had his back foot anchored.
Latest funky leg side field is a very straight, silly mid-on, and just one of the short mid-wickets.
Corvin in. Oh, beautiful shot by Hill. He's got a bit of time and room to work with wide of off stump. It was short of length, and he's cracked it away through the covers for his first runs of the final session. 39 to him now. That brings up the 50 partnership. 53 between this pair. After 64 overs and 4 balls. So 50 partnership, I make it in 8 overs and 3 deliveries.
It's rapid enough, isn't it?
Yeah, going at more than 1 a ball, the pair. 51 deliveries for 53 runs. Three more, and Yorkshire will be on the board. Points-wise, Glamorgan already are, of course. Gorvin in, and Hill right in behind it. A yelp around the ground.
Yeah, he's a bit vocal on his effort ball, Andy Gorvin.
You can get in touch, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, or at Jonathan Doy, Joe Nix.
Web 2017 at gmail.com, or on X.
Gorvin in, again it's fading down the leg side, and Cook once more whips off the bails. This time George doesn't replace them. It's the end of the 65th, 247 for 5. Hill 39 off 47, I think that will be. Just let me check. Yes, it is. 7 fours so far, and Don Best 21 from 26. Hasn't seen much of the ball since the tea break. Gorvin 3 for 40 now off 17 overs. So it looks as though it's going to be a blast from the go-to bowler, Tim van der Hoogten. Going to have to be careful about potentially over-bowling him this week. Need to get the other seamers to pitch in as well. James Harris has the 1 wicket. He's not likely to be playing in the One Day Cup final, was injured for all the group stages anyway. And the debutant, Ben Morris, needs to come to the party. Try and keep up the pressure for Glamorgan. Van der Hoogten then bowling with 2 slips to Bess, who's forward defending. 2 mid off, and there's no run. So still bright sunshine, hardly a cloud in the sky, and hopefully we will get through the scheduled 96 overs and at some point before 6 o'clock. As Van der Hoogten on his way, and Bess leaving it outside off stump. Should be having an update for BBC Radio Wales
fairly shortly, around about 5 or 6 minutes time. Should you at some point hear a sudden 30-second summary of the day's action, or thereabouts. Van der Hoogten from the Cathedral Road end, past the shadow of the floodlight bowls, and that's nicely played by Bass, backward of square on the offside. It'll run away to the boundary for 4 runs. No one in that area, and that does indeed bring up the Yorkshire 250. 1 point on the board for the visitors.
Yep, open the face, just pushed at it. Timing took it on its way. Good afternoon to you, Charlotte Evers. So sorry I can't be at Cardiff. Having to follow on the live stream. I'll be sorting books for the bookstall this week. The bookstall will be open again at Headingley during the Northants game with fresh stock. All profits go to the Yorkshire Cricket Foundation and the Yorkshire Supporters Association to support the club and the players.
As Best defends that one, didn't really know where it had gone for a moment. It's dribbled back past the stumps.
So if you are Yorkshire supporters that are heading to Headingley for the Northants match and the way things are working out, I'm sure there'll be a few more there, and well worth going to avail yourself of a book or two on the bookstall. Loads of them when I was there having a chat the other week.
As Van der Hoogten bowls turned into leg side, they will take a single as it's eluded Carlson. It is fielded by Tribe running round behind him. Keeps them down to 1. 26 to Best, 2-5-2 for 5.
George Hill, just that reset of the guard. Important that these two both get back in this session.
Yeah, still the balance of play to be fought for, though Yorkshire well placed at the moment as Van der Hoogten bowls. Big appeal for LPW, not out, says umpire Ashraf. Van der Hoogten looked as though he believed in that one.
It felt like it was
Hill pushed forward, maybe just going down the leg side, but certainly it hit him below the knee roll, I think, and it was worth a fairly vigorous inquiry. Glamorgan's over 8 is level at the moment, so that's one fewer thing to worry about. What have we got? 66 overs on the board, so 14 until the new ball. They'll have the round about an hour bowling with a new ball this evening to try and cut off this Yorkshire innings and make sure it doesn't spiral up past 400.
Corvin trying to do just that. 3 for 40 from 17 overs and 6 maidens against his name. Second successive match. Different form of the game in which he's taken wickets here against the White Rose boys. Don Bess on strike and working one through mid-wicket there. Just over pitching this time, Gorvin. Morris giving chase and a sliding stop, and they get back for 2.
Yeah, Morris has been a little bit expensive in his couple of spells on debut, so Glamorgan trying to ease him into the game gradually. Thrown himself around enthusiastically in the field.
Corvin in again, and Bess trying to work one off the hip, but can't get a good contact on that, dropping out into the leg side. And another dot. Lots of focus on the BBC emails through here, Nick, on the Manchester City stuff that's going on.
All right.
Not so much on anything crickety. Unfortunately.
Yes, I've managed to get myself off some of the BBC lists since leaving the staff, so don't get too much general blah these days.
Corvin's in. There's one down the leg side, and Bess misses. It's one of those where when you do the news shifts that I do, the the sports bulletins, obviously you need that.
Yeah.
But the days in between, you don't. And every time you see a headline, let's for example say it is Manchester City, then there'll be one header, the first one comes in, and then you know there's going to be a barrage from various different journos, all with different things to add. Gorvin. Oh, Bess gets an inside contact. He's anchored at the crease there. He's diverted it on its way down to long leg. Harris did the fielding. 1 run.
Tidy stuff from Gorvin at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah. He doesn't sort of have a commanding presence in terms of his build and all the rest of it, but he's a bit, feels like he's a bit skiddy probably to face, and kisses the pitch, and he certainly seems to be able to exploit anything there is in the pitch. In these last couple of games we've seen him just a little bit wide and just a tad short of length there, and a back foot punch by Hill will bring him 2 into the vacant covers. Kieran Carlson, who seems to have various forms of elastoplast and strapping on his fingers, does the fielding.
Yes, he's usually fields somewhere in the target area in the covers, and plays more or less permanently with his hands strapped up, as you say.
Gorvin in again, final ball of the over, lovely shot. Really nice shot by George Hill. Again, Gorvin's just gone too wide, and having given him the nod and a bit of praise a couple of balls ago, he's gone for 6 in his last 2, and just steered with the pace of the ball by George Hill, who's on to 45, 261 for 5 after 67 overs.
As far as Yorkshire's rivals are concerned in the promotion race from Division 2, Middlesex dismissed Derbyshire for 173. Middlesex are 20 for 1 in reply, and that is at Derby. And the leaders, Sussex, well, they are well in command. Over the water at Bristol, because Gloucestershire were dismissed for a mere 109. Sussex are 57 for 2 in reply. Van der Hoogten bowling his 15th over, yet to take a wicket. Unusual, as he's into Bess, who drives rather airily at that one, and it goes through to Cook.
And airily as well.
Yes.
It's sort of nipping in on him, I think, and took one hand off it as it went through past the inside edge. By the looks of things, he's just having a chat with himself about things.
Looked a bit of a vague whoosh, that one. Not the sort of shot you need to play if you're looking to go on and make something substantial. He's on 29 at the moment, and oh, didn't know where that had gone. He's looking round for the ball as it just trickled gradually along the popping crease, but he had no idea of where that one had gone, and goes down for a little prod of the pitch rather suspiciously.
TVDG wouldn't want to be going too deep here, would it? Because a second new ball would be available in what, 12 overs or so's time?
A good point. I think, yes, he would probably have one more after this. Van der Hoogten bowls, firmly driven by Bess to mid-off, no run. In the Division 1 title race, leaders Surrey have Durham at 207 for 6, and second place Somerset, well, they're 65 for 4 in reply to Lancashire's 140, so that game's certainly moving on rapidly there. Van der Hoogten to Bess, turns it away down towards backward square leg, and runs round from fine leg and does the fielding to 6-3 for 5. So Yorkshire starting to develop this partnership nicely. 69 it's worth already.
Off as many deliveries.
overall run rate, 3.89. As Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and that is defended on the leg side by Bess. No run. Bess remains on 31, in total 263 for 5. Carlson with some more furious polishing, trying to keep some life in the old ball.
They're basically going to get just under 20 overs without it tonight, if they've not already bowled Yorkshire out by then, of course.
Doesn't look hugely likely, and the way things are going at the moment, as Van der Hoogten bowls and Bess firmly defending back to him. But we did have 3 wickets falling for 16 runs in around about 9 overs in mid-afternoon. Doesn't look like there'll be a BBC Radio Wales update on the hour, so I shall give way to Kenneth Davis to join you for the next half hour or so. Oh, actually, you've got to go just before past, so I'll be back then.
Gorvin removes his cap and he's going to continue then at the River Taff end, bathed in sunshine at the moment. Well, 3/4 of the ground it's just at our end, the Cathedral Road end, that is in shadow. Sun out the back on the hockey pitch out the back. There was a bit of action taking place earlier when I walked out of the com box, as George Hill, with Chris Cook standing up still, is forward and tucking that one away into the offside, but straight to the field.
Kenneth's going to be playing a sweeper role in a moment, sweeping up this coffee that I've just managed to drop over.
Right, okay.
Part of the commentary box, but thankfully not the broadcast equipment.
Gorvin turning again then, coming in past umpire David Mills, fairly wide on the crease, and George has got hold of that fairly well, but fielder is placed in the mid-wicket. It's a Tribe getting down to it, yard either side, and with the strength to hit the shot, may well have got by.
There we are. Kenneth won't be walking into a coffee marsh, so he'll be with you in a tick.
Gorvin in, and he's right behind that George Hill, and there's no run. Henry, the mild-mannered janitor, does the cleaning up in the com box.
Yeah. Yes, hopefully not electrocuting myself either as well.
If it is to be our last over on air together, then it's been fun.
It's been a pleasure.
Gorvin making his way in again. Oh, Hill playing inside that one, through to the gloves of Cook, and there is no run. There's a bit of a breeze out there. The flag's on the flagpoles away to our left, including the Yorkshire one. Flapping around, you wouldn't say it's that strong, they're not blowing out horizontally, but still, for mid-September, it is a lovely afternoon to be watching cricket. And Gorvin bowling here to Hill, who opens the face and runs it to point. Kellaway fields, no addition to the score.
Yeah, it's been a rear guard action since a few sloppy wickets were given away, you'd have to say, in the afternoon session. Well, they got in and then got out.
Gorvin to Hill, who's crashed this one away for 4 runs through point, just about bang on square. It was aerial for a moment, but Kellaway never shaping as though it was a catching chance. And George on to 49, 267 for 5. You say rear guard, which usually gives you the feeling that maybe they're blocking it and they're consolidating, but they are going at just shy of 1 above.
Yeah, no, certainly. Just that I thought there was a chance for Glamorgan when those flurry of wickets came, but certainly these two, as you mentioned, have gone full throttle since then.
There tends to be a feeling if you win the toss and stick the opposition in, you kind of want to come out of it when they've got under 200 on the board, and you feel, you know, and obviously the fewer the better, but you're kind of feeling fairly vindicated in doing that.
Which is why I still go back. I thought it was a strange decision this morning. I thought they'd have had a bat, given the conditions, given that we know about the limitations, I think it's fair to say, in terms of Glamorgan's attack this year. And there are runs to be had when you've got in.
Yeah, that was a dot from Van der Hoogten. And this one, Bess just working it out square on the offside. Played it slightly awkwardly as if there was a bit of nip off the pitch. Sitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 strips to the right of players. You look at the screen if you're watching the streaming. Best facing our commentary position, so we're nearer the square leg umpire than we are the actual playing strip. As Van der Hoogten's in again, and Best works it off his pad, I think, into the leg side for Carlson to field. Similar distance away from being straight on to what we were at Leicestershire last week, except the other side of the strip on that occasion. So Bess 31 off 44. George Hill on the brink of a half century at the non-striking end. Bess just wants to check he's still got the right guard. Always a good thing. Van der Hoogten non for 43, halfway through his 16th over, coming in again. Blocked by Best. The way that Van der Hoogten releases the ball, that coil and then release, it must feel, I would think, interesting to ask the batters this, but probably feels like he bowls it heavier than his run-up suggests he might be going to do at the time he's making his way towards. But just that last little bit, there's a bit of power involved as he lets it go. There we go. Cook is standing up to him, Chris Cook.
Yeah, odd to see him wicketless, really. He's the main strike bowler. Good over this, though.
Yeah, another dot. Trying to complete a maiden. 267 for 5. 4:15 almost on the first afternoon. And in he comes again, and Bess just pushing out into the cover. So tidy, tight. 16 overs from Van der Hoogten. 5 maidens, none for 43. 70 overs complete, so 10 until they have the option of taking another new ball. They might not want to do that. They might want to employ the spinners later in the day and get through a few overs and have a look while it's like a pair of socks. It's already slow enough as it is, so it will be slow turn, but it's not going to be easy to get away. You're going to have to do all the work as a batter, aren't you, as well, unless you get those full tosses thrown up like we've seen on a few occasions. Half volleys.
But I think as a bowling unit, I think that's what Glamorgan have to do now, is just build pressure, try and draw a mistake, because there isn't much on offer there, as we've been saying throughout the course of the day, as Gorvin comes in and bowls, and strong forward offensive pushed out to short cover. There's no run. Gorvin, the pick of the Glamorgan bowlers. having taken 3. Lyth, Bean and Johnny Bairstow. Gorvin comes in, but that's worked down to Callaway at point, but there's no run. Yeah, it's been tough for the bowlers. A bit of a slog at times. But Gorvin's been, by and large, very tight, very economical. As he comes in from the River Taff end, right arm over, past the umpire bowls, and that's worked down to point. Callaway's there again, with Cook standing up. The three changes for Glamorgan, incidentally, for this game. Tim van Hoogten, Crane and Morris in for Douthwaite, Root and Leonard. Out of the 3, you'd say Douthwaite definitely rested. Depends how you want to characterise the other 2 as Gorvin comes in. Forward is Hill, who's on 49, ably supported by Dom Bess on 31. Minimum overs today, just over 25. In the September sunshine in Cardiff, glorious conditions as we are promised throughout the course of the week. Gorvin coming in, bowls, and that's played up to mid-on, and there's no run. So 2 good overs here for Glamorgan. Gorvin's got his eye in, and in the case of Yorkshire, it's just a case of not doing anything rash. They don't need to do anything really. They've pushed the pace on, certainly prior to tea. Gorvin in, bowls it in the block hole, and worked into the onside. There's no run, so second maiden over in succession as it's concluded, with Yorkshire at 267 for 5. Hill is there on 49. Bess is unbeaten on 31.
Yep, there's going to be a change with Callaway. Callaway coming back on at the Cathedral Road, and no surprise really, with 9 overs to go before a second new ball can be taken, and Van der Hoogten's already got through 16 overs today. So just got to take a little bit of care on that front of the hosts. Callaway, what's he going to bowl? Right arm, left arm, underarm,
yeah.
Side arm. 267 for 5 then.
Carlson, of course, is the other slow bowler they could turn to if they want more of the short stuff. Part-time bowler.
So what's he got here? The setup is a slip, a backward point, a square cover on the boundary edge, mid on and mid off. Sam Northeast is yet to slot in somewhere, probably extra cover by the looks of it. Kieran Carlson straight mid wicket, fairly tight, as is Gorvin, who's backward of square leg, not quite 45 but getting on for it inside, if you like, inside what would be the circle if it was one of those games, and a backward square leg as well. It would be a good 10 metres inside the boundary. First delivery by Callaway. This is 4th over. It was patted back by Bess. He's bowling this one over the wicket, right arm. Bess turns it backward of square for Gorvin to field, and there is no run. Wonder how advanced the game will be in 24 overs and 4 balls time, what each team will take out of this opening day. Bit of cricket to be played before then. Callaway in again, pushed back at him by Bess. Playing well together so far, this pair. 73 they've put on. Here comes Callaway again. That's punch to the onside of straight James Harris, drawing some support from his teammates with a tumbling stop. Not entirely sure the tumble was necessary, but you know, it looked good. It's just pushing that one through a little quicker, I think, Kellaway, but also a bit leg stumpish. Got away with it because Bess hit it straight to Carlson. Already 5 balls into this over. And he comes once more. And Bess with the block. So there's a little bit of pressure being built up in the sense that the scoreboard has now stopped, having gone at 1 a ball for quite a while. But neither are looking as though they are about to succumb to any pressure. Looking quite relaxed out there. 267 for 5 after 72.
Yeah, third maiden in quick succession, but that's all I think Glamorgan can do at the moment is just plug away. As I mentioned, trying to draw a mistake out of either batter, because they're looking untroubled at the moment and have been for a while. So this is Andy Gorvin to continue from the River Taff end, coming in the bowls, good length delivery, and Hill gets everything behind that, who's been stuck on 49 now for a while. We're in the 73rd over. This is Gorvin's 21st. Mid off, mid on. Cook is up. There's a deep slip, if you like, in the shape of Colin Ingram as Gorvin steams in, bowls, and that's worked through to mid-wicket, but Asa tried fields. Mid-off, mid-on cover. Point, there's a man at third man. Cover as well at fine leg. And deep square. As Hill takes his guard, stuck on 49. He's been going at a fair lick from 64. Will face Gorvin. Here he comes, and that's full. They come through to the single, and that is his 50. To the gracious applause here round Sophia Gardens, all the Yorkshire players up on the balcony. And that's a fine 50 for George Hill, and that coming from just 65 balls.
Yep, 9 fours.
Just when Yorkshire needed it. And these two have added 74 to the total. Gorvin coming in. Bess will face. That just is left as it goes beyond the off stump. Taken by Chris Cook.
George is having a good long walk down the track here to have a word in the shell-like of Don Bess.
Probably just to say, you don't need to do anything rash, just stick at it.
He might have been saying, you're buying dinner tonight since I got to 50 first. Who knows?
Coming in is Andy Gorvin. And, well, that was close to that time. Needless to say, Bess was comfortable leaving it outside off stump. And it was taken by wicket-keeper Chris Cook. Run rate is just 3.7. So it has slowed, but irrelevant when they've got wickets in the bank, if these two can stay put.
Yeah, they've got to work hard for batting points here. There's still loads of time for that left yet.
Gorvin in. Bowls. Oh, I thought for a minute that was up Bish, but here they come. Carlson has a shy at the stumps and it's overthrown. And no one backing up. And an extra 4 runs to Yorkshire's tally.
Well, the pressure was on the batters, really, wasn't it, for a few overs? But that put a bit of pressure on Carlson. He's made a couple of howlers today, which is very unusual for him. Every time I come down here, I say to Nick, he's one of the most impressive fielders that you see. But he couldn't take that firmly struck shot cleanly, and having not done so, Kenneth, you'd really say just hold on to the ball. But
yeah,
they were always going to win that race once they properly got going.
There's no one backing up, and
So silly throw, really, wasn't it? He's cost the bowler. Worst of all, really, for poor old Andy Gorvin. It's cost him 4 on his analysis.
Yeah. As Callaway continues.
In he comes, tosses the first ball up. Ooh, not so far off getting through. Bess, I think, got something on it. Wide of off stump. 79 this pair have put on now since that James Wharton wicket fell in the 57th over. Callaway in. Nicely placed that by Bess. Between extra cover and mid-off, who gets round to field, but they get 1.
Yeah, that seems a long time ago now.
2:58. We've had 20 minutes off for tea in between, but yeah, they've basically been out there for an hour and 10, hour and 15 minutes together. And added now 80 during that time. Callaway tosses one up again. It's wide of off stump. Was there a little tickle from George? It's running away and might not have the legs, I don't think, to make the boundary. No, not quite. What will the umpire signal, if anything? Nothing. Well, he did get a tickle on it. It was low. I don't think it bounced well short of slip. Cook's got the double teapot on, suggesting that he must have felt that it was maybe his to try and get a glove on, but he didn't. Held on to 52, 276 for 5, as George goes back foot and turns one to Carlson mid wicket. Now Bess is feeling the need to go down and have a word with Hill. Callaway just takes his time then as the batter is ready. Gives it a shine on the back of his right leg, and then Hill steps back to this delivery and works it all the way up to James Harris at deep mid-on. 1 run. 53 now to George. Bess 37 back on strike. I'll disappear after this delivery and do my 4:30 update and leave you two to it for a little while as Callaway comes in, trying to work it off the hip Bess, but misses out and wraps his pad in disgust with himself. End of the over. 277 for 5.
Yeah, just a bit of a lull in proceedings here at Sapphire Gardens from a Glamorgan point of view, because they desperately are in need of a wicket. They need a breakthrough here, because this has been more than a handy partnership of 83 since James Wharton fell. Since then they've added 83 and have looked largely untroubled. There will be a change from the River Taff end of the ground, with Sam Northeast reverting to the leg spin of Mason Crane. Has been bowling previously from the Cathedral Road end. The bowling has been tough going out there for Glamorgan. 277 for 5 then, and they need a breakthrough. They need a spark from somewhere. Is Mason Crane going to be the bowler to provide that spark? Here he comes. Crane in, and that's pulled. But there's a man sweeping on the mid-wicket boundary. They'll come through then for a single.
Yeah, Crane was the man who broke that earlier partnership, but then the batters got after him rather in the second part of the afternoon.
Nick Webb joining me in the commentary box. Crane coming in, and that's well, Bess tried to guide that beyond Callaway, who's at backward point. There is no third man in place. Wideish mid-off and mid-on, mid-wicket, extra cover, deep cover. Callaway the man at backward point with one slip in Ingram. That's paddled well. It was Bess tried to paddle it round the corner, but I think it missed everything and was taken by Chris Cook. Just looking for something to happen at the moment. Glamorgan with Yorkshire. in charge at the moment. That's just left outside off stump. Certainly have the upper hand once more.
Yeah, it might be time for a little burst of Kieran Carlson, maybe for an over or two. But they've got spinners on at both ends, so maybe unlikely before the new ball.
Crane coming in, right arm over. That's full that time, and that's dispatched past mid-off. Tim van der Hoogten all the way for 4. It's just loose, and Bess wasn't going to miss out.
You're always going to get a few full tosses from a leg spinner, but maybe the percentage has been rather higher than Mason Crane would normally deliver today.
Just looks a bit beleaguered out there at the moment, Nick. Hands on hips, they're just very difficult, not aided in any shape or form by the wicket.
Especially when you've lost the ball.
On the far side.
Van der Hoogten is making his way down the back of the hover cover, peering after it. Oh no, he's got it in his hands.
There it is.
He's making rather tentative progress. It's obviously a bit of a tight squeeze down there at the far end of the ground from us.
The wicket is to the left of our vantage point, nearer the pavilion side. Of course, there was an international T20 here last Friday. Crane coming in, and bowls fullish, and that will evade Tim van der Hoogten, who has more running to do, and he's not going to get there.
Yeah, poor chap's just been to retrieve the ball from a straightish long off, and that was driven wide of him there, and he thought about putting in the dive, but
thought otherwise.
Yeah, probably a good percentage decision at this stage of the season, and with the cup final coming up on Sunday, you don't really want to wreck your shoulder trying to save a couple of runs.
No, quite. But Glamorgan are in danger of this game running away from them here. It's a pivotal point in the context of the game on the first day. 286 for 5 now, with Hill and Bess looking very untroubled.
Yes, Glamorgan have conceded big totals in 2 out of their last 3 games. The away trips as Callaway bowls, and Hill is back on his stumps defending. And there is no run. Ben Callaway in just his 6th over. Callaway in bowls. Turned away round the corner, they go through for a quick single, and they're safely home. The throw misses the wickets at the non-striker's end, but this time it is backed up. The games at Derby and Sussex, Glamorgan found themselves really outgunned on first innings, and losing both those games quite heavily away from home. They turned the table against Leicestershire here a couple of rounds ago, but couldn't force their way in for the victory, as Bess forces one to short mid-wicket. No run. So a lot depending on whether Glamorgan can make headway with the new ball, otherwise Yorkshire really will be a long way on top at the end of Division 1, as Bess drives nicely through the covers, picks up the single out towards Gorvin sweeping.
I mean, easy in hindsight, but how much will Sam Northeast drew the decision to bowl? It doesn't look... I mean, rather, it looks a good one to bat on.
Slightly defensive decision, maybe. As Callaway bowls, firmly driven through the offside. There'll be 4 more to George Hill, who moves on to 59, looking really well set, as Yorkshire gallop up to 292 for 5, and with what, a full 34 overs to go to accumulate bonus points. They will have their eyes set on a maximum at the moment in 450. Callaway bowls, and off the back foot. It's played to short mid-wicket, no run, and the over. 292 for 5, 76 overs gone. 20 remain in the day's play, 4 before the new ball is in all probability going to be taken in the Second 11 matches, Glamorgan seconds have got a lead away to Sussex. They're 310 for 5, 45 runs ahead. There's 147 there for Tom Bevan and 65 to Henry Hurl. Alex Horton is 24 not out. He'll be particularly keen for a decent contribution, having had something of a lean summer with the bat.
Well, Glamorgan looking as Crane comes in. That's another full toss, and we've seen a fair few, and that's disposed of once more. And that is 50 up for Dom Bess from 66 balls. They're well on top, both batters here, and Glamorgan unfortunately have no answer at the moment, with both bowlers leaking runs.
Yep, another half century at a decent pace, 67 deliveries, that is 7th for. Just a couple of deliveries slower than Hill's.
Crane under pressure bowls, good length that time, and that's chopped down to backward point, Kellaway Fields. Well, they're well set now, Yorkshire, to get to that target of 450 with plenty of batting yet to come. Just under 20 overs to go today. Crane in. That's full. They're asking the question, and that's gone, LBW. Well, Glamorgan desperately needed a wicket. Crane needed a hit back. He's done so. He's leaked a lot of runs in the last few overs. But Bess, after getting to his half century, has been trapped by Mason Crane.
Yeah, decent stand there for the 6th wicket. It was just worth a century, in fact, which came up with that last boundary when Bess reached his 50. But trying to sweep ball that probably pitched leg stump and would have hit middle, according to the umpire, I believe.
Yeah, I just think it caught him on the boot as well, so you're always in trouble as well.
So it's come at a decent rate. That Bess 50 century stand really has taken his team forward. 296 for 6 is still a strong position for Yorkshire, but Glamorgan finally making the breakthrough, and with some hopes of bowling Yorkshire out this evening now with 19 overs left. Jordan Thompson is likely to be the new batter, making his way down the stairs. Yeah, at Sapphire Gardens, the pavilion seats confirmed as Thompson. The pavilion seats now, some of them in the shade, crowds creeping forward if they want to get a few late rays at this point of the season. It's been a nice day for watching cricket, and it's been there's been a healthy population on that pavilion side of the ground.
Yeah, they've had a decent day's play, not over yet, with Glamorgan hunting more wickets.
Yeah, the batting to come after Thompson will be Fisher, Code and Moriarty, and Fisher will point out that he's got an average of over 50, courtesy of only having been dismissed twice this season.
Moriarty, the one change in the Yorkshire ranks, in for Luxton.
And 3 in the Glamorgan team, bringing in Van der Hoogten, Crane and Morris into the bowling attack, with Root, Douthwaite and Leonard dropping out.
So we've waited a long time since the last wicket to fall. So Glamorgan trying to build a bit of pressure here on new batter Thompson. There's a slip and a leg slip. Cook is up obviously for the leg spinner Mason Crane. Just rearranging, rejigging the field a bit. So in comes Mason Crane, past the umpire, bowls to the left-handed Thompson. They look for 2 and they'll scamper home and they'll get there.
Yeah, pushing out at that one, Thompson, playing it through the offside. Gorvin with the fielding, sweeping on that pavilion boundary as he has done for much of the day when not bowling. He has been Glamorgan's tidiest seamer.
Crane in, and that's just prodded out defensively to the offside. There's no run. 2 for 72, Crane, so a bit on the expensive side.
Well, Yorkshire tucked into him in the first match up at Headingley.
Crane coming over the wicket. That's worked into the onside. There's no run as Carlson fields.
Crane was actually being hit round for 9, 10 and over for part of the Yorkshire innings at Headingley earlier in the season, but kept on bowling, kept his nerve and finished with a 5-wicket haul. Said he was quite proud of carrying on under fire, which he said maybe at one point in his career he wouldn't have had the brass neck to do, but eventually hitting back. So 3 overs likely with the old ball from Callaway and Crane.
Well, we're in that interesting period of the game, aren't we? 300, almost 300 up for the loss of 6 wickets. So
yeah, it's about to be 2-all on bonus points as Callaway bowling his off spin rather than his left arm is into bowl, and Hill plays defensively. He's more willing to swap back and forth between the two in the white ball form of the game, possibly thinking it encourages more experimentation. As that one's nicely flighted and driven back to him by Hill, up in the block hole. Callaway looking for his first success today. As he's into bowl, and that's driven back on the bounce to the bowler, who turns and catches it well in his follow through. Friday night that would have been cheered to the rafters as a fake catch. Callaway bowls again, flatter, and played into the onside by Hill, straight to Carlson, short mid wicket, no run. 4 dot balls. Can he string a couple more onto it? Not quite, because that's just noodled into a gap on the leg side by Hill for the single. He moves to 60, 299 for 6 here on BBC Sport Online. Yorkshire just a single away from a second batting bonus point, which will level the scores up in that particular column. Callaway round the wicket to the left-handed Thompson, who steps back, tries to cut and gets the ball off the bottom edge. It's running away towards the boundary, virtually behind the keeper, and that is a couple of rather fortuitous runs that brings up the 300 for Yorkshire. 301 for 6. Thompson has 4, Hill has 60. And perhaps Glamorgan slightly fortunate that one didn't hit the helmet behind the keeper, which would have been a 5-run penalty.
Yeah, but Callaway probably thinking, unfortunate not to have a bit of reward as he trudges away, shake of the head, a little wry smile with the umpire.
Neil Thorncroft on Twitter suggesting Bass might have been a little unlucky, look down leg. I thought it pitched down about leg. And so did umpire Milne.
It was on the cusp, but it's one of those that caught him on the boot, and yes, you're always in trouble.
Yes, the umpire is quite liable to give you out if it's on the boot.
Crane coming in from the River Taff end, and that ballooned in the air, but there's no one there to catch. Sam Northeast the closest.
Well, they'll shout catch anyway, whether there's anyone there or not.
Just to G up the bowler in terms of his spirit. Crane in and bowls, and that's chopped and well fielded at point by Callaway, who caught Bairstow in that very position a little earlier.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan with youngsters Callaway and Tribe coming into the side, it does noticeably impact favourably the fielding. couple of youngsters.
Crane coming in, fullish, and that's walloped through mid-wicket for 4. There was a poor ball by Crane, and it evaded Sam Northeast at mid-wicket. And George Hill, a man in form, wasn't going to miss out. So Crane is 2 for 76 in his 12th over. Hill is on strike on 64, just pushes at that one into short cover area where Carlson fields. 305 for 6 in the 79th over, minimum of just over 17 to go on the first day. Crane coming in, bowls. That's fullish once more, but that's prodded into the onside towards Sam Northeast, the captain at mid-wicket, and there's no run taken. Glamorgan obviously ideally would love a couple more, trying to wrap this Yorkshire innings up. Crane in, and that's pushed into the offside this time where Callaway fields, and that brings the end of Mason Crane's 12th over. George Hill still the main man on 64, and Thompson, who's joined him, is unbeaten on 4.
There's a bit of a fuss about Oasis tickets the other week, which left Kenneth
reeling
on the in line and then booted off
in line again. Yeah.
But Coldplay have announced a series of gigs for next summer. Not that many actually. 6 in Wembley, and excitingly for Yorkshire listeners, 2 in Hull at the Craven Park Stadium.
I was going to say there wasn't going to be one in Cardiff. They played here twice in the space of 7 years, I think.
Callaway is into bowl, and it's driven gently by Thompson to mid-on. Morris Fields, no run. Yeah, excellent shows. As on leg stump clipped away nicely by Thompson, and oh dear, Tim van der Hoogten's not having much luck on the boundary today. I think he got a paw to that one and managed to flick it back over the boundary. So Thompson moves to 8, 309 for 6. That was a slightly weary boundary chase by van der Hoogten, saving his energy for bowling. And Callaway bowls him. Thompson has gone, trying to force on the offside. A firm thwack of ball on wicket. Callaway has got his first of the day, 309 for 7. As Jordan Thompson looking to profit, and really that one's just come in with the arm, didn't particularly spin much from Ben Callaway. Went wide on the crease, a little bit of bounce, more than Thompson was anticipating.
Well, he's deserved that because Thompson probably got away with one in the last over, and it missed everything. Just perhaps kept slightly lower than he anticipated, not much.
So 7 wickets down, 309 on the board. And if Glamorgan could bowl Yorkshire out for 350-ish, then they might see it as a job well done. But if you put an opposition in, you probably would hope to have them out for fewer than 300.
The Yorkshire batter, number 7, Matthew Fisher.
3 balls to go before Glamorgan can take the new ball. So yeah, Coldplay tickets going to be on sale, for those of you interested, at the 26th or 27th, depending on whether you're on the mailing lists or not. There are only UK and European cities dates next year. 2 at Hull, 6 at Wembley. Now, will it be different enough from the last Wembley tour? I actually saw them at Wembley the year before they came to Cardiff, so I didn't bother to chase tickets for Cardiff, because I'd already seen that show. But
it's just when they fancy making a few bob, isn't it? Oh, we'll have a tour.
As long as they can make it eco-friendly these days. we'll all have to jump up and down if they want to power the amps for another song or something like that. 309 for 7 as Matthew Fisher is in at 9 for Yorkshire.
Not that Taylor Swift needs to make a bob or two, mind.
Yeah, she was in Cardiff a few months back. 309 for 7, along with half the under 40 female population of South Wales, I think. 309 for 7, sell-out gig at the stadium, 70-odd thousand capacity. Might be more than that for concerts, actually, not sure. So, back to the cricket, with 3 balls left of spin before the new ball is likely to be taken, and Callaway bowling to Fisher, who defends 2 short mid-wickets, and there's no run. There's a short leg in, which is always nice to see, unless you happen to be the short leg. Callaway bowls, Fisher prods it just past short leg, ace a tribe. At least Glamorgan have got someone youthful to do the job these days. There's a period where Billy Roots had to do it, even though he's one of the senior members. As the last ball is prodded just past short leg again by Fisher. No run, 309 for 7. Last week Sussex had one of their oldest players, Daniel Hughes, doing it, and he got a right wallop at one point.
Yeah, not for the faint-hearted, but it is interesting you speak about the younger generation, with it being contract renegotiation time.
Indeed, we hope to get some announcements from Glamorgan at some point this week, because there are quite a number of their players who are listed as out of contract according to the most recent stories we've run. We will try and clear those up for you during the course of the next couple of weeks.
And work, I'd suggest, to be done on the recruiting front, but there's always work, I suppose, to be done.
For the last couple of seasons, we've talked about the need for seam bowlers, and almost certainly for an opening batter as well, if they can afford it. But there's the that's the $64,000
yes.
or $6.4 thousand or $640.
Well, Eddie Byram's been in and out of the side and indifferent in terms of form this year. He did come back into form in the One Day Cup, had those 2 tons,
yeah,
but unfortunately is now injured.
Yeah, but Byram, I think they regard, his average is just under 30 for the championship, but I think they regard him as a fairly solid bet for one of those places, but he's had a string of bad luck with injuries.
More the quick stuff then. Timmy van der Hoogten is brought back into the attack. Here he comes, bowls, and good first ball. That's well, Hill was just flirting with that outside off stump, and it went through to keeper Cook.
Bit of a responsibility maybe from Hill now to try and keep things going with 9-10 Jack.
Yes. Will the tail wag is the question, as Tim van der Hoogten steams in from the River Taff end, and that's well, just got big on Hill, and it went into the onside, just dropped into the onside, and there's no run. Not the usual shape that we've seen from the bowling of van der Hoogten. He hasn't been aided today, I don't think, a lot.
No, his second spell after, or spell after lunch,
that was the best.
Jagged a few round.
Yeah. Here comes Dutch international, and that's just played down behind square, and they'll take a single. Ball seems to have been following van der Hoogten round the park today, but he'll have a big job to do on Sunday, of course. Bit of a conflab between bowler Carlson as well, and Hill just comes down the track to have a word with Matthew Fisher, probably just to say, let's keep going. Plenty of time yet to come, a minimum of just over 15 overs today. All right, and we 12th man coming on, so is that Ace Tribe? Yeah.
Well, Tribe is already on there, wasn't he? So
no,
Tribe is going under the.
Yes, he's the recipient of the helmet.
Wasn't he wearing one already? Well, he must have been wearing one already in the previous over. Don't know what that's about.
Van der Hoogten past the umpire and bowls, and strong forward offensive down to mid-on. 310 for 7. Hill 65. Earlier James Wharton was the danger man, but he got in, then got out on 63. Adam Lythe, the opening bat, made 46, and then Dom Bess was out LBW to Crane for 50. So various have made contributions.
Yeah, it's a strange looking scorecard, really, isn't it? Lots of bits and pieces. No one's quite gone on yet.
3 slips in for Van der Hoogten, who's in, and that's pushed forward. There will be a couple. Shouldn't get to the boundary as Crane scampers after it, and they pick up 2.
Yeah, Hill now the highest scorer, has overtaken Wharton's 63.
3 slips are Ingram northeast. As Van der Hoogten comes in, and that's just dabbed down to 3rd man, where James Harris will field. Gorvin is the other man. I couldn't see the number 11 in the shade. And that is the end of Timmy Van der Hoogten's over. So 7 down, 313 Yorkshire's tally.
Yes, I suspect Glamorgan would ideally like to bowl Yorkshire out in about 13 overs time, so that they don't need to bat tonight. And well, do they send out a night watchman? If they do, possibly.
James Harris to bowl from Cathedral.
That's a theoretical question at the moment. Sam North East and Acer Tribe were listed to open the batting on the team sheet that we saw, though there's no obligation on them to keep to that. James Harris, then, who has the important wicket of Wharton to his credit, who hooked the first ball of a Harris spell to fine leg, was making 63. Harris into ball. That's a nice shot from Matthew Fisher at number 11. Thought he'd driven to the cover boundary, but it is hauled in by Carlson, and in fact they've got back for a 3rd run. So despite me saying that there wouldn't be many 3s on that side of the ground, there now have been several, plus of course a 5, courtesy of some overthrows that Dom Bess profited from. 316 for 7. So Yorkshire next target, 350 for the 3rd batting point. Glamorgan's over rate is +1.
How did that happen?
Good heavens.
They have gone through a few overs courtesy of Messrs Kellaway and Crane.
Yes, the spinners always up the over rate. Harris bowls down leg side, helped away for 4 runs by George Hill down to a fine leg. Struck that one very firmly, and fine of Van der Hoogten on the 45. Had no chance of cutting it off as he's tossed a drink by one of Glamorgan's 12thers. Players omitted from the squad: Douthwaite and Smale, and someone else as well. Harris is into bowl, firmly driven by Hill to mid-on. 69 to Hill's credit. 320 for 7. late in the day. Harris getting encouragement from his teammates. This is 16th over. He has 1 for 58. As on the defensive goes Hill, plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run. Actually, if you can stay on a little bit, Kenneth, then I can replace you when you're doing your Radio Cymru bit.
Indeed.
Jonathan Toige will be back with you very shortly to enthuse about Coldplay's visit to Hull next year, as that's turned away on the leg side. Single taken, they think about the second, but Hill decides otherwise. He goes to 70, 321 for 7. I'm sure the pop rock music fans of Yorkshire will be very grateful to have Coldplay on their doorstep for a couple of nights rather than to travel down the M1.
Rather than me.
As, in comes Harris again. Bowls and defended to mid-on. End of the Harris over, 321 for 7. 14 overs remain of the evening's proceedings. Hill has 70. Fisher has 6. It's all mellow.
Just like that.
So, another interesting half-hour passes. Don Bess got out the ball after he got to his 50. Jordan Thompson getting out 3 balls before the second new ball was due. Hadn't really got himself in, had he, to be fair. 7 balls. This on you, yeah?
This is Timmy van der Hoogten, and that flashes outside off stump and is taken by Chris Cook. So it's just a question if, well, from a Glamorgan perspective, as Nick was mentioning, if they can, well, in a very ideal situation, wrap this up 350-ish, 60. That wouldn't be looked at too badly as the Timmy van der Hoogten comes in, and Hill is forward in through mid-wicket, and they come through for a single.
Yeah, I mean, they're not out of the game with a score like that. You'd be disappointed having put the opposition in to them to get to 350 plus.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. If you're making that decision, you've got to bowl them out more cheaply than that, really. But given that we don't know how the pitch is playing longer term in the match, whether it will take some serious turn later on, might still make a game of it.
Tim van der Hoogten in, and that's edged, and has that been dropped by Northeast?
No.
Or did it
short,
just,
I think, yep.
Yeah. It just died on him, I think. Northeast at second slip.
Yeah, he didn't go hard at the ball, did he, Matthew Fisher? I think that saved him. Just a gentle,
just pulled back, I think,
yeah,
at the final moment. Northeast, the captain, was interested, but I don't think it had the legs.
Fish with his first-class best last week, 88 at Leicester.
So still plenty of batting there as Tim van Hoogten comes in. Bowls firmly struck, and that blasts straight into van der Hoogten on his follow-through. Or it would have gone all the way for 4.
Yeah, then Ben Code to come, who, like a lot of tail ends, has his days. He'll score fairly quickly if he's in for a while. Some days he does. And then Dan Moriarty, not really seen that much of a batter in Dan so far, probably fair to say.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls, and that's worked to firmly struck, but there's a man there wide-ish mid-off. It is Crane. Tosses tosses it up to Carlson, who is at mid-off. Crane was at mid-on.
More chopper traffic.
Yeah, there's been plenty of activity this afternoon as Van der Hoogten starts his run-up, bowls, and that's decent delivery once more by the Netherlands international. End of the over with Yorkshire handily on 323 for 7. Hill is still there on 71. Fisher is unbeaten on 7 with a minimum of 13 overs remaining today.
Yeah, and in context, this actually could be George Hill's most valuable innings of the season. He did get, I think it was bang on 71, if I'm right, down at Lords against Middlesex in a losing cause earlier in the season. And in fact, on that occasion, Yorkshire were routed for 159 on the first day with a superb batting lineup as well. Root, Brook, Masood all playing as Harris is in and bowling, and Fisher drops that down to his left, and there is no run. Middlesex won the toss that day, stuck Yorkshire in, and yeah, there were 159 all out first time around. Actually, George got 16 in the first innings, and then second innings, when they were already behind the game, he came up with 75 actually. Ethan Bamber took his wicket, and that just kept them in with a shout, but then they still went on to lose as Fisher pushes one to the offside and there's a single. And I accept that I'm saying this, and George got 169 not out just a couple of weeks ago, his highest first class score, but that was a game that was, you know, always felt like it was heading for a draw. So in the context of setting up positions and all of that, had he not got any today, whipped those 70 odd off the board, 250 with a couple of tail-enders to come. Ooh, he's got 4 here. He struck that very firmly, maybe just a little bit unlucky was the fielder making his way round, because that took a little bit of diversion off the wicket ends. I think it was Asa Tribe who was out there, but he'd got himself into position. Maybe there was a bit of spin imparted as well from the power of George's shot. Either way, you'd still kind of expect to see those stopped, but it's 4 to George. He's not going to be too bothered, so 75 to him now. 328 for 7. As Harris comes in, and George, top of the bounce, pushes this back to the bowler. But yeah, I think in context it could turn out to be his most important knock of the season, really, when other players have got starts and not properly gone on. James Wharton obviously did well enough to get to 63, but a couple of other players into the 40s and out. Due to come in this Harris over then, right arm over the wicket, a lovely shot down the ground by George Hill. That's going to be 4. Just to the onside of straight, diving mid-on, couldn't reel it in. Plenty on that, and it seemed to gather momentum on its way to the boundary. Full face of the bat.
Yeah, plenty have got in, and plenty would have looked at their shot selection getting out and thought, yeah, I should have gone on. Wharton being one.
Harris to Hill, short, pulled, that should be 4 more. Yep, will be 4 more. There's a chase round the boundary once again by Asa Tribe, but he was never going to get there. And George into the 80s, 83, and well, it's weird. Cricket is such a weird game at times. 2 wickets fall in the space of 3.5 overs with an old ball. Don Bess LBW to Mason Crane for 50. Jordan Thompson bowled by Ben Kellaway for 8. Second new ball taken, and 4 overs later they've raced on to 336.
Yeah, and in the driving seat now with 12 overs left. Glamorgan coaching team perched on the hovercraft, which is the far side, the River Taff end of the ground. So it will be Tim van der Hoogten to continue with Hill on 83, just from 100 balls. Fine knock it has been from George Hill. Here is van der Hoogten with Fisher on strike and just fishing for that one outside off stump, and doesn't need to play at that one, and sure Hill will be coming down the track just to offer some advice. Hasn't been van der Hoogten's day at all. 0 for 49. It's been hard work for the Dutch international in his 19th over as he wheels round, coming in right arm over with 3 slips for Tim van der Hoogten. Here he comes, and that's worked in to the onside, but it's fielded at mid-wicket. There's no run. So they will field Yorkshire if they can push on. It'd be hard pressed to lose it from here, even on the opening day, which again goes back to that decision to field this morning, with Sam Northeast winning the toss as Tim van der Hoogten coming in, and that wraps Fisher on the pads and just dribbles down to point where Kellaway fields. Just a conservative decision mentioned by Nick.
If they could find a way of getting to 400 somehow with his last 3 wickets, then I'd probably take the same view.
Van der Hoogten in and bowls, and that's missed everything. And that was a fine delivery by Van der Hoogten.
That feels like being greedy, doesn't it? But something like, yeah, 350 plus, 375 plus, 350 bringing another batting point, which I think, when you've been put in to go up with 3 batting points, I think they'd be pleased with that.
Yeah, as Van der Hoogten coming in, and that's whipped round the corner, but Harris is there at fine leg. Just didn't look early on as if it was a testing wicket at all, and that has been the case. Bit of a rejig in the field. Just the 2 slips now. Bit more protection on the onside for Tim van der Hoogten as Gorvin goes to mid-wicket. Here comes van der Hoogten in and bowls, and that's strong forward defensive from George Hill, who's on 83. And that coming from just 101 balls. And Matthew Fisher is on 9. So that was the end of the over, with Yorkshire eyeing another batting bonus point.
Yeah, 28 between this pair. 11 to go. Over 8, all good as far as Glammy are concerned. Matthew Fisher. 3 slips waiting for a nick. Not with this delivery. Pushed quite confidently into the covers, no run. Did bat really well last week, gotta say. High score, best. No doubt that he's played as well. He's gone in very often, and you think not a bad technique position he bats in, but hasn't come out with the runs that sort of back that up really. Flicking off his legs here, calling George through for a single, and they get there. Morris doing the fielding. Wonder what he's feeling like after almost his first day complete. Hasn't managed to get his name in the wickets column just yet, but I'm sure that will come with time. Afternoon to you, Lily, who says George Hill batting well, hits the ball lovely. She's hoping that they get 400 plus.
Yeah, well, if he's there, that is possible.
Harris in again and run into the ground and then fielded at gully off George Hill's bat. Joseph in Headingley says, afternoon chaps, intriguing afternoon at Glamorgan, but I'm sure gorgeous George can see us over the line yet again. Cue him losing his wicket the second this email is sent. Well, maybe not quite so, because that was over an hour ago. Just wanted your opinion on player complaints about fixture congestion. As Harris makes his way in past Ashraf, short ball. Hill, did he play, did he pull out? Hard to tell from this angle. Either way, he didn't make contact. I see Liverpool's goalkeeper is complaining about this, not really considering that fixture congestion is in part cultivated by his club's need to jet off and play pointless money-spinning friendlies all over the world, and denigrating the FA Cup to do so. Something Joe Root has previously suggested, and with so many options on the table for cricketers these days, is it a similar case of too much money being followed, therefore moot arguments, or is it just the case that cricket's already got too many games being played in too many different formats these days, as Hill blocks this Harris delivery? Would be intrigued to hear your thoughts, considering how much cricket was played in years gone by versus now. As a freelancer, they can play 365 days a year, as far as I'm concerned, JC, as you've got on the top of your thing. As Harris is in, Hill pulling down on another ball that was short and wide of him, and that there is no run. 338 for 7 after 86 overs. I do say that, of course, with tongue firmly in cheek, but yeah, there is a lot of cricket during the season, and they did used to play a lot of cricket. I don't know, really. It's just such a complex argument, isn't it? You know, some players play all formats, and some players don't. So some players get lots of rest.
I think it's more, the problem is the structure, but I don't know what the answer is, because obviously everything has been shifted because of the 100. So you have huge breaks in the championship season now, and it doesn't seem there's any appetite to resolve that. I mean, that there's a license for 100 cricket until what, 27, 28, so it's not going to be resolved anytime soon, and unfortunately that's where the money is. As Van der Hoogten comes in, 3 slips in, 4, and that is nicked, and that is out. Caught by Sam Northeast at second slipped. Fisher falls for 10. Well, we saw one just dying on Sam Northeast, just didn't carry a few overs ago. That was a firm nick that time, and taken simply by Glamorgan's captain.
Yep, straight in the breadbasket. And as slip catches go, and you'll always say none of them are easy, but that was straight at him, and you couldn't really wish for a better chance, and all you can do is get your mitts around it, and he did that very comfortably indeed. So Matthew Fisher, no 88s for him this time. Another one of those innings where he's made a few but not so many double figures, and they're 12 short of another batting point, and I'm sure the short-term aim now, with just the 2 wickets left, is to tick that box and then see where they get from that point on. But I think 3 points with the bat, having been put in this morning in not the easiest looking conditions, would still represent a pretty good day at the office, and also, as my colleague was saying, will put you in the sort of position where you shouldn't be losing the game from there, and you may be able to set up a win if you can bowl well when you get your first opportunity with the ball. The man who's just been out will be having to go with that, as will the man who's just coming in, who was
New
the pair were
Yorkshire
pretty
batter,
red hot last week.
Ben
Code likes to come in and have a bit of fun. You won't see a huge amount of foot movement, but if he's able to get a bit of width to work with, he'll get his hands through the ball, and he'll score fairly quickly if he's out there for any length of time. George Hill will be hoping he sticks around as well, because George is on 83, still a fair way off his ton. Just wants one of this last pair to stick with him for a little while.
Yeah, so TVDG, Timmy van der Hugten, gets just towards. It's been a tough slog for him today in his 20th over. 1 wicket for 50 runs. But he'll be trying to wrap things up here quite quickly, with Ben Code taking guard. Tim van der Hugten then was just struck coming in, and that's firmly driven, but it's fielded by Kieran Carlson at short cover. So this might not be, well, we'll see, might not be far from the mark. We mentioned 350, 360, depending if anybody can stick with George Hill. He's fast running out of partners here. As Van der Hugten swings round past the umpire, bowls, and just fended into the offside. Carlson will field. There's no run. Still in glorious conditions here at Sophia Gardens at the end of the first day's play, as Tim van der Hugten comes in, bowls, and that's struck firmly towards Ben Callaway at backward point, but there's no run as the sun starts to set, and we are in store for good conditions throughout the course of the week. So we should see this through to a conclusion on Friday. Glamorgan on the attack then. 8 down. Van der Hugten in, and that just stayed slightly low on Code. So this is a maiden so far. Another dot ball. Minimum of 9 overs remaining for Yorkshire today. Back on his mark is Tim van der Hugten. Starts his run up, and he comes in and bowls, and that's just, well, try to work it away, did Ben Code, on the leg side, and it was taken by Chris Cook. That is the end of the over. Yorkshire 338, a wicket taking over for Tim van der Hugten, with Hill on 83. Code is yet to score, get off the mark.
Yeah, they sent both the square men out to the boundary edge for that last ball, just to see if they could give George a single, and give Ben Code a single and keep him on strike. Have another go at him in this over, but didn't lay bat on ball. So James Harris will bowl to George Hill. Just 1 wicket taken with this second new ball so far. Harris then lets one go, round about leg stump. Lovely shot by George. He is without doubt playing very nicely today, and it just feels like that timing that deserted him for spells this season is back with him in this knock, certainly. And he's picked up a nice couple of runs there. Martin Bloomfield, good afternoon to you. Having been besieged by endless social media videos featuring Trumpty Dumpty and Comrade Calamity, it was pleasing to hear your earlier correspondence thoughts surrounding captaincy matters. Short ball pulled by Hill. down to long leg. They're coming back for a second, and yeah, both pretty sprightly between the sticks have got there. So Martin wanted to share his own thoughts. Whilst neither Shan Masood nor Johnny Tattersall could claim to be the most dynamic of individuals, they have each proved that a steady Eddie approach is sufficient to achieve positive results. I wonder, however, he says, if a school of thought may be to link captaincy to availability. Assuming the same contracts exist next season, JT likely to be around for more games. For the sake of continuity, my preference would be to offer him the role. In comes Harris. Hill dropping this one into the leg side. Callaway fields, no run. I wonder if Yorkshire lad might like to share his thoughts on the matter, he says, hashtag tongue-in-cheek. Well, I think there is still a fair bit of water to pass under bridges, Martin, is what I would definitely say to that. We're within 2 weeks of the end of the season, with a coach departing, a new coach yet to be named. As in comes Harris, and that is nicely played by George against soft hands. He's run it down to third man. He's coming back for 2, and he's going to get there again. So 6 off this over so far in 2s. So yeah, captaincy. I'm not sure we know who's going to be captain next season. Obviously no Shan Masood at the moment. So there's all that to play out. New coach will clearly have his own thoughts, desires, designs on all of that, whoever that may be. New director of cricket or general manager, I think he's going to be the job title from what I can gather, to be appointed as well, as that is turned backward of square on the leg side by Hill for a single. So he's played this over nicely, 3 2s and then a 1, just leaving Ben Code exposed to the 1 delivery. Those positions, I believe, have been interviewed for, and there have been no announcements of names yet, but you would think that if they haven't already been appointed, those boxes will be being ticked, and I don't think there's any firm indicator from the club as to when names are going to be named, but you would probably think that once the curtain's drawn on this season, that might be done. Harris in, flicked off the legs by Code out into the deep square, and having given him one to face there, George Hill, Ben has hit a single off the final ball, but both seem to be pretty happy with that. George on 90, 88 overs into the day's play, just 8 remain, and with Ben Code on 1, Yorkshire are 4 shy of a third batting point on 346 for 8, and meanwhile, of course, Glamorgan are 1 shy of a third bowling point themselves.
Yeah, so Hill closing in on his century, and Code just got off the mark, and it will be Code to face Tim van der Hoogten from the River Taff end. In he comes, bowls, charging in, that's played, well, the ball dribbles in on the onside. Crane from mid-on comes in to field, there's no run. Just under 8 overs remaining today. Tough day at the office for the bowlers, and a position, well, you'd have to say difficult for Glamorgan to win from this juncture. We shall see how it plays out, and that's a flash and a miss outside off stump. But Yorkshire certainly put themselves in a commanding position, having been put into bat by Sam Northeast this morning, and they're there courtesy of George Hill, and beaten on 90, and notable contributions from Lythe with 46, Tattersall 41, 63 from James Wharton, and Dom Bess piling in with 50 as well. So as Van der Hoogten comes in, bowls, so a few bits and parts innings,
yeah,
but no one apart from George Hill going on to
Yes.
make a considerable score.
Yeah, so, you know, you can put a positive twist on it if you like and say that at least a few players have got runs on the board and there's not been a series of flops. But if you're looking for more, if you're striving for more, you'd say, well, you maybe hope one more of those players would have gone on to get somewhere near 3 figures, having got off to a decent start.
Van der Hugten in bowls, and that's driven firmly. It evades Carlson at cover, but only a couple here. I will see this over out, and Nick will come into the commentary position to allow me to service the Radio Cymru, the Welsh language output. So 348, nearing that extra batting point. Gully in now as well as 3 slips. Van der Hugten in. Defensive prod from Code. Just 2 off the over.
The 2 square men get sent once again.
Andy Gorvin just limbering up at 3rd slip, so he may well get a few before the day is out, having taken 3 wickets. This the final ball of Tim Van der Hugten's over. Coming in, right arm over. And that's in the air. Is it going to carry to Carlson? And I think he just lost it in the air. He just charged in from mid-off. He's such a reliable fielder, and I'm not sure, A, did he get there, or did he just lose the flight in the air? We'll just have a quick look at the replay. It was the toe end of the bat, and yeah, I think just didn't drop down short on Carlson, who I'm sure would have taken it. Usually such a steady pair of hands, but that one evaded the T20 skipper, so it means that Hill is still there 90. Code on 3 with Yorkshire 3, 4, 8, 4, 4, 8.
Thanks, Kenneth. Andy Gorvin coming on from this Cathedral Road end, and I think Ben Code's lack of foot movement saved him there, because he was so far away from the ball. The toe end of the bat with no power behind it saved him. Had he got a little bit closer and got it anywhere near the middle, that probably would have been a dolly of a catch to Kieran Carlson. Ben Code, he will, when the short ball is banged in, he always wants to be on the leg side of it. And of course, if you throw the ball up there and he gets on the leg side of it, you'll regularly see him thrash it away through extra cover. But interesting now what Tim Van der Hugten does, having seen him play that shot. Will he try and pepper him with a few more? That could be dangerous territory for Ben, who's on 3 but at the non-striking end at the moment as Gorvin comes in, right arm over, and Hill, everything behind that, pushes back to the bowler. They're 2 runs short of a 3rd batting point. Yorkshire lad, says Malcolm, I'm a big fan of Tats, the world knows that, but my money is on the other Johnny to be made captain. Presumably he means Bairstow, even though I believe Tats should be given the job. Time will tell. P.S. Presently looking for flights to come back from Spain to HQ next week. You get about you, Yorkshire lad, don't you? Gorvin in. There's an appeal here because the ball wraps George Hill on something. I'm not sure it was his leg really, it felt more like the iPad, so it was a fairly optimistic appeal. Leg by is the result, and George isn't working on protecting Ben here, is he? He's taking the ones, and why not, because they've got to get to 350. So 1 run short of that. Can Ben Code get him across the line for another point here? And then they would have certainly, well, they have got something to bowl at already. Gorvin in. Code will get him to 350. In fact, 353. Plays that shot well, so it's short and wide of off stump. And again, because he can get leg side of it, he'll get his hands through that and play it well. It's when that short ball comes in at the body that it's a bit more of a challenge for him. But again, there was a distinct lack of foot movement, just the way that he plays. It's all on eye, but he can strike a good ball. And well, the horse has bolted now, but third man has been sent back. The offside field spreads a little. Code goes on to 7 with that boundary and then leaves a wide one.
Yeah, it's the perennial instinct of cricket captains, I guess, to chase the ball, isn't it? Rather than try and make sure the ball isn't hit in that area again. But it was nicely guided away by Code to bring up the batting point.
Here's Govin. Oh, nicely played again. That's one of his definite strengths, Ben Code. He's on the front foot, and Carlson chasing one down, but drags the ball over the boundary rope with him there, just wide of mid-off. And if you had a wagon wheel of Ben's innings superimposed, the ones where he scores runs, a lot of them would be in a V that is from about mid-off out through the covers. Loads of runs through there if you give him any width. And so the field now begins to spread. Point has gone back to the boundary. Mid-wicket's going back to forward square leg towards the edge. And there you go, Govin bowls one wide off stump, and as if he was on the first tee at the Celtic Manor there, Ben Code swishes and misses, trying to hit one onto the hockey pitch behind us. End of the over. He's on 11 though, so he's done a little bit of a job here because he's got him across the line for that third batting point, or in conjunction with George Hill at least. 19 they've put on together now, 357 for 8, and 36 deliveries remaining in the day.
Yeah, do Yorkshire now just play with some freedom, or do they knuckle down and try and chase the fourth batting points? It would be unlikely. They'll need to accelerate considerably to get there this evening, but obviously they'll have another 14 overs tomorrow to get batting points if they still have wickets standing.
Yeah, I think probably the thing to do now they've got that third one ticked off, you know, they're still on the still a fair way away from the next one. Probably let Ben play with the freedom he likes to play with.
There's a new over. Sees Hill beaten for once outside off stump by Van der Hochten.
I don't think George should change anything about the way he's played today. He's played superbly. There was that one little tickle on 52. We're still not sure if it was a proper chance or not because it was very low. Interesting to see what Chris Cook makes of it. But that aside, he's been as good as you've seen him play, and in context I think for me the best knock he's played all season.
It's been a mature effort, hasn't it, for a younger man? So that is edged but on the bounce to slip. No run.
So if he just carries on playing, waiting for the bad ball, putting it away, you know, he's naturally going to get these next 10. You'd hate to think he went into his shell at this point, but for his own sake really. But Ben at the other end probably just needs to go out and continue playing his natural game.
3-5-7 for 8 as Van der Hochten bowls edged and caught behind, and that excellent innings from George Hill comes to an end on 90 as he twirls his bat in frustration as he marches off. So 9 down. Glamorgan have their maximum allocation of bowling points, at least for the day. George Hill goes for a really well compiled 90. As you said, hit the bad ball hard, made the most of it. Century partnership with Dom Bess for the 6th wicket was the centrepiece of the day, and he's made sure that they get at least 3 batting bonus points, which after being put in you're not going to sniff at. And it's been a very solid position for Yorkshire to go on now in this match and try and win it.
Yeah, super knock from George. Sad for him that he's not managed to get to 3 figures, but as I say, I know he got 169 the other week, and there's a fair discrepancy between 169 and 90, but if this goes on to set up a winning position for them, then I think the weighting of it probably takes it right up there, and from what could have been a really difficult position this morning, if he got out cheaply, he's carried up to a decent score here, and so it could work out as I think his best knock of the campaign if things go their way. Dan Moriarty, well, a bit of a job to do, as I said earlier. He does feel like a genuine bona fide tail ender. When you see him bat, he's not all over the place, and he can push it at the odd boundary here and there, but the runs column, well, let's have a look at what he's posted this season. 872 at 65. No, I'm only joking. you were nodding there as if that was genuine. He's
Sorry, I wasn't quite concentrating on which batter you were talking about.
He's batted 6 times and scored 43 runs at 10.75.
That'll do. Moriarty then. And born in England but brought up in South Africa. Moved to Yorkshire from Surrey. Faces up to Van der Hoogten with 3 slips. Steams in bowls, and Moriarty's off the mark first ball, clipping it towards square leg for a single. 358 for 9. I think if I were Glamorgan, I'd be tempted to hide the ball for a couple of overs to avoid having to bat tonight, but not many sides seem to do that. It does make sense though, doesn't it, in tactical terms?
Yeah.
Bowl a bit wide, bowl a few short deliveries, they're not likely to concede runs or get them out. And then when you get down to 3 overs to go, you can start trying to get them out again. Anyway, 14 deliveries to go before Glamorgan can avoid batting tonight. Van der Hoogten into Code, who swings that one through the offside with a flourish of the bat. Not quite sure if long off was where it was meant to go, but it was firmly enough struck to come back for 3 runs. 361 for 9. 39 runs needed for the final, the 4th rather, batting bonus point. 450 would seem somewhat unlikely from this position, but you never know.
You've clearly never seen Dan Moriarty bat before.
Probably have. Van der Hoogten bowls, Moriarty turns it on the leg side, and there's no run. So plenty of decent efforts from Yorkshire down the order. Hill's 90, Wharton 63, Bess 50, and a couple of 40s as well. So it has been a team effort from the visitors as they look to bash on and knock up a couple of extra runs in this evening sunshine.
Gorvin then, Cathedral Road end, as shadows lengthen. He's not so far off standing in one of them at the start of his run-up. Here he comes. All gone. Edged straight to first slip there by Ben Code. And that will be the end of the Yorkshire innings at 361. A good catch because it was dying on him. And in 91 overs and 1 ball, Yorkshire's first innings has come to an end, and bearing in mind on a bit of a dewy morning, an interesting looking pitch they were put into bat, that represents a pretty return. Colin Ingram, the man making the catch, and I guess the only thing you can really throw at them if you wanted to be critical is that no one individual batter has got to 3 figures, having seen several of them have starts, but they've collated 361, and now they're going to have what, a couple of overs?
2, yeah.
Yeah, 2 overs.
So it's effectively 92 bowled, 2 off for the change of innings. So 2 for Glamorgan to survive. And just who will be getting their pads on? We'll find out. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes to talk you through the last couple of overs. Yorkshire 361 all out. Andy Gorvin finished with 4 for 67.
Here are the bowling winners. Tim van der Hoeken, 22 overs, 6 maidens, 56 runs, 2 wickets. James Harris, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 81 runs, 1 wicket. 8 overs, no maidens, 40 runs, no wickets. Andy Gorvin, 22.1 overs, 7 maidens, 67 runs, 4 wickets.